Well, chat, poggers, soy. Okay. Now people are asking me all kinds of questions before I get to turn up. Wow. It's like a Q&A when I open the stream. Tis but a scratch. Shut up. One second. Fuck. All right. Is our Jared Kushner? Oh, Jared. Wow. Did you see the interview on the DN? What? Why do people keep saying DN? Where does that come from? DN. What's the DN? I don't know what the DN is. The DN. The Destiny News. I don't think it's the Destiny News. I called DN. He's crying. True. Okay. These nuts. Someone said I'm refusing to address Israeli strikes on the DN. What DN? What DN are we talking about? Are there updated figures on the number of civilian deaths in the Beirut strike on Nasrallah? So I've heard people claiming that 100 of the people who died were Nasrallah's guys in the bunker, that there were 100 people in that underground bunker. But I don't know where that came from. Do you guys know where the source is, or is that just something? I know the Yazidi girl was rescued. If anyone knows, they can send it to me. Nasrallah was killed in an airstrike in Lebanon, and there were reports that 100 babies in Iraq were named Nasrallah. Okay. That is not what I expected to see when I Googled 100 Hezbollah deaths, Beirut. Okay. Well, we're talking about the bunker busters, those strikes. No credible sources saying anything, but that means there have been incredible sources saying things. Uncredible. Isn't Nasrallah a last name? Yeah, but I mean, there are fucking Albanians who are named Tony Blair and Bill Clinton, so as like first names. I applied to a job in Beirut. Do you dare me to take it? How much money should I demand? Bro, fuck. It's not funny. You shouldn't really play with your life like that. Fuck me. Okay. The media is calling out Hamas for putting military facilities in civilian areas. When are they going to criticize Israel now for having military HQ in civilian areas? It's totally quite. Yeah, Eric. Okay, I'm going to assume this is a good faith question because maybe we can cover it. There are so many reasons why this is just a really dumb thing to say. First of all, I don't even know. Like, there are like 3 or 4 angles that you can take on this talking point from. I don't even. Let me think. So I've been to Tel Aviv. I've seen the Israeli military spots in the city. Uh, each one of them, including that one that's opposite the shopping center, is literally surrounded by a walled perimeter. It's literally got like a 50 or 100 meter radius around it where there's like just the base. It's very distinct from the other target, which is absolutely not the same as like storing weapons in a school or in a mosque or underneath a house. Or in a house. It's completely. The other difference is that it doesn't matter where Israel puts their military installations because none of their enemies, they haven't waged war with anyone who actually knows how to target or is capable of targeting. We've even had reports from these recent strikes. The Iranian strikes, the missiles that landed missed. Some of them were like 500 meters away from their target. Some of them landed in the sea. So it's just a dumb talking point for so many reasons. It also just negates the fact that, again, Israel doesn't give casus belli to countries that can actually discern their targets. Okay. Where are we going? Bad Empanada roasting you hard. The last thing I heard was that he falsely accused me of denying the health ministry death toll, which I've never done, which is why he never showed any evidence of it, because he's a liar, but I guess that's roasting. I just wish he would stop advocating to drag my country into another unwinnable war for no fucking reason. He has your tweet. The tweet where I said it's not a genocide. That's not the same as I deny the death toll, you fucking retard. That's a completely different claim. How stupid can you be? Lol, mad bro. Yeah, that's what I mean. You guys don't care about the truth. I don't know why you even bothered to pretend he has a tweet of me saying something completely different. Anyway, I hope you, just so you know, like, you guys are getting everything you asked for. You wanted these wars to happen. So, unless you were naive enough to think that Israel would just take it, you wanted this to happen. I was wrong, bro. You're mad, bro. Beautiful. The state of my communists. Reality denying Islamic fundamentalists. How did that happen? Where is this fucking article? Where's this article? Hey! Just messing with you, man. No, I'm just messing with you. I actually like you. Where the. There's an article about the accuracy of the recent Iranian strikes. When was I looking at it? Probably earlier in the morning. Or early afternoon. Spoiler alert, it wasn't that accurate. I don't know where the. I was looking at an article, but I can't see where in the heck it is. Was I looking at it yesterday? Huh. It was a JDAM. Stop. You're not allowed to talk like that in here. Because I would think searching stuff on my phone would show up on my. Oh, I know. What's the logic behind the State Department asking Israel not to strike the nuclear facilities? Probably because a strike on the nuclear facilities would result in an Iranian response that would drag America into the war. I don't think America wants a war. America has no fucking coherent political identity anymore. America is currently struggling with the fact that they can't choose between a politician for president and a dictator and a failed coup artist. So, not good. Oh, I'll just drop it in here. Okay. I think this is it. Yeah, well, might take some notes on this. I guess it's also because there's probably some potential to renew a more meaningful Iran nuclear deal, which would be better than bombing it and maybe not even destroying your target, because those nuclear facilities will be pretty well protected. Okay. Is JD Vance better than Trump? No. JD Vance might be worse. He's better at appearing normal, but I don't even know if Trump voters want normal, so is that really going to help them? He might have tamed a few moderates with that debate performance, but it looks like otherwise Walz was kind of the winner, like quite clearly. Okay. What is Iran's strategy to challenge Israel? All right.
Well, the fighting in Lebanon is the latest front in an escalating conflict that continues to haunt the Middle East. Israel says that it's fighting what it calls Iran's axis of evil. Well, since the start of the war in Gaza, almost all Iran-backed groups have stepped up their attacks on Israel. We take a look now at the variety of threats that are facing the country.
Whoa, what a shit camera.
More strikes on Lebanon as Israel continues its operations against the militant group Hezbollah. This is just one of several fronts in the region where the country is facing threats. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is fighting for survival.
Citizens of Israel, we're in a campaign against Iran's axis of evil.
What? Invite bad out for a chat? No, thank you. I tend to draw the line at doxers and people who harass me in my personal life. That's probably where I draw the line at giving people attention.
He is calling the axis of evil is known on the opposing side as the axis of resistance. It's an informal bloc of Iran's allies and proxies, often acting in its interests. Iran, ruled by clerics since the revolution in 1979, has the ambitions of a regional superpower. Tehran considers Israel and the US its main enemies, trying to cripple its economy and diminish its influence. A Shia Muslim majority country, it also looks to expand this branch of Islam in the region. That's why it has to rely on partners sharing its religious affiliation, like Hezbollah in Lebanon. The militant group has received hundreds of millions of dollars every year from Iran for weapons and training. It's believed to have more than 100,000 rockets. Hezbollah also has tens of thousands of fighters and a wide network of tunnels. Just like Hamas in the Gaza Strip, although this group, considered terrorists by the US and EU, has been depleted by a year of fighting. Iran has denied it helped Hamas to prepare the attacks on Israel on October the 7th, but its supreme leader praised them.
We kiss the foreheads and the upper arms of the intelligent and brave Palestinians who planned these attacks against the Zionist regime.
Elsewhere in the region, Tehran has also been relying on support of its traditional ally, the Syrian government, as well as armed Shia militias in Iraq. And the Houthi rebels in Yemen. The group has been receiving Iran's support in its fight against a military coalition led by Tehran's major rival, Saudi Arabia. After the start of the war in Gaza, Houthis began targeting Israel, as well as international shipping routes in the Red Sea. They say their attacks will continue.
The Yemeni armed forces bless the second Iranian operation, the true promise against Israel, and confirm their readiness to participate in any joint military operations against the Israeli enemy.
It's not clear how much power Iran has over its proxies in the region, with Tehran claiming they act independently. But the rising number of their attacks on Israel suggests they are becoming increasingly important for Iran's struggle for power in the region.
All right, I want to bring in now Ali Fatollah-Nejad. He's the founder and director of the Center for Middle East and Global Order.
Can they kick a country out of NATO in the middle of a war? Potentially? Depends. Like if a country starts a war and needs to get kicked out because the NATO doesn't support their cause, doesn't want to defend them, I'd imagine maybe the rest of them could. But I don't know. As far as suspension, I don't think they have a provision for it. Is it something? I don't think it's something they've ever done before, is it? What's this? It's important to bear in mind that NATO is not merely a community of interest, but also a community of values. Brussels Treaty. Safeguard freedom, common heritage, civilization, Article 2, strengthening of institutions. Article 10, principles, further the principles of the treaty. This is the idea about Turkey being expelled from NATO. Material breach. So they don't have a mechanism for it, but they theoretically could do it. They could suspend or terminate membership. Would be an extreme measure. Okay. Yeah, they theoretically could do it, but I don't know how clean it would be.
Here in Berlin. It's good to see you again. The power dynamics in this part of the world have been in flux, especially in the last week. How would you assess the condition of Iran's proxy network right now?
Actually, what we've seen last week with Israel's bombardment of Hezbollah-linked areas in southern and eastern Lebanon, and the elimination of the almost the entire leadership of Hezbollah, including the central figure, that is the Secretary General of Hezbollah, Nasrallah, was probably a breaking point for Iran, because do not forget that Hezbollah is the crown jewel within this axis of resistance that is sponsored, financed, trained, and ideologically influenced by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Nasrallah has been very close also to Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. So this has been a loss of historic proportions. So a lot of discussions started in Tehran what to do now, and probably what we've seen with the attack, with the second attack on Israel, has been a kind of response to that.
And we know that Israeli leaders are weighing their response to Iran's missile attack. Where would you say Iran is most vulnerable right now?
Well, there's a lot of Iranian vulnerabilities because there is still, there are a lot of risks associated with Iran entering a large-scale war that also goes, into months, if not more, against Israel and the United States. There are a lot of liabilities on the Iranian side First of all, militarily speaking, there is sheer supremacy from the Israeli side, let alone the American side, from the air. Iranian air defenses cannot really respond to that challenge. Secondly, there is probably heavy intelligence infiltration by Israel into the power center of the Islamic Republic, which is also very much complicating decision making, let alone in the event of a war. Thirdly, there's the possibility that Israel has sabotaged, as it did with Hezbollah, the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps communication devices. So there is also no certainty on that front. And lastly, economically speaking, Iranian state coffers are emptier than the present administration has thought. So there is a lot of dilemmas from the Iranian side. This is why the Iranians said that the attack was over for them, the mission was accomplished. But in terms of Israeli responses, we have to see what will happen.
And if we look beyond the Middle East, we know that Iran has a strategic partnership with Russia. Tehran notified Moscow, for example, before launching its missiles against Israel. How is Russia supporting Iran in this conflict, if at all?
Well, that's probably the big elephant in the room because, as you may know, not only did Iran warn or informed Russia, but also the United States about their impending attack on Israel, but also there was a visit of Russian Prime Minister prior to Iran's attack to Tehran, holding talks with the administration. So from a Russian viewpoint, this kind of mission that has been proclaimed by the new Iranian administration to seek re-entering dialogue and negotiations with the West to get sanctions relief and to get, to enter into kind of rapprochement with the West would be a threat. Because
do you think the bombing of the Russian base will lead to Russia getting involved? Does Russia have, it depends on how much Russia has that they can sacrifice in Ukraine, right? Because I feel like right now the Russian effort is to try and get, well, to keep themselves dug into the south of Ukraine, but also I think they've already launched operations to get the Kursk region back. So they wouldn't, I don't know if they'd send troops, but they could probably fire things over. Is that in their interest? I feel like no. We'll see. I need to read
Russia is probably not interested that Iran, does mend ties with the West, at least at the present juncture. And what Russia is more interested is that the conflict in the Middle East is going to continue, so that the West is going to be embroiled in that conflict, so that Russia can have a freer hand in its doings against Ukraine. So this is the kind of calculus that, to my mind, seems predominant in Moscow today.
Ali Fatollah-Nejad of the Center for Middle East and Global Order, we appreciate your analysis and helping us connect the dots. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, cool. Good memes. Is it true Iran has said it is ready to leave Israel as long as they leave Palestine? The problem with Iran saying that is that they're either just saying that Israel should leave Gaza completely and let Hamas rebuild and try again with no assurances, which is completely untenable, or they've just, like Nasrallah, they have just very stupidly decided to tie their fate to fucking the negotiating will of Netanyahu and Sinwar. Seems like neither Netanyahu nor Sinwar want a ceasefire that would have terms acceptable to the other, so. Like there's this kind of unspoken agreement between Netanyahu and Sinwar, which is just that they want to duke it out until one side loses. That's kind of where they're at. Did you see the videos of Russians executing 16 Ukrainian prisoners of war? I mean, I've seen them doing that in the past. I didn't know if they did 16 at once, and that's all on video, but shit, not really surprising. Okay. Saw that on my feed. I have not seen it on my feed. when they say Palestine, they really mean all of Israel. Well, the thing is, I think people like Hamas, Iran, and Hezbollah would probably call it they'd call it basically like a ceasefire or a temporary truce if they got the 67 borders with Jerusalem as its capital and all that. I mean, that's what they've said. Hamas have said that they would accept 2 states, but they wouldn't recognize Israel, and they wouldn't give up the fight for all of Palestine. Which basically is the springboard argument, right? That they would just use a Palestinian small state to attack the state of Israel and try to get all of it at some point. Anyway. I don't want to do that right now. I want to do bullshit. I missed some drama. Apparently Mr. Beard was involved in Noah Samson drama. I had no idea. What the fuck? Let's have a look.
Do I look like I stink a little bit? Maybe. Do I actually stink? Separate question. None of your fucking business. Okay, so we're almost done with this video series. This is episode 4 out of 6. For context, it's a video from Rob's Media called Why I Hate BreadTubers. Every time I post one of these videos, I immediately lose 200 subscribers. And then slowly over the first day, I gain back like, I don't know, 50 or 100. So we're cycling viewers out, and that's fun. I hope you get the sense that in this series, I'm trying to take the
Why is he losing viewers over that shit? Okay.
But you're down a couple notches and just sort of look at what this guy's saying and say, well, I don't know. What do we think about it? What do I think about it? Is he right? Is he wrong? I don't think it's centrist to say that like a lot of content is really like just, yo, it's not that deep, man. It's just some guy yapping on the internet just like me. Let's figure it out. Okay, here we go.
They do this because at the end of the day, BreadTubers are only really looking to make their political team look good, not having nuanced or interesting discussions. Which leads us to our next point.
This video was kind of
4.
shit.
They treat everything as team sports.
Let's go team. Editor, can we get a foam finger here? Let's go. Let's go team.
A lot of the hypocrisies in this
Does he have a separate editor? Okay.
come down to them only caring about what those on the right or censor do. If someone on their side of the aisle does something bad or questionable, they either look the other way or try to downplay it.
Okay, before we get into his examples, wasn't one of the things he said in the same video that leftists go after other leftists too much and call them Nazis?
Even the occasional left-wing personalities get called Nazis from time to time.
People say a lot of things about leftists, but not infighting is not one of those things.
The most recent example of this is with the Ava Chris Tyson situation, with only a few BreadTubers covering it. If you somehow don't know, Ava has been accused of grooming multiple minors on Discord and buying lolly art, among other things.
When has Ava Tyson ever been a leftist? At any point. She's famous for working for Mr. Beast. I think what Rob means when he says on their side of the aisle, he just means a trans person. It's that Ava Tyson's a trans person, and that automatically makes her a leftist or something?
While covering it on stream, Ethan is Online decided to downplay it all by saying Ava was just posting some edgy tweets 7 years ago, and that people change. He gets pressed for seemingly defending Ava and having some level of bias.
I will say that I do have I have a recency bias. I have a bias for shit that has actually happened in the last 5 fucking years. What Chris was doing on the internet in 2017 is fucking gross, unacceptable. But she doesn't do that anymore. She doesn't do that. It's not acceptable. I agree with you.
Okay, first off, bro, this shit is beyond
I don't know anything about this Ava Chris Tyson thing. That's my excuse.
gross.
Ethan very clearly states that what was happening on the screen was gross. Is Rob trying to say that that's not strong enough of an adjective? And because of that, he's somehow downplaying the situation? Ethan, please get a thesaurus and use stronger language, or else you are condoning this behavior.
And second, these tweets go up to 2019, 5 years ago. Your recency bias should apply.
Why is 5 years the landmark for what's considered recent? What happens in those 2 years that changes the definition and makes it so that Ethan is now trying to protect this person, despite clearly denouncing what's going on in those screenshots?
Your recency bias should apply. God, he looks like a Courage the Cowardly Dog villain.
Okay. Jesus, dude. I'm trying to take this thing seriously, and then randomly he'll throw stuff in like that. What's up with that, man? You know, there's a cottage industry of videos out there dunking on Ethan is Online, and there's a lot of stuff that goes on in those videos that is fucked up, and it's just very normalized, so.
This guy is not unique. There's like 500 of this exact dude. They got the same politics, the same IQ, the same smugness, but you know what they've not got?
Oh, no.
They've not got his blood cholesterol percentage. They've not got his BMI score, and you can't take that away from him.
I think I'll probably do a separate video
fat
called
jokes.
In Defense of Ethan is Online, because regardless of what you personally think of a guy, I feel like the amount of backlash he's received is very much not proportional to the crimes in question, at least from what I've seen, such as examples such as this example.
Another breadtuber who's been downplaying the Ava situation is Denims, and I eventually plan to talk about her takes on this in a future video.
Hell yeah, I'm excited for that. I'm at the edge of my seat.
When called out on her hypocrisy, she reacts with hostility.
Oh, you guys are so cute. One day after the former Twitch staff tweet about Doc, but now your narrative changes when the pedo is trans. I think it's cute that you want to believe that we're not consistent, but we are. It's you guys that aren't consistent.
Oh my god, this hostility is messed up. She called them cute and politely responded to their message in her chat. This is fucked up.
I think buying a poster from this weird pedo Nazi artist is fucking creepy and strange. I also think a 33-year-old man trying to meet up with a minor is creepy and insane, but it's cute that you want to believe that we're not consistent on our positions.
She's referring to the Dr. Disrespect situation, which
drama?
many compare
I don't
this
get
to
it.
for obvious reasons. Denims doesn't think this is as bad, despite there being way more evidence against Ava.
The amount of evidence for something doesn't, have a correlation with the severity of what that evidence shows. As long as there's evidence for both examples and they can be proven, then that's a totally separate question.
Basically, she spends 2 hours slowly reviewing the drama and cherry-picking the lousiest evidence to show to her audience.
Cherry-picking is a risky accusation to make because it's kind of hard to prove. In order to prove this, that she was cherry-picking, he would need to go through the stream and show examples where she deliberately ignored certain evidence in favor of less tangible evidence. She might have been doing that, but we have no idea because he just calls it cherry-picking, does not show how that happens, and because he's the one making that charge, I don't have to go through all of Denim's streams to try and debunk it because he's not showing it.
Tag two blokes who do fuck all.
Denims has flat out admitted before that she doesn't think covering drama from her neck of the woods is worth her time, saying this in the same stream where she defends Keffels.
My perspective is, I don't like to spend my time going after other people that are on the left, right? And that's just because I think my time is better spent making fun of people on the right.
Well, that's a team sports thing, though, right? Like, because people on the left can be pretty bad sometimes. Yeah.
You guys can disagree, and I'm not saying that no one should ever do this. And I'm not saying that I think it's bad to do this. I'm saying I don't like to spend my time.
It takes a great deal of courage to stand up to your enemies, but a great deal more to stand up with your people who raid you and have mutual audience overlap.
Fighting with people who are saying that they're on the left.
The fact she'll openly say this just shows how brainwashed her audience is.
Brainwashed, yeah, I love that. This is my personal opinion, and you guys can disagree.
0-0, I've been brainwashed. 0-0.
All hail Denims. All hail Denims. To elaborate further on the reasons why people might be skeptical to immediately jump onto grooming allegations is that Ava is trans, and that, as we looked at before, trans people being painted as groomers and predators is like a huge part of the demonization campaign against them, especially on the internet and especially on Twitter. So when this story initially broke, and I'm pretty sure these reaction streams are from like right around the time it initially broke, people were skeptical. I myself was skeptical because we've seen this happen so many times before where a trans person is wrongfully framed in this way to, from a bigotry. If anti-trans bigotry is something you care about, then you will want to be more skeptical of the claims. And I don't think there's anything wrong with skepticism. I hope none of you do either. Speaking of skepticism, not only does that apply to YouTube drama allegations, it also applies to news and how we understand the world. And that's why I want to talk about today's
sponsor. Called Chud Logic a groomer for sexting an 18-year-old when he was 35. That groomer. and kind of, I think he went pedophile and then he changed it to ephebophile. But kind of like mocked the idea of switching over to that. Because apparently like it does make sense to call someone a pedophile if they're talking to an 18-year-old when they're 35. That's bizarre.
Sponsor Ground News. Ground News is an online news platform that has a whole bunch of tools that can aid in the process of skepticism and critical thinking.
That's really creepy. I mean, you can call it creepy. It's not grooming, though. The problem is that people want to make it something that is like broadly societally condemnable. It's like that thing. Oh, this person's a groomer. What? It's not really grooming, though. 1830. It's not really grooming. Oh no, well, it's weird though. You didn't say it was weird. You said it was grooming. What? Just call it what it is. Why do you have to?
thinking. To see how this works, I want to jump into a story that I think is relevant to the point I was just talking about. Laws restricting transgender rights linked to uptick in suicide attempts among trans youth. Then there's an article summary below that. A study published in Nature Human Behavior found that suicide attempts among transgender and non-binary youth increased by up to 72% after anti-trans legislation became law. The researchers noted that suicide attempts did not rise during legislative debates, but significantly increased once laws were enacted. The impact was especially notable among 13 to 17-year-olds, suggesting a larger effect on younger individuals targeted by these laws. Down below, you can see that there's 18 articles covering this story. 9 of them are from left-leaning sources, 4 from the center, and 0 are killing kids. And if they knew that,
Who's killing kids? What the fuck?
Left-leaning sources, 4 from the center, and 0 right-wing outlets are covering it. It's possible that someone that subscribes to only right-leaning news outlets will never see this story and never know that this is happening, that laws they might support are killing kids. And if they knew that, if they'd been exposed to these stories, they might, you would think, you'd hope, change their mind about supporting these laws. Ground News has its own feature for this kind of thing called Blind Spot, which gives you a list of stories that are barely or not at all being covered by either side of the US political spectrum. They have a bias distribution chart on the page, which gives you a kind of visual breakdown of the leaning of the sources. And I think all these features are really helpful. Ground News is subscriber funded, which means they have no ads on the platform, which is really important because ads promote clickbait and sensationalism. So go to ground.news/Noah to see through misleading media narratives and stay informed. You get 40% off unlimited access to the Vantage plan if you use my link. Now we go back to the video.
Noah Sampson is also guilty of this. As he'd go out of his way to accuse Think Before You Sleep of leading to Illumination's doxing. Yet only a month prior, he was called out for being publicly friends of a known doxer. This is Bad Empanada, another BreadTuber who, just like Noah, hates Vosh and Xander Hall. Emp invited Noah to be part of his charity stream, with Noah making a now-deleted community post. He'd get some flack for this and not attend, with Emp mentioning this on the stream.
Yeah, someone in chat's asking about
I haven't seen him.
Asking about Noah. What about Noah Sampson?
Noah said that he can't come on. I'm not sure if he can't come on.
He got called out. That's why he didn't want to take the heat. He doesn't want the potential heat of there being clips of him in the future of him associating, jumping on the stream of an October 7th supporter. The fucking nerve of this guy to support October 7th and to wish Hezbollah would attack more, and then to fucking do like a charity stream afterwards, even though it's like, this is a war that you wanted. You wanted this. Like, the fuck?
Because he got like yelled at by Vosh pedophile fans, or because he just actually can't come on. But it's one of those things.
The real reason is because he got called out by other leftists for supporting a known doxer who sent targeted harassment campaigns against his critics.
Okay, so there's a few things to break down here. So first up, who is this Bad Empanada guy? Well, he's a video essayist. I do think he makes some of the best essays on the platform, especially his stuff about Palestine. He recently did a video debunking the history started on October 7th narrative that's commonly used by supporters of Israel to justify their ongoing genocide of Palestinians.
That's what everyone says. Everyone says there was no history between. Yeah, not that it was like during the history there are times where the conflict it increases and then it decreases, and there are turning points and there are instigations and there are pullbacks and there are ceasefires. And on October 7th, Hamas had a choice to either use the aid money that they were getting, which was quite a lot, to build up their society and to try and actually push for statehood by building a de facto state on the ground. Or they could have launched an attack at the biggest, most powerful military in the world, at a sovereign state under international law, murdered over 1,000 people and kidnapped 250 hostages in the hope that international condemnation would fucking save them at some point. Like, it's so stupid.
To me, that's super important work, and if you're a fan of my channel, I would recommend that video and others. Is he a known doxer, though? As far as I know, that's not true. I've never seen evidence of that, but I could be wrong.
Okay. Could be wrong. I wonder if I should let Noah know. How would I? Does he even have his fucking email over? Where is he? As far as I know, no. Wait, he's a fan of this guy. Shouldn't he know? Does he not? Like, he likes his community posts and shit. Like, he's definitely seen me getting doxxed by this guy. He admits to it. He says it's a good thing because it's like doxing Nazis or whatever. View email address. He's going to put up your DM in a video. Yeah, I know. I don't really expect any good faith from this guy, but okay. Spark Media. Has he got like a fucking company working for him now? Or is he working for a company? Oh.
Wrong about that. So let's see what Rob has to substantiate his claim that Bad Empanada is a known doxer. First up is a tweet exchange. It's Drew Pavlo says, Bad Empanada is now messaging me personally to threaten to post my home address and sue me for defamation. And then there's a quote tweet from Bad Empanada that says, I'm not going to post your home address or phone number, Drew, but maybe the people who keep sending them to me will. So first thing is that there's no screenshot provided here for the DMs that this person...
I refuse to believe he doesn't know this. He's just lying. Because I know that they follow each other on Twitter, and Bad Banana doxes me like every couple of months and posts it all the fucking time. Yeah, I don't believe him.
Drew references of Bad Empanada supposedly threatening to post his information. That would be doxing, and those DMs would be a threat of doxing, but you can't make that claim just because this guy said that it happened.
One of the guys he doxed was someone he was trying to sue for alleging that he was a pedophile, which there is evidence for, though it's nothing super concrete.
There is evidence for it, but it's not super concrete. What does that mean? Is there evidence or not? This is absurd. This tweet says, if you know the real identity and details of this person...
These drama channels are so shit. I thought drama creators, I don't know if the person who made this video that Noah's reviewing is a drama creator, but I thought drama creators were actually quite good with getting evidence together. I think that's the meme, isn't it? That BreadTube video essayists will just hide behind vague terms and like academic jargon because they don't actually have that much information at hand on the things that they talk about. But whereas your drama creators, like your fucking Mutahars and shit like that, just have receipts for everything. But this guy's maybe not quite up to that standard.
Please DM me. This is for legal action. There's a screenshot that says found. I don't know what's on that screenshot. It looks like maybe a photo. This person already displays their photos publicly. Nowhere in this screenshot does he dox anyone. It's not illegal to search for people's information for legal action. And unless you're posting it publicly, that's not doxing.
Doxing's not illegal, but doxing is still a thing. That guy was doxed. That was his name that was redacted. If you see a redacted thing on the screen, Noah, you should probably know that it's a...
doxing. Like, am I missing something here? If I am, let me know in the comments. We need explicit proof of him saying that. Without it, Rob's kind of slandering him here. I don't know if that's the right word, but doxing is a crime. So he's accusing him of a crime.
Doxing's not a crime. That's not the problem with doxing. The problem with doxing is that it's like an unethical use of people's information, collecting it together for malicious intent. But, okay.
And without evidence, which is probably not good.
Yeah, Noah has never made a public statement regarding Empanada. Though he left up a community post regarding unrelated criticism, these two are still following each other on Instagram, so... This tells me that Noah doesn't give a shit about harassment or doxing, as long as someone he likes does it.
No, I do care about harassment and doxing. I just know a lot of people on the internet don't like this guy and make false claims about him. And that's all that's happened in this video so far, is that you've alleged that he's doxed people, but there's nothing in these screenshots that shows that. The reason I backed out of the stream had nothing to do with this sort of backlash that he shows on the screen here, but it was because I reached out to, some creators I respect that I know care about this issue. And the perspective I got was that it's probably not worth the trouble because of how controversial this guy is online to go onto the stream, which I actually regret. I think I should have gone on the stream, and I think I made a mistake here because that was something that is truly important. One of the only real...
I maybe need to... I don't know. I know it's not worth the effort because I genuinely think people like Noah they don't care. And they definitely don't care if the accusation is going to come from someone like me. But it's not difficult to gather up the case against people against Bad Banana. I think even in that charity stream, the irony of him raising money for Palestinians in Gaza who are dying and suffering as a result of the war, he was on that stream saying that he wished Hezbollah would fire more attacks on Israel. Like, he wanted to drag another country into the war. Like, Hezbollah's attacks didn't help Palestinians in any fucking way. They couldn't help. But he just wanted to do it anyway because he likes it. He's one of the people naively jumping around and screaming and soying out at fucking aimless, like, indiscriminate rockets flying over Israel because inshallah they'll hit a fucking cow farm or destroy an abandoned Israeli house, or maybe they'll kill an Israeli civilian occasionally, even though that also means they have to kill fucking like Arabs and Druze people as well.
important and tangible things we can contribute to on here with our platforms. I could be wrong here, and if someone wants to provide something that shows that to be true, then yeah, I'll stop associating with this guy. But the fact that people were—
You'd stop associating with this guy if he doxes people. Hmm. 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 It's gonna mean going through his videos and his streams. Unfortunately, he gets banned on Twitter so often that the worst of his fucking takes are all gone. Is it worth it for you? I mean, I'm not like any audience members I lose as a result of that from my old left-wing audience, like fuck them. I don't want rape deniers in my audience, okay? I don't want people who are basically okay with Arabs dying so long as it makes Israel look bad in PR fucking terms. But it depends on how, because I imagine he's probably a lot more, he avoids the worst takes in his fucking videos, right? Like I imagine because I know there's that tweet of him like saying that there were no rapes on October 7th because there were no videos. Like he wants to see fucking rape pornography to get his proof. He has a new account. Yeah, but the problem is you have to archive. You have to archive tweets because tweets can be faked with Inspect Element. A lot of the old tweets I used to have were, I mean, I can even just the clips of him saying that he thinks like Israelis who were born there and didn't leave deserve to get fucking executed. I mean, hmm. The thing is, I don't really care much for the whole like, oh, this argument is wrong because of this. This argument is wrong because of this. Because again, like left-wingers don't care. They don't give a fuck. They're brain broken on this conflict. There's no point trying to explain this conflict to someone who got all their information from a fucking pamphlet with a disappearing Palestine map on it. That's not worth it. But people who are just slightly more humanist on the left and will actually denounce things like October 7th would probably benefit to know that this guy actually supports all of it. Like if Israel got nuked, he would be really happy. That he does just want like half of the world's Jews to die or get re-educated in camps. So yeah, I could maybe Drew Pavlou archive tweets. Yeah, the problem with Drew Pavlou though is he's fucking unhinged as well. I don't think I'd want to collaborate with him on a video because he's mental. He like he crosses a lot of lines that I'm not interested in either. But I guess we can see. We can look into how worth it that is. If anyone has anything, you can send things to me. If you've got like archived tweets or fucking what else would it be? Either archived tweets or archived tweets or clips from videos. Probably the best thing. I imagine in some of the live streams he probably does own a lot of ridiculous positions. But it's just the obvious things. The actual, like, the support for groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and the support for their actions. That's like the main thing that you'd want to highlight about him. And the stalking and the harassment and the death threats and all that shit. I don't think any of these people care. Like, Noah doesn't care about bad arguments. Noah doesn't know a good argument from a bad argument. He wouldn't like, and that makes me assume that people who watch him don't either. That's not really what we're going for. I just got. It's funny because he said all that. It's all like in one place. He's saying like, "Oh, I don't know if he's done this, but if he has, I'll dissociate." I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, then there's a lot of evidence there. It would just be interesting to have that on display, you know, to actually see if he'll stand by his words." We'll see.
Were this quick to shit on me for joining.
P Nasty, thanks for the 200. I don't know where those are. Disassociate. No, yeah, fuck off. Incredible video on Nasrallah. How much time have you spent in Arab history just to know that off the top of your head? I've watched 100 hours of IP content and still didn't know it by heart. I don't know. Watch stuff, read stuff over a couple of years. Most of what I've yeah. I don't know.
That charity stream, kind of based on hearsay, based on like the existing ideas of a space of people like the Vosh community or whoever else who don't like this guy, is kind of ridiculous. You know, it just seems like, you know, if you're a left.
If you make a post in the Destiny subreddit, someone will probably do it for you. Would you fight Noah? Probably not. I'd have an argument with him though.
Just, you shouldn't be doing shit like that.
I mean, here's him initiating
rupees,
a targeted harassment campaign against Xander Hall.
Oh,
Stop it.
He'll probably complain about being clipped out of context, but I mean, the full video's there. It's a full video. You can watch the whole thing. Also, if you do go there, don't say anything mean, please. Just comment Squid Gang with 6 G's.
Yet he gives TBYS shit for doing the exact opposite, and discouraging his audience from leaving mean comments on Ilya's video.
Alright, so he's alleging here that this is me starting a targeted harassment campaign. Is that true? Well, I mean, kind of. Even though I started that clip by explicitly stating to not leave mean comments.
So if you do go there, don't say anything mean, please.
That is kind of nullified by the fact that I give them something to comment. Squid Gang with 6 G's, which is, you know, it's kind of a stupid joke. But that obviously could encourage people to go do that video and comment, even if they wouldn't have done so
Orange light
before.
theory,
I'm not going to
let's
defend
go.
this clip. I shouldn't have said this, and I do apologize to Xander Hall if it caused him any stress. I think I started working on this video when I had around 5,000 subscribers. So I was new to the game, and I definitely
I don't think he had 5,000. Maybe started working on. I think he was a bit bigger than that, but okay.
did not fully grasp how stuff like this could be interpreted and how including the Squid Game comment could lead to harassment. But it definitely could have. So again, I apologize.
Noah also ignored the fact that on multiple occasions, Ilya sent her fans to mass report TBYS's video, despite it being pretty tame and not being considered cyberbullying under YouTube's strict rules. He even downplays it by saying TBYS is just a crybaby for even considering this could lead to deplatforming.
So there's a 30-minute section of that video where I go in detail on that specific example. I didn't ignore it. A lot of people did get the impression that I was excusing wrongful reporting in that section, and I could see how that might have happened. What I needed to do was state right at the beginning that even though flagging videos is sometimes a necessary thing, that doesn't mean it's okay to wrongfully flag videos. The debate over whether or not that report was wrongful wasn't settled until they determined that's the case. And it turns out YouTube ruled that the video wasn't cyberbullying. At the time, I genuinely didn't know, and I didn't go into that detail because I didn't think it was that relevant. And I guess, you know, given the reception, it definitely was. So, okay, so this one was kind of a bit more of a mess, but I don't know, I could be wrong about some of the stuff in that video, but I'm curious to know your thoughts. But yeah, I think that's probably it. Thanks for watching. If you already
Okay, didn't actually expect that little light bulb from that video, but it's worth keeping in mind. Drama. Jack Smith filing time. You know what? Maybe. I'm considering it. Okay. Do I want to do that one first? Probably. Could you de-radicalize someone like Noah? Definitely not, no. Noah is the kind of person who might change his mind on certain things or hold positions that are actually not as far left as what his audience is used to. He would never let you know that, though, because he wants to keep his audience. I think that's his priority. I think most successful YouTubers are probably a bit like that. The problem is that if you rise up, if there's like a wave of popular content, like this kind of like woo fucking baby socialist breadtube shit, then if you rise up with that movement, you're going to be like that forever. And then the problem is people like Noah rise up with it, even though he's not particularly clever. He doesn't really make good points. Even when he does like drama slop, he doesn't even make particularly good points, but he just kind of was made like a few like semi-watchable videos with that wave. And then like that's who he is. Like if he changed his mind on something and started becoming like a social democrat, even, he would just like completely collapse. He would have no way coming back from that. I was actually on the way to the shop today. I was stopped by a guy in the street who recognized me. He said that I had changed the way he thinks about Israel-Palestine. I was like, wow, shit. Yeah. I was like, damn, you, what? You mean you became more racist? Nice. Ooh. Anyway, I'm sorry, I was joking. Kalinda, how's it going?
Oh, hello. Wow. I was surprised that happened. And the other guy, actually, maybe you should pull the other guy in first because he said he has to leave soon.
Okay.
And then I'll come back after. Oh, okay. I'll just wait.
Cool. I can put you back if you want. Just go back.
No, it's fine. Okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Hello, Sympho de Proggy.
Hi. It's been a while since it came up, but you were talking about the placement of military assets in populated areas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a quick thing, like I would recommend to anybody listening to just like Google Maps any major Western city, Europe or the US, and search for military base. You will find military assets in every major city. There's the USAF building on 3rd in New York. There's a bunch of training centers. There's barracks all over military cities. The important thing is that they were not there. They were not placed there with the intent to shield them. The intent is the critical thing. And also that they comply with distinction, which, like you said, closed off military area, clearly marked, certainly not under any civilian infrastructure. So it's very much a case where there's no understanding of how the concept of human shields is applied and what are the requirements, and they're just reducing the resolution as much as possible so that they can claim that two things are the same when they're not.
Yeah, like because I've literally been to Tel Aviv, where that IDF building, which is opposite the shopping center, I've seen that. It's literally, it's got a walled perimeter with barbed wire surrounding it, and it's a big glass building. It's not like underground. So yeah, you could literally hit that with a fucking precise, like a legal munition, and the surrounding buildings would probably be fine. Which is very different from, and it's also, I guess it probably also matters that like, it also matters that Israel has not started any wars with any countries that actually can practice discernment anyway. So it's
I agree on that, but that's the kind of thing that really makes sense for somebody that already agrees with you, but it's not going to work for anyone that's on the other side.
Yeah,
that's how I feel. But there's also a timeline issue. So for instance, like the IDF Central Command, the one that's in front of Azrieli. So that whole area is called Sarona. That's an abandoned Templar colony, and that's where the British had their HQ. And when they moved out, the IDF set up shop there. So late 40s, and over like the following 3 decades or so, Tel Aviv expanded, and just urban sprawl just swallowed Sarona. So, like, by the timeline, intent is impossible in this case.
Yeah.
That's just some stuff that. Well, I don't think many people know about the history of how the HQ ended up where it is, but yeah, you can find very similar things literally everywhere. Like the Spanish Army military HQ is in like smack dab in the middle of Madrid. You can look at in Copenhagen, the Danish command is like right in front of their national bank. Like, this is not uncommon at all, and it's not in violation of IHL in any way.
Mm-hmm. Is it true that do you know anything about the Israeli bunker in Tel Aviv as well? They have an underground bunker in there, don't they?
Do you mean like under like the under the defense command? Like,
I don't actually know where it is. I mean, maybe because I saw this article. A look inside Israel's fortress of Zion, military command beneath Tel Aviv. Do you know about this?
it's generally the case that command buildings have sub-levels, and those sub-levels are fortified, and they tend to contain their, like, communication centers and stuff like that. But like that's if you go to like the Navy HQ or the Air Force HQ, and you go like three levels down, there's like, that's what they're talking about. It's not some like like a hidden like telephone booth somewhere in
yeah, it's not like underneath it doesn't run underneath the shopping center or anything.
No, it's directly under military buildings.
Okay. Oh, so these people are just fucking retarded. Even that Gaza Accountability Project, the History Speaks thing, tried to send me this as evidence of the IDF using human shields. But oh well. But yeah, you can see that. But like, I'm pretty sure any legal strike on that building would just hit that building. Like, I don't think it would cause damage to Israeli center, right?
I wouldn't expect it to, but that kind of depends. Like, we can imagine a scenario where some IRGC guy is, doing the weaponeering analysis, and he's like, yeah, you know what? If we want to get down to that third level, we're going to need a missile that can create enough explosive force that it might also damage them all. But like, we're assuming that they're conducting this level of analysis, which they wouldn't. They're just throwing stuff at us.
So then, wait, does that mean if Israel started a war with a country that actually could target that building, with a big enough strike, would that be illegal for them? If, like, say, if Israel started a war with America, and America was like, well, yeah, we can't hit this building, but it's going to take out some civilians as well.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, no, this is important to mention. I'm not speaking as some sort of expert, but I'm just trying to base my understanding of the spirit of IHL. If somebody was conducting this proportionality assessment, and in order to reach a specific target, for instance, in the underground of the IDF HQ, they needed to use a missile that would do some sort of collateral damage in the surrounding area, I think that would be legal, and in that case, it would be the Israeli government's responsibility to evacuate people in that area if they know such an attack is incoming, and they should be warned that such an attack is incoming, because if they're attacking an installation, that's not something that can be moved, so there's no reason not to give warning.
Yeah. Okay. So like, because the way it is now, it's not really human shielding because it's not there because they're trying to deter any attacks. That's the idea, right?
Yeah. So the crucial thing is that there is no intent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In order to do human shielding, you need to be where you are with the intent of being there to reduce the chances of being targeted. And that's not the reason they're there. They're there because they've been there for like 80 years. That's the reason they're there. They were there since before Tel Aviv happened, and logistics and stuff just made it convenient, and it wasn't an issue until like the past 20 or so years when rocket attacks became a thing. That people weren't robbing rockets at Tel Aviv in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a different kind of war. So now is the question, like, is the IDF required by IHL to evacuate its HQ because it might be targeted? No, that's not the case. I don't think that's in the spirit of the law, and I don't think there's any precedent for that.
Okay.
Okay,
And
well,
do you know what? Okay, I was going to ask you one more thing if you have a minute.
Oh yeah, sure.
When it comes to discerning intent, why is it that there are certain people who say like Amnesty, or when they say that you can't prove that it was intentional, the placement was intentional of those say Hamas targets or Hezbollah targets underneath civilian buildings?
That's I don't know what kind of gymnastics they make. I guess the argument might be that they don't have the option of making it anywhere else, because if they do it anywhere else, then they would be attacked much more easily. But that's literally
intent. Yeah.
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 You can make a pragmatic argument for it, but in that situation, you're just excusing violation of IHL.
Yeah, and it's not even because it's not even fucking like it's not even separate buildings. Even if it were like a particular tower block in Gaza that was the Hamas HQ and that was where they had their weapons in it and everything else, and it was like surrounded by civilian areas, like that's still different from what they do. That's not what they do at all. They use civilian buildings. Yeah.
Yeah. So I gotta go, but thanks.
All right. Take care, man. Bye bye.
See ya.
Hello, Loner.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty all right. Yeah. So since you're not going to do it, and since Destiny is lost in the January 6th video making shit, I started thinking maybe just maybe I might actually attempt, based on your advice about starting off streaming, how video essays are easy to start with. So I was thinking I might actually go through that hour-long video that Hassan posted, or that was posted on one of Hassan's things, where he attempts to radicalize that poor normie streamer into loving the Houthis and Hezbollah, and he tells a bunch of lies about the history of Israel Palestine. I was
Okay.
thinking I might actually make a video essay going over that, but I started watching it, and it seems like a large portion of that, or some portion of that video, is him watching an Amnesty International video about how Israel is an apartheid state. Or, I'm sorry, it says Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories are apartheid.
Okay.
So, disclosure, but is Sev here? Because I wanted to ask him some questions. Although he might.
He probably is
I
here.
also had an IHL thing for you as well that I was curious about. Somebody was arguing with me on Twitter, and they were making the argument that this is so stupid. Like, I feel like I know in my head that it's wrong and dumb, but they were making the argument that that Israel operating in the West Bank and arresting people there is like the same as Hamas taking hostages or something, and then they cited some Christian girl from the West Bank who got arrested by the IDF for some reason. I don't, and they said it was because it was an occupation. that means that it is like taking hostage, but Israel never said why. Like I understand, like that's obviously not the case, but I don't, like, I'm assuming that there's some occupation or some obligation under IHL that the occupying power has to keep to maintain some sort of law and order, or to like govern the territory, right? Is that, I assume that's a thing?
Yeah. Yeah, it's what are we talking about? Yeah, people try, like Mehdi Hassan tries to say that with his debate with Elon Levy. Yeah, people think that it's like the equivalent of taking random civilians as hostage. But then that's a whole question about the people who are in administrative detention, which is people who are detained without trial. Is that the same as a hostage? Then we probably have to explain why that is not, because I don't actually know what the justification for that. I don't even know if there is one. But the big difference is that when Israel did release prisoners in the first hostage exchange, some of those people were people who had attempted murder. They'd attempted suicide bombings. So I feel like if they had a bunch of completely innocent civilians as hostage, they'd probably release them, but they didn't. They released a bunch of people who were actually criminals. So I doubt they're holding on to people who are just no threat. Maybe it's just to do with like the differences in occupied territory and how you can administer take security measures without like a legal due process. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Also, Sev just said I could DM him in the chat. I guess he's probably busy or something. But yeah, I don't know. It's dumb. It's all dumb. I can't even. Oh yeah, I've been trying to read Benny Morris's Righteous Victims too, because I figured it would be helpful. But man, I don't know what it is. I can't seem to concentrate on reading books anymore the same way as I could at university. But anyway, so you're going to do the Jack Smith thing, eh?
Yeah, I'll probably have a look. I mean, the whole thing is 160 pages, but I can definitely look at the highlights for one and just see if it sparks an interest. Yeah.
I glanced at it. It looks really good. Oh, hey, it's you. I thought you wanted me to DM you.
No, never mind. I got called out by like 4 people, and I get one guide so easily.
Well, I mean, I don't know if because I wanted to ask you some questions about like the things that people say about like your group, like Palestinian Israelis, because Westerners have all these ridiculous ideas about them. And I, as a Westerner, would like to, like, I feel like I've sort of
99% of what you hear is probably bullshit from both Israelis and Palestinians and like almost everybody.
Yeah, that's what I went and I read a little bit about it on Wikipedia, but I'd be curious to see, like, I have things I'm curious about as well, like other things too, but I don't know if Loner, do you want to go back to your content? Like,
no, it's fine. You guys can talk. It's fine.
Okay.
This is content for him. He can post this.
Eric Risberg, if you are going to recommend Pape over Morris, it's delusional. I mean, I can show you just off the top of my head like 3 or 4 footnotes of Pape that are just fabrications, like they're lies. I don't know if you want to come on Discord and discuss that and see if it changes your mind, but okay, interesting. Sorry, go on.
Oh man, I love when people post screenshots of the things. Okay, so first of all, anyway, I assume that you're going to say this is fucking retarded, Seb, but I'll just ask you straight up. How do you feel about people who say that you are living in an apartheid state and that you are being apartheided?
It's completely false. It's discriminatory at some levels, but it's not apartheid level. It's kind of like it's like lowering the standard for apartheid, I guess, or like making apartheid seem not as bad. At least to me, if you're making this, calling what I'm going through apartheid.
Is that because of how it compares to in the West Bank? Like you feel like they're just not
Yeah, no, in the West Bank, like especially Area C, Area B, I would definitely say that apartheid conditions for the very least. But for proper Israel, where Israeli citizens, yeah, no, there's like no equivalent to apartheid.
Yeah, because you guys can vote, and like there are Arabs in the Knesset, and like I know that there's more to apartheid than that, but I've heard that comparison that like the discrimination is more systemic and stuff. The other things that I've heard too is that Palestinian Israelis sort of in some ways maybe feel like they are left out because Israel is the Jewish state, and that's sort of like what the national thing is, and that seems a little bit like it's kind of isolating or alienating for you guys. I don't know if that is something that you
yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from about that. What's it called? For me, first off, I personally hold on, I need to just send a message. What's it called? The thing is, I wasn't really upset about the nation state law when I found out about it because I wasn't into politics when it was signed in, like when it was like wrote in. But later, when I found out about it, I was like, oh, I expected as much of a country like Israel to have something like this. They're very proud about their Jewish identity for Israel. Like for them, an Israeli is a Jew and a Jew is an Israeli. A lot of people you would talk to in Israel wouldn't like think Arab Israeli is also an Israeli for most of the part. And we had this conversation on stream before where like people feel ostracized or like othered in the country, but it's also that this country others people that aren't Jewish.
Yeah, that was the I think I got that impression somewhat because I saw that conversation you had with Mina. I think that was her name when Lorna was going over.
Wasn't it the girl that like sorry for the kids if you hear them. Hold on, let me close my door. Fucking kindergarten here. Anyway, it wasn't Mina, it was another person. She was a Jewish Israeli who lives in another country. Fuck, I forgot her name. You met her, Loner, in Israel.
What? Bambino?
Not
who are we talking
Jewish
about?
Israel.
Oh, what? Cher?
Not Cher, the one that said, "Why didn't you say fellow Israelis?" I forgot her name for some reason.
Oh, I thought it was
Daffodils.
Mina.
Daffodils.
Oh no, it was daffodils. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize, Mina, if I have slandered you. Cause
Mina's not Israeli.
oh, I don't know why I thought.
Yeah, we're talking about daffodils. Yeah.
Daffodils. And like she asked me, I said it didn't say fellow Israelis, which is like something like kind of ridiculous. But the country does make people feel, or Israelis in general, make people feel like they're other than this country. They do other people that are not Jewish. It's just racism, and it's pretty normal. Like you see it in the UK. I just think it's a little higher level than other countries. Maybe it's because I'm sitting here experiencing it rather than in other countries.
Well, I mean, Israel's fairly unique as well, though, right? Because it bills itself as we are a state for the Jews, and so if you're living there and you're not a Jew, and you're part of the group of people that had to be kicked off the land in order for like them to form that state. I don't know how they would like the UK doesn't say we're a state for Christians or we're a state for white people. They just were that for a while, but I don't think they've ever said that that's what they always or that was explicitly what they were. So yeah, I don't even know how you would solve that problem other than like making Israel into a more multicultural society.
It's multicultural in reality. It's just like the image of Israel. That multiculturalism isn't. It's at the very like roots level. It's not something that is at the top level. For example, there is attempts to subside this, and like from the Israeli government sometimes. Sometimes not this current government, the previous government, or ones before it, where they like try to push for Arab students or Arab to get into a sector that doesn't have much Arab representation in it, which is better. Like for example, the tech sector. I think there's a lack of Arab people in it, but for the teachers, like education sector, there isn't many Jewish counterparts in it. There's like Jews do not go to be a teacher anymore, or Jews do not go into the medical field as much as Arabs. Like so there's an imbalance, but they're just balancing each other out. A lot of what's it called? The jobs that Jews go for in this country is like tech jobs now.
Interesting. That trying to think here what else there. The previous Israeli government was what party were they? I feel like
it was a coalition. It was a bunch of them.
That's right.
It was a mix of right wing and left wing. Meretz, what's the Ram, and I don't really know the Jewish parties that were part of it. I know what's his name, the guy that used to be with Benny. Bibi changed the guy that
Benny Gantz.
Not Benny Gantz. What's his name? He looks like a racist caricature of.
God damn it! Tip of my tongue.
Do you know what his name is?
Naftali Bennett.
Yeah, yes, Naftali Bennett. That's the one.
I thought. Oh, you're talking. Wait, really? I was under his government. He wasn't even in there for very long, was he?
Yeah, he was there for 2 years, but then they were supposed to be there for 4 years, but the government collapsed.
Oh yeah, and then they had another election and Bibi got reelected again. Yeah, I remember when that happened and it was like a big deal, but then Bibi just ended up coming back. It feels like Bibi's been there for forever.
Well,
anyway.
I have more work to do and I have to catch up on it. If you want to ask any more questions, just DM me.
Yeah, okay, sure thing. I will do that.
Go back to your content, loner.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
All right, see you later, buddy.
All right, take care.
Good
Bye-bye.
luck. Bye.
Okay. Okay. Great convo. Wasn't listening to a word of it. Fuck that. We got loads of Reddit posts up. Oh no. What is this? Quick poll to gauge the interest in banning rage bait and drama posting. This would include dubiously sourced tweets, biased articles, and drama posts of other subreddits and streams. I don't want to influence the results. I'm going to cast my vote. Just want to see what they say. Okay. The subreddit is weird. Yeah, it's somehow just not very reflective of the chat. Or you guys are just more well behaved in here than you are when you watch the streams. I don't know. Have your views since the Ben Shapiro debunking video changed? Ben Shapiro, probably the only thing that's changed, particularly from that video, would be my charitability towards Arafat and Abbas and the peace process. I think I was a bit more charitable to their stories than I should have been. The rest of it, Ben Shapiro's just full of shit. He's just a massively partisan shithead, so who shouldn't be taken seriously by anyone. But it is what it is. Reddit is for banned chatters. Who's a mainstream figure that's not partisan in the issue? Piers Morgan. The rare breed. The only one. The way that's weirdly true. It is true. It is true. Who's more partisan than Pierce on this particular content? Who's mainstream? Are you kidding me? Who? Name one who's less partisan than Piers Morgan. Okay. What did Pape get wrong or fabricate? I'm curious as I haven't cracked his books yet. Well, for people who are far left, it's really easy to, because I know that the far left standard right now, right, is to write off anyone who believed the 40 beheaded babies claim ever, even if they believed it for like a day and then walked it back afterwards, like basically everyone did, apart from Biden, who took a bit longer. Although Biden didn't say 40, he just said beheaded babies, and then he eventually stopped saying it as well. But Pape kind of has his own little equivalent to that. Biden didn't say 40 beheaded babies. He said he saw beheaded babies. Jesse Irwin's got a list. I can see that on your Reddit, yeah. This is the example I saw. The example I saw was here. It's one of the first ones I noticed, but there's this whole contention over whether or not there were rapes at Deir Yassin in the massacre. Was there a massacre? No one denies that, I don't think, unless they're fucking mental. There are some people who deny it, unfortunately, but there's been more contention over whether or not there were rapes. I think most historians say there weren't. There were rapes in other places that are well documented, but not particularly Deir Yassin, although you see Pape here talking about Deir Yassin. He asserts that there were. Number of women raped and then killed. And his citation is right here, 6. He's citing Matthew Hogan, The Saga of Deir Yassin, Revisionism and Reality. The problem is that when you go to this, Traveling Israel, when you go to this essay that he's citing, it's really short. It mentions rape, but it doesn't actually make the case that there was rape. It actually says, so what this whole piece is they're critiquing another piece of work, like an IDF propaganda, like an old Israeli propaganda piece that denies the massacre as a whole, but one of the points of evidence that they use is no evidence of rape. So it says, it cites witnesses who find no evidence of excesses like rape and mutilation, which is true, that's what witnesses did say. But what they're doing here is they're criticizing this Israeli propaganda piece for citing the lack of evidence for rape and mutilation, but omitting that the witnesses did say that there was mass murder, that loads of civilians were murdered in Deir Yassin, which is true. So there's actually no point in here. Even this author says some accusations against the killers, example, rape and mutilation, are more controversial and elusive than others. For example, general looting and prisoner exhibition. So the argument of this paper is to say that IDF propaganda, like Israeli propagandists, will focus on the poor evidence for rape and use that to write off the whole thing. But for some reason, as in like they're conceding that the evidence for rape is poor. There's only 2 mentions of it. And Pape takes this paper as proof that, like, his statement is just that a number of women were raped and killed. He completely miscites his source. And that's just one. Is that thing true about the father putting his son in an oven? True. No. There's no evidence for that. Are your notes on IP published? Some of them are, yeah. Oh, God. Current rough notes from Mr. Irwin. Okay, let's have a look. What the fuck? How do I open this? What is this thing? I can go through a few more if you want, if that's not enough for some people, but he does a lot of these. A lot of his citations are really, really lazy and sloppy. I think he also said, did he not say, it's ironic. It's you can look in the description of the video. It's in the description of the video. I'm pretty sure he said something about 30 babies killed in Deir Yassin as well, which is also, I don't think is true. I don't think there were 30 babies killed. The story about the oven is a very interesting example of why witness statements are only reliable for a certain period of time. Because in Deir Yassin, there was a baker and the baker's son who were both killed very early on in the battle. And people were hiding in the bakery when they first heard the gunshots. So the Irgun bursts into this building, shoots at people, killing the baker and his son, and then everyone else flees and run, like all the women who are hiding in the bakery run away. And then I think in Walid Khalidi's book, he mentions that one witness heard another person screaming that they murdered the bakers, they pushed them in the oven. But that's it. Like, there's no other witness testimony from the time that backed that up, or like someone just said that they heard someone else screaming that. So it's the person who didn't see it themselves quoting another witness who just said something as she was fleeing. So that's the oldest claim from, that's like a claim from the time. That's the only like early evidence you have of it. Then the story just kind of just gets buried. And it only reappears in like 2010 when one Deir Yassin survivor who was a child at the time, who was 11 years old, writes this pamphlet or this book that is so far I found to be untraceable, other than that it's referenced in another book by a full-on propagandist who just quotes the guy's statement saying that the baker was forced to throw his son into the oven and then pushed in afterwards. That's the new claim. The fact is, though, is that that is just so unlikely to have happened because there's nothing from the time that suggests that that kind of act actually took place. There's nothing. What's possible is maybe someone was shot and then they fell towards the oven. Like, that might be a thing. But the idea that there was this, like, psychopathic fucking play with the victims or whatever by the Irgun is just not shown. And it doesn't even make sense because the timeline is that baker was shot. Most sources say the baker was just shot. That's it. One says there was a grenade thrown in. But the timeline is that this happened really early on in the battle. It happened like 5 a.m. And I think the battle starts at about 4 a.m. or maybe even a bit later. So, no, it was 4 a.m. and I think the battle started at 3:45 or something. Yeah, it was really early on when the fighting was still going on. So it just doesn't make any sense that whilst the fighting is still happening, that these Irgun fighters would jump into this bakery after they've shot someone, apparently, and stop the fight to play this fucking torture game with a baker, and no one talks about this event until 70 years later. That doesn't make any. It's just like a completely ridiculous story. But that's the evidence that people work with. Like left wingers love that story, even though it's not really ever been backed up by credible historians. This doesn't even make sense because the Irgun and the Lehi bragged about the atrocities they committed in Deir Yassin. They even exaggerated them, but no one said anything about a fucking oven. So, yeah, that's where that story comes from. Have you researched the Saf massacre? Nope. That's part of Operation Hiram, was it? In the north. God, they've actually done like 17 pages of bad Pape citations. Oh, this is him throwing out a lot of quotes that don't have proper references. Okay. Wait, shall I look through one of this? What's like one of the particularly damning ones? Hmm. Uh... Caesarea. Oh, the first village that was expelled. Hmm. Trying to think of which one of these to show that would actually. Oh. What does Todo mean? Fuck, I'm gonna go to my Reddit. I'm gonna go to the ones I'm familiar with. This is the first one I did, and then I got lazy. Okay. The one that I did, which is actually picked up off of Benny Morris, he did this as well. He noticed this, but I kind of did some elaborating, read the source that they're talking about. Where's this? I can just read this to you. Oh, yeah, it's the Shaw Commission. It's over the 1920 riots. And it's where Pape says that, this is from a different book. This is where Pape claims that the 1920s riots, where I think 4 Jewish people were killed. This is a riot that was incited by al-Husseini. The British Commission report, according to Pape, upheld the basic Arab claim that Jewish provocations had caused the violent outbreak. The principal cause, Shaw wrote after leaving the country, was 12 years of pro-Zionist policy. The thing is that when you read the Shaw Commission, the provocations that Shaw is actually talking about, it makes it sound like there was some kind of like violence or something, but the provocations he's talking about are like Jewish demonstrations that were peaceful at the Wailing Wall, and a newspaper article at the time that said that they were going to have demonstrations. That's what they mean by provocations. He doesn't actually say what the provocations were, Pape. He just says this. Is Avi Schleim a better historian than Pape? Yeah, as far as yeah, like 100%. It's interesting because when he says it's provocations up to the riots, the only actual attacks at the area where the protests were taking place is mentioned by the commission, but it's all attacks on Jews, not the other way around. And this quote here, which he says, Shaw wrote that the principal cause was 12 years of pro-Zionist policy. When Shaw says this is one of Pape's direct quotations, but it's nowhere to be found. It's not in any of his footnotes. Like, he just made it up. So the problem is that you've already got like a situation here where there's a riot, and it's generally understood to be al-Husseini and his supporters attacking Jews without physical provocation, and people getting murdered. And Pape just saying that the principal cause was 12 years of pro-Zionist policy, like misquoting this guy. But this quote is nowhere to be found. I've never been able to find it, and his footnotes don't lead you there either. It's footnote 5, which is apparently this Shaw Commission session 46, then page 103, then no page number. And it's footnote 5. That's what's listed in his book. But he doesn't actually... The problem is that he's talking about a Shaw Commission session, which took place before Shaw left the country. So even that doesn't make sense. And it's not in this session 46. So, yeah, he just fabricated a quote. And when Benny Morris actually brought that to him in one of his articles, Pape did respond, but he didn't address the point about the Shaw Commission, about the riots. So, pretty wild. But yeah, like after going through a couple of those, I just feel like it's very difficult to trust what Mr. Pape says. Anyway. Are we going to cover this fucking Trump shittery? Yeah. I don't want to do IP shit forever, guys. Come on. We need to do Yankoid politics. The best kind, the only kind. It's a slog going through Pape's footnotes because the citations are so dog shit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure his timeline for a lot of the attacks on the villages are fucked up as well. IP is boring unless it's new stuff. Speak for yourself. I love doing the history stuff. Shit. Because it's so much more... There is so much more evidence when you want to debate that stuff compared to all this nonsense. First of all, though, is I do need to pee, and then we're gonna do Jack Smith stuff. CNN item on it. Wow.
What Jack Smith is doing here is he's essentially laying out his trial case,
Whoa.
but on what Jack
2-minute
Smith...
section. Okay, 1 minute. Be right back. Because the problem is with like fucking contemporary stuff, what do you have? With history, you've got loads of documentation, you've got your witness statements, you've got your fucking archives, often from several sides, you've got your UN reports of the time, you've got loads of observers, especially with Israel-Palestine. And you've also got the benefit of a few decades of argumentation that's already happened around sorting out the shit sources from the good ones. Today, you've got like, oh, well, this one article of the Times of Israel said that one unnamed source said that the pagers were triggered individually with precise intel on each location. I'm like, okay, that's really helpful. Like, one unnamed foreign source said that, okay, wow, great. Be right back. Okay. Right. Let's see the little fucking
is
clip.
doing here is he's essentially laying out his trial case, but on paper rather than in a courtroom. Now, the reason he's doing this all stems back to the U.S. Supreme Court's immunity ruling, which came down on July 1st of this year. What Jack Smith is now arguing to the district judge, the trial judge, Judge Chutkan, is all the things that we've alleged against Donald Trump that are in the new indictment, the slimmer indictment that was returned a couple weeks ago. All of these were personal or political acts and not official acts. There's a quote in here from Jack Smith that I think sums up his approach very well. He says, quote, "The through line of Trump's efforts was deceit. The through line of these efforts was not doing his job as president. He was acting deceitfully." So Jack Smith here, this is his brief, and he's saying to Judge Chutkan, all the stuff that's in our new slim down indictment, it's all okay. None of it is entitled to immunity, and we should be able to proceed to trial on it.
How did this motion come about? It's important for folks to understand why it is that Jack Smith was, and he was given a green light by Judge Chutkan to file this and have it be released.
He certainly was. And there are a couple of unusual things about the way this happened, Jake. So first of all, ordinarily, when it comes time for motions, the defense goes first. The prosecution puts in its indictment. The defense says, here's what we object to in the indictment, and the prosecution responds. Here, Jack Smith said a few weeks ago, Judge Chutkan, we want to go first. And Judge Chutkan actually said, well, that's quite unusual, but she let them go first. And the effect of that now is we essentially have Jack Smith's case, at least on paper, at least the parts that have not been redacted, 30-some days before the election.
Why are they putting Jack Smith talking underneath? That's so distracting.
Whereas we might not otherwise.
It sounds like a very quiet TTS.
Have had it. Now, Donald Trump's team will respond to this. They will say essentially all the stuff that he is accused of doing was all part of his official job, including the Mike Pence conversations. And Jake, I should note, like you, I'm not all the way through this thing, but just to give a taste of what Paula and others are looking at, there is a list of conversations fairly early on in this brief. It's just a bullet point list, a page and more, of conversations that Donald Trump had with Mike Pence. And some of that, I believe, gives us new detail. For example, at one point, Donald Trump tells Mike Pence, according to Jack Smith, to treat it not as a loss, the election, not as a loss, just as an intermission. So we are going to see some more details about those key conversations.
In her new memoir, Melania Trump reportedly makes a pretty strong case for women's reproductive rights.
I don't care. Oh, that's quite funny, actually, if she's doing that. Oh, well. Okay. So, federal prosecutors laid out their most extensive case to date against former President Donald Trump for his effort to overturn the 2020 election in a sweeping legal brief that was unsealed Wednesday by a federal judge who is weighing the explosive criminal charges against him. The 165-page document, 165 pages. Let's go. Fuck, man. Fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no. We eating tonight? It's fine. I mean, you guys don't reward me for reading long shit, so I'm not gonna fucking bother. Fuck you guys. You guys reward me for fucking slop. For live updates and going, whoa, my God, whoa, is that an explosion? All right. Which lands weeks before an election in which Trump is taking another shot at the White House, offers new detail about special counsel Jack Smith's investigation into the former president's efforts to lean on state officials and paint a narrative of widespread fraud that prosecutors say Trump knew was untrue. Oh. It includes new details of Trump's frayed relationship with former Vice President Mike Pence, FBI evidence of Trump's phone usage on January 6, 2021, when rioters overtook the U.S. Capitol, and conversations with family members and others where the then president was fighting his loss to Joe Biden. Broadly, and in response to the Supreme Court's ruling this summer that granted Trump sweeping immunity for official actions, Smith's motion claims the former president took the steps he did as a political candidate, not as a president. Ooh. And that, therefore, he is not entitled to protection.
Shit, King.
Wow, thanks for the $10, Jacob. That's like you've paid for like, what? 2 pages. Okay, 2 pages. We'll read 2 pages, see how it goes. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. That's actually quite a big one, isn't it? That therefore he is not entitled to protection from prosecution, the justices identified in July. When the defendant lost the 2020 presidential election, he resorted to crimes to try to stay in office, Smith wrote in the brief, which U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan released in partially redacted form. Is that like a civics question of whether or not he's still the president when he loses the election? I mean, they still call him Mr. President and all that shit, and he still has all the presidential fucking powers, no? Zinoj, thanks for the $9.99. I love it when you read so I don't have to. Damn. You know what? I guess we might read 10 pages. Who knows? 10 pages, $20. Yeah, okay. Oh, is this about the office of the... Oh, is he going to make that argument in his thing, Maruzi? Is that what he does? Is that what we're going to be looking forward to? Ooh. It's a lot of reaching around, fiddling with pulling strings knobs and shit. At its core, the defendant's scheme was a private one, prosecutors wrote. He extensively used private actors in his campaign infrastructure to attempt to overturn the election results and operated in private capacity as a candidate for office. Because trying to get re-elected is not a presidential duty. Ooh. Okay, fuck it. We're just gonna wait and see. Yeah, but...
Oh, we're not reading today? I'm out.
Sir Glag, thanks for the $10. Okay. We will read 20 pages today, okay? Maybe. The filing weaves together what prominent witnesses told a federal grand jury and the FBI about Trump, along with other never-before-disclosed evidence investigators gathered about the former president's actions leading up to and on January 6th. Girl Lakesies, thanks for the $5. 21 pages. Releasing the motion, which was previously filed under seal, is the latest major development in Smith's long-standing effort to prosecute Trump for actions he took to overturn the 2020 election, even as the former president is seeking a second term in a tight race with Vice President Kamala Harris. The case, which has already reached the Supreme Court once, has repeatedly been delayed as Trump has attempted to push off the prosecution until after next month's election. The document is broken into 4 sections. The first lays out the case prosecutors said they would attempt to prove at trial, including a summary of evidence. The second gives Chutkan a roadmap Thanks for the $5, Dan. I really appreciate that. Embrace the Zionist accusations, 2 cents per page of Torah reading. Well, that's not really a request to read the Trump indictment from Jack Smith, so I can't really help you. I'm so sorry. All right. Roadmap for how to assess which actions are official and therefore potentially covered by immunity and which are not. The third section walks through how the principles should apply in Trump's case. The fourth is a brief conclusion and asks Chutkan to rule the actions described are not protected by immunity and that Trump is subject to trial on the superseding indictment. Damn. You know, I have a feeling this kind of debate is going to last a very long time. Also, if I read Torah, don't I have to do this? Don't I have to bob, swing on my chair like a naughty schoolboy? More evidence could come out in coming days. What do you think of Benny Morris saying ethnic cleansing is sometimes justified? He said this in relation to the Nakba. I think the first half of what he said is probably accurate. People justify, like people who are center-left justify the fucking removal of Germans from Eastern Europe, even if they'd lived there for like centuries, right? The Nakba, I don't know. I don't think it's as justified. I think it's probably a harder case to sell. Anyway. That's definitely part of his fucking second intifada black pill, where he said it would have been better and cleaner if Israel had just finished the job in 48 and taken it all and put them all in Jordan. But I don't think that would have really achieved this result he's saying. Probably would have just kept the conflict going with more refugees and more death and suffering, but all right. Blah. Hmm. Among the documents in the appendix are grand jury transcripts and notes from FBI interviews conducted during the years-long investigation. Isn't it a fucked up thing for Morris to do? Yep. It's a good thing I don't get my political takes from Benny Morris.
Long time no donate. Hope you are well.
Thanks for the 1999. I really appreciate that. God, it's so generous. What the fuck? We're going to read now 25 pages. Wow. Trump's team fought the release of the document, and the former president on Wednesday called it a hit job and claimed without evidence it was released in response to the VP debate on Tuesday. God. Democrats are weaponizing the Justice Department against me because they know I am winning. They're desperate to prop up their failing candidate, Kamala Harris. The DOJ pushed out his latest hit job today because J.D. Vance humiliated Tim Walz last night in the debate. He posted on Truth Social. God, what a fucking cunt, man. What a stain on any kind of functioning democracy. Oh. The former president on Wednesday asked Chutkan for extra time and additional pages to file his response to Smith's sweeping brief, where he will argue that the whole case should be thrown out under the Supreme Court's ruling that he has at least some immunity in the prosecution. Wow. Trump argued that the deadline for his response should be extended 5 weeks until November 21st. Given earlier extensions given to Smith, said he should get to the same fourfold increase on the usual page limit that Smith secured for his brief. Trump also said he should be allowed to file an extra brief in the back and forth over the immunity issues in the stage. So yeah, just delay. Okay. So the FBI knows how Trump used his phone on January 6th, mapped out what he was doing whilst the riot unfolded. They can testify about the news and social media applications on his phone, can describe the activity occurring on the phone throughout the afternoon. Oh, how much did he see? He was using his phone, using the Twitter application consistently throughout the day after he returned from the ellipse speech. 3 unidentified witnesses were also prepared to testify that on the afternoon of January 6th, the television in the White House dining room, where Trump spent much of the day, was on and tuned into news programs that were covering in real time the ongoing events in the Capitol. Whoa, okay. Would allow prosecutors to show a future jury what Trump saw while he made comments and posted online. Oh, because it was, wait, when did he say Pence didn't have courage? I think it was after the first breach. I think, might be wrong. 213, 224. His first tweet was after. It was 11 minutes after the breach. So you'd have to. I don't know exactly what the news was reporting. Like if they actually filmed or reported the breach when he tweeted it. That would be so interesting though if you actually saw that. But wait, the breach is also after a shitload of fighting has already taken place as well. It all just depends on what was actually on the channels he was watching. Because the people filming live for the news might not have had as much of a grasp of the chaos. Trump's conversations with Pence between running mates. Even as they face a high bar for introducing evidence from Pence, Smith's team sought to do so by framing a series of interactions between the two as conversations between running mates, where Pence tried to convince Trump he needed to accept his electoral defeat. November 7th, 2020 conversation where Pence allegedly told Trump that he should focus on how he revived the Republican Party, as well as Pence's recollection of a Trump meeting with campaign staff, during which Trump was told the prospect of his election challenges looked bleak. Whoa. Pence told Trump at November 12th lunch that he didn't have to concede, but he could recognize process is over. Prosecutors said, and during a November 23rd phone call, Trump allegedly told Pence that one of his private attorneys were skeptical about the election challenges. Oh. Part of those private conversations, prosecutors say Pence tried to encourage Trump as a friend after news networks called the election for Biden. In other interactions, Pence encouraged Trump to consider running for re-election in 2024. Well, the content of the conversations at issue, the defendant and Pence's joint electoral fate and how to accept the election results, have no bearing on any function of the executive branch. Ah. Okay. Imagine if that immunity ruling actually just ends up being like a paper tiger, like kind of useless. That would be cool. Personally tweeted that Pence didn't have the courage. Why the tweet should be considered a private act and not protected under presidential immunity. Targeting Pence was a matter of intense personal concern to the defendant. Trump knew that his request for Pence to block the Electoral College votes was illegal, knew that his supporters gathered in D.C., believed his lies during the speech that the election had been stolen, knew that they had breached the Capitol. But the indictment says that he knew that the breach had happened. Fuck me, man. It was at that point, alone, watching news in real time and with knowledge that rioters had breached the Capitol building, the defendant issued the 2:24 p.m. tweet attacking Pence for refusing the defendant's entreaties to join the conspiracy and help overturn the results of the election, Smith wrote. Well. Communicated to his angry supporters that Pence had let him and them down. Not a message sent to address a matter of public concern and ease unrest. Message of an angry candidate upon the realization that he would lose power. Doesn't matter if you won or Trump lost the election. Trump told family. You have to fight like hell. Nice one. Told his advisors he would declare victory. Sought to perpetuate himself in power. The thing is, if this is an indictment, are we basically safe to say that the facts presented here are true? How often is it a federal indictment just prevents false information? I know with the Russia thing, it wasn't that the indictments presented false information for, say, like Concord. It was because it was just not worth bringing the trial forward because of like events surrounding the indictment, but not because of the facts. Repeat that. The question is, if there's an indictment, a federal indictment from the DOJ, is it safe to assume that the facts presented in the indictment are almost 100% going to be true? That it's not like, it's not very often a federal indictment will just have facts in it that were false. If they're intentionally untrue, it would be perjury for the indictment. Okay. Oh, so it's perjury to bring forth an indictment with false information in it. Like, if you knowingly lied, right? You could be false. Right? You could be. You could just have bad information, right? But I guess that's not very common. Okay. Sought to perpetuate himself in power. P9 details planning meetings. Okay. Prosecutors describe an effort by Trump operatives to create chaos in the immediate aftermath of the 2020 election when voting looked to be going for Biden. In Philadelphia, prosecutors allege campaign operatives sought to create confrontations at polling places and then falsely claimed that his election observers were being denied proper access. It's also worth noticing that in November, December, people were surrounding Capitol buildings, sometimes with guns. So, and intimidating people. So that's also a thing that there had already been established that election fraud claims were causing that behavior. Not to mention turning up at the houses of legislators when their families were at home. The same campaign operatives said make them riot when told that protesters at the counting center were heading in the direction of the so-called Brooks Brothers riot that disrupted the Florida count between Gore and Bush. Huh. Wow. A campaign staffer. Bruh. Decided to speak out against Trump's election lies after seeing him on Fox News. Oh, we know about this with Barr. Bill Barr, what a complex figure. Isn't Bill Barr going to vote for Trump again after all this? Isn't that basically his intention? Okay. Well, I'm sold. Given the donos, I'm going to read at least 67 words of the indictment. But we might go on another tangent again before I get my food. What food? It's some chicken teriyaki bullshit? We'll see. What I would also like to see is, has the death toll from the strikes on Nasrallah's bunker, has it actually been added to yet? Or is it still the, I think the last I saw was 11 dead, 70 injured? Which doesn't make sense because even Israel claimed that they took out, I think, 20 of Hezbollah's guys. I've heard other people say 100, but I don't know where that comes from. I saw this story as well. Banal event, thanks for the 199. Make it 69 words. Ooh, good one. All right. 100 makes more sense than 11. Yeah. Did Israel say 20 Hezbollah taken out? I mean, that's what I saw from a few days ago. I don't know if they've added to it, but where is it? Israel said it killed more than 20 members of Hezbollah and that the strike was justified because Nasrallah intentionally built Hezbollah's central headquarters under residential buildings in Dahia. Yeah. But then another Israeli thinks that 300 people total had died. I think this one says 20 as well, no? The IDF said on Sunday that 20 Hezbollah operatives were killed. Or is this a different airstrike? This might be a different airstrike. No, the IDF named 20 more on September 29th. But I think these were it was 20 big names, I think, right? Like top guys. I don't know if there were other grunts or whatever, like just regular soldiers or security people or whatever. Yeah, I don't know if there's actually been a proper death toll for this, like a proper ratio or anything, or breakdown. Hard to follow. Wise words. It is hard to follow. Yeah, here they say 20 plus additional terrorists. So they just say terrorists. Where the fuck are people getting 100 from? Zay Squirrel. What? What are you saying? It's this thing, isn't it? This building is not underneath civilian housing. The bunker is not. Okay, yeah, fucking idiot. Whatever. I want to read an article actually by Lieber about it. I understand why Avi despises Haaretz. Yeah, well, every country needs its internal critics. Blah. Killing Nasrallah and the law of armed conflict. List of the redacted names from the federal indictment. Is this from the federal indictment? Ah. Okay, we'll keep that handy. Let's see what they say. 1st of October. Last Friday, the IDF conducted airstrikes against a Hezbollah command and control bunker in Beirut's Dahia suburbs, which was located under an apartment complex. The attack, which followed IDF warnings for civilians to evacuate the area, killed the group's Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah, who had led Hezbollah for over 3 decades. The Nasrallah strike was only the most recent in a series of Israeli attacks against high-value targets since October 7th last year. Such attacks are often labeled decapitation strikes, denoting their purpose of disrupting enemy command and control by removing key leaders. This was not the first such IDF attack against Hezbollah. Other decapitation strikes include those targeting Ibrahim Akil, Hezbollah's acting commander of the Radwan force and member of the Jihadi Council, Fuad Shukr. Is it Shukr? All right. Fouad Shukr, all right. Military leader close to Nasrallah and member of the Jihadi Council, Mohammed Nasser, a senior leader who commanded Hezbollah's western sector in southern Lebanon, and Talib Abdullah, commander of the central region along the border. Relatedly, Israel has killed Iranian leaders involved in supporting Hezbollah operations, such as Brigadier General Mohammad Reza Zahidi, a senior commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Quds Force, and his Deputy Brigadier General Mohammed Hadi Haji Rahimi. Similar operations have targeted Hamas leadership, including Mohammed Deif, head of Al-Qassam Brigades and mastermind of the October 7th attack, Ismail Haniyeh, chairman of the Hamas Political Bureau, and Saleh al-Aruri, the deputy Hamas chief and founder of its military wing. Why are they obsessed with decapitation? Because every accusation is a confession, because actually the real people who want to behead babies and heads of non-state military groups is Israel, all right? And Israel is not alone in conducting decapitation strikes. The United States, for instance, accelerated the timing of Operation Desert Storm in 2003 in a failed attempt to kill Saddam Hussein. More recently, the US has regularly turned to drone strikes for decapitation purposes. Their victims include Anwar al-Awlaki, the US-born al-Qaeda propagandist, Qasem Soleimani, commander of Iran's Quds Force, and Ayman al-Zawahiri, the leader of al-Qaeda following bin Laden's death. I remember that guy. In this post, I examine the law of armed conflict rules that govern the attack on Nasrallah and, by extension, decapitation strikes more generally. I do not deal with the ad bellum issue of whether Israel was entitled to conduct the attack in self-defense on Lebanese territory, nor do I examine whether the operation triggered an international armed conflict between Israel and Lebanon. The sole issues addressed in this post are whether Nasrallah was a lawful target and whether the strike was conducted in compliance with the obligation to take precautions in attack and the rule of proportionality. Finally, note that although the operations was conducted during a non-international armed conflict against the leader of a non-state group, the customary law targeting rules discussed below apply equally to the targeting of state leaders during an international armed conflict. As will become apparent in the legal discussion that follows, assessing whether the strike complied with LOAC requires an understanding of Hezbollah's military wherewithal, the organization's structure, and Nasrallah's role in the group. This is because context always drives clear-eyed analysis in the law of targeting. Designated a terrorist group by the United States in 1997, Hezbollah has a long history of attacking Israeli and American targets around the world, including the infamous 83 suicide truck bombings of the U.S. Embassy and Marine barracks in Beirut that killed 241 U.S. personnel. But beyond individual acts of terrorism, out of interest, this American barracks in Beirut, was it there with the consent of the Lebanese government or no? Does anyone know that? Or where I could find the answer to that? I imagine it would have been, but... We'll find it, whatever. They were there part of a UN mission. But beyond individual acts of terrorism, Hezbollah also fields a robust conventional force. Its military wing, Islamic Resistance al-Muqawama al-Islamiyah, numbers well over 20,000 fighters with another 20,000 reservists and consists of relatively standard military units, rocket and missile, air defense, naval, armored intelligence, drone, etc. Of note in the Israeli context are Radwan, a special forces group that conducts cross-border operations, and the external security organization Islamic Jihad, which is responsible for overseas terrorism. What happened to reading 20 pages? We're going to do it. We're going to do it near the end of the stream. So I'm going to do this, then I'm going to watch a video, I'm going to eat while I watch the video, and then we're going to do the reading. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. Do you feel scammed? All right. Okay. Oh, you're skeptical. Okay. Wow. Israel killed the poster boy for the Ramallah lynchings. Yeah, I did see that. That's a really old story, isn't it? Was the Ramallah lynchings, was that Second Intifada or was that earlier? I think it was Second Intifada, no? Anyway. Okay. Responsible for the Bloody Hands guy, yeah. Responsible for overseas terrorism. Hezbollah has attacked Israel constantly since Hamas's horrific attack on October 7th last year. In particular, it has launched more than 8,000 rockets against Israeli military targets and civilian population centers. Over 150,000 rockets and missiles remain in its arsenal. At the same time, Hezbollah is a robust political organization together with the Amal movement. It is the Shia community's primary representative in the Lebanese parliament, and members of Hezbollah have served in the Lebanese cabinet. Moreover, the organization provides important social services in Shia-majority areas. As Secretary General of Hezbollah, Nasrallah shouldered both political and military responsibilities. He oversaw its Shura Council with its 5 sub-councils. 4 performed civilian, political, executive, parliamentary, and judicial functions. The 5th, the Jihad Council, controls its military activities. In his role as the Secretary General, Nasrallah approved significant and sensitive military and terrorist operations. The law, whether Nasrallah's killing was a measure of justice, as President Biden has suggested, is legally irrelevant. Vengeance, retaliation, retribution, and even justice never serve as a legal basis for killing an individual during an armed conflict. Instead, decapitation strikes and other HVT attacks are justifiable only when conducted in compliance with LOAC's targeting rules, obviously. The Jihadi Council is the one you want to be on. Other councils are just fluff, really. Okay. Interesting way to put it. Fuck. Ugh. In every strike directed at an individual, whether an HVT or a foot soldier, the first question is whether their status or activities qualify them for an attack. There are 3 categories of targetable persons: combatants, organized armed groups members, and civilians directly participating in hostilities. The reason their attacker targets them has no bearing on whether they qualify as lawful targets. Accordingly, the fact that a strike may decapitate the enemy and thereby sow great confusion does not, standing alone, render an individual subject to attack. I think this is why there was a bit of confusion about Hania, because I don't think his position was very clearly over like military shit. Although the ICC indictments might, whatever. They're not indictments, they're requests for arrest warrants. Okay. The first of the three categories does not apply in Nasrallah's case because combatancy is a concept limited to international armed conflict. However, for the sake of completeness, it is useful to note that combatants include members of a state's armed forces other than medical and religious personnel, members of a militia or volunteer corps that belongs to a state with certain conditions, and members of a levée en masse. Geneva Convention 3. Such individuals are targetable around the clock based on their status, so-called status-based targeting, regardless of the activity in which they are engaged. Members of OAGs, the second category, are also lawfully targetable at any time, subject to LOAC's other targeting rules, including during a non-international armed conflict like the one between Israel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a mixed group in the sense that it performs both civilian and military functions. As I explained in an earlier Articles of War post, if a group has distinct subdivisions that engage in purely civilian functions, the entire group cannot qualify as an OAG. The fact that Hezbollah has sections dedicated to political and social matters, therefore, precludes characterizing in its entirety an OAG. I think the issue here is that there are some Hezbollah quotes that might suggest this isn't the case, but I think it probably is. It probably is. I would lean towards it. Almost definitely is. Instead, only its military wing comprises the OAG, and accordingly, only the wing's members are targetable based on their status. This raises the question of whether Nasrallah was a member of that OAG. In this regard, there is no requirement for formal membership in the group. Such a requirement would be counterfactual, for many OAGs lack a formal membership structure mirroring that of a conventional armed force. Rather, the key is functional membership, which may be indicated by formal membership, but need not be. As the US DoD Law of War Manual explains, an individual who is integrated into the group such that the group's hostile intent may be imputed to him or her may be deemed to be functionally, i.e. constructively, part of the group, even if not formally a member. Senior leaders of a non-state group with a military wing do not necessarily qualify as OAG members based on their position. This is so even if they engage in decision-making at the strategic level of war, as in deciding whether or not and when to initiate hostilities. Interesting. I would have thought that would definitely put them in. As I've observed before, surely all national leaders who occupy a position at the top of the military chain of command, whether legislative, constitutional, or de facto, are not targetable members of the armed forces. If this were the case, compliance with the core democratic principle of civilian control of the military would render most national leaders subject to attack. The DoD Law of War Manual is in accord. Leaders who are not members of an armed force or armed group, including heads of state, civilian officials, and political leaders, may be made the object of attack if their responsibilities include the operational command or control of the armed forces. So like if you're commander-in-chief or if you are in a command and control center. Yeah, it's hard to say. We'll see what they say. Thus, a leader who enjoys the authority to control military actions at the operational or tactical level of war and exercises that authority on a recurring basis is fairly characterized as a member of the OAG in question. Nasrallah would qualify on this basis for, as explained above, he regularly approved or disapproved of Islamic resistance conventional operations and acts of terrorism. As an aid, I presume that advocates of the International Committee of the Red Cross Continuous Combat Function approach to OAG membership, which the United States rejects correctly in my opinion, would presumably come to the same conclusion on the basis that approval of attacks is a combat function. Okay. So if you approve attacks, you are a Droog. Okay. I would add that I find the regularity of a leader's involvement in military operations legally significant. One who is not a formal member of the OAG conducting hostilities, but who wields the authority, de jure or de facto, to control military operations, does not qualify as a targetable member if exercising that authority only infrequently. That leader is not integrated into operational or tactical levels of war operations. This leads us to the third basis for targetability, direct participation in the hostilities. It is well accepted as a matter of treaty and customary LOAC in both international and non-international armed conflict that individuals who directly participate in the hostilities lose their protection from attack for such time as they so participate. This begs the question of, raises the question. Okay. Of whether Nasrallah would have been targetable as a direct participant, even if he was not a functional member of Hezbollah's fighting wing. There's no question that approving attacks qualifies as direct participation in the hostilities. For example, the UK Manual of the Law of Armed Conflict observes those who plan or decide upon attacks are the planners and the commanders, and they have a duty to verify targets, take precautions to reduce incidental damage, and refrain from attacks that offend the proportionality principle. The US DoD Law of War Manual is even more to the point. Among its examples of direct participation are planning, authorizing, or implementing a combat operation against the opposing party, even if that person does not personally use weapons or otherwise employ destructive force in connection with the operation. So if you're approving strikes, you just need to have a fucking ham sandwich in your hand and they can kill you. Shit. Pistachio ice cream. Yeah, that's good. I had some in Israel, actually. It was banging. So, whether Nasrallah often approved operations or did so only on a periodic basis, he participated in the hostilities against Israel at some point. But if so, did the strike occur while he was participating? That is, was it in compliance with the for such time limitation? This temporal requirement has long been the source of disagreement within the United States, correctly, in my view, taking the position that repeated instance of direct participation amounting to ongoing participation until the individual definitively desists. So if you approve enough strikes in a period of time, then you are just kind of like always, okay. The ICRC takes a more restrictive view, according to which each instance must be evaluated individually, thus advocating a so-called revolving door of targetability. But here, the attack occurred while Nasrallah was in a command and control bunker, meeting with other high-ranking Hezbollah members who had gathered to discuss operations against Israel, which he would have to approve. Thus, it would seem clear that by either approach, Nasrallah was directly participating in the hostilities at the time of this strike. Yeah. The attack that killed Nasrallah was massive. It reportedly used multiple 2,000-pound bombs to generate a series of timed chained explosions to penetrate the subterranean bunker. On weaponeering in an urban environment, see here. Okay. As a result, at least 4 buildings collapsed, and according to Lebanon's health ministry, not less than 11 people died and 108 were wounded. These numbers may rise. If that 300 number just turns out to be fucking false, and because it might make sense that the building wasn't that inhabited because there were evacuation warnings given days in advance. And I don't think people in this building would be like, I think there would be some level of knowledge that the building was being used for. It's a Shia area, so you'd know that you're at least in a risky area, at the very least. But then some people might just not feel like they have anywhere else to go because it's not like Lebanon has any fucking availability really for that many displaced internal refugees. The LOAC precautions and attack obligation requires an attacker to provide a warning when its attack may affect the civilian population unless circumstances do not permit. Warning is not practicable when targeting individuals, for they will flee when learning the warning. In such cases, and to the extent that they are feasible, general warnings to leave the affected areas, like those issued by the IDF, suffice. General warnings, yeah. Okay. It still doesn't take away proportionality, though, because if someone ignores a warning and stays, that's not DPH. That's not hostilities to do that. I don't even think it's voluntary human shields, because it doesn't tell you about if they have any other reason for staying there, like they don't trust the country to take care of them if they leave, to provide shelter for them. Given the intensity of the attack into a residential area, the central precautions in the attack question is whether the IDF complied with the requirement to consider alternative targets, weapons, and tactics to minimize civilian harm. I find it challenging to think of alternatives to the tactics and weapons the IDF used, given that the physical target was a hardened bunker 60 feet underground. That's a them problem. You know what? Most moral army, but also we hate international law. Yeah, that's what you're doing. Fuck you, idiot. It's not their problem. It's the law. It's the IDF's problem, actually. It's legally and by the every fucking law that the IDF accepts and is signed up to. It's their problem. Dumbass. All right. Given the intensity of the attack in the residential area, the central precautions in question is whether they complied with the requirement. Okay. I find it challenging to think of alternatives. Okay. Moreover, the individual whom the IDF was targeting were going to great lengths to keep from being located. Thus, their presence represented a fleeting opportunity to conduct an attack that would both destroy the bunker and kill senior Hezbollah military leaders, including Nasrallah. As in, like, okay, so this is probably like they wouldn't get much of a chance again. Indeed, the method of attack in which each blast paved the way for the next one was surgically crafted for that specific target. This leaves the question of compliance with the rule of proportionality, which prohibits conducting attacks that are expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians, or damage to civilian objects, collateral damage, that is excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage the attacker anticipates gaining. Proportionality is often a fraught issue when assessing individual strikes. In this case, the expected collateral damage was extensive because of the weapons used and the target's location, a residential area. Still, this fact alone does not render the strike disproportionate. The anticipated military advantage must also be considered. With respect to military advantage, the attack's effects are what matter. In this regard, reasonable minds differ on whether decapitation strikes are operationally and strategically sensible. Those who minimize their value typically note that over time, leaders who have been killed will be replaced, sometimes by someone more competent. But even if that's true, the short-term benefits of a successful decapitation strike are almost always contextually high because of its immediate disruption of command and control. Sensitive to this operational reality, the IDF was reasonable in concluding that taking out senior leaders like Nasrallah and Karaki would immediately create chaos within Hezbollah's military operations. Synergistically enhancing this anticipated effect was the fact that the pager and handheld radio attacks and the recent targeting of other senior Hezbollah commanders had already disrupted command and control. Disrupting that command and control as the IDF ramped up its campaign against Hezbollah was especially valuable. The net result is that the IDF is able to operate well within Hezbollah's OODA loop, affording it... What the fuck is OODA? OODA. Observe, orient, decide, act. Can you force the opponent to reobserve, reorient, redecide, react? Okay. Interesting. Affording an exceptional asymmetrical advantage over its enemy. So, whatever one may believe about the strategic sensibility of killing Nasrallah over the general effectiveness of decapitation strikes over time, the military advantage the IDF anticipated gaining from the attack was extremely high and accurately so. But was the anticipated military advantage high enough to keep the expected collateral damage from reaching the excessive threshold? As I've observed before, LOAC rules like proportionality are meant to balance military and humanitarian considerations. Of course, perspective inevitably causes the observer to lean in one direction or the other. I am not immune to this tendency. But considering the significant and immediate effect of the ability of Hezbollah's military wing to mount effectively commanded and controlled attacks against Israeli military and civilian targets, I believe it is reasonable to conclude that the rule of proportionality did not prohibit the attack. They're doing this without a death toll, though. How could you do that? Why would they do this without a death toll? Or are they just using the one that they had available at the time? The fuck? Bruh. They're using the larger estimation. No, they're not. They never mentioned 300 dead at all in this. Turns out I'm right. They're not mentioning the potential civilian numbers. You're not right. You're actually fucking... You're desperate to be right. What I just got from what you said. You're desperate to be right if that's what you think, because the only death toll they mentioned here was 11 people. And like, what, 70 injuries? But the IDF said potentially 300 people died. So... And... So they're not going with a final death toll. They haven't even anticipated one. They're just going with what we know now. Yeah. All sides, because the question is, like, even to you, Akiva, if it was 20 guys, 20 Hezbollah people, and 280 civilians, would that be justified to you? Would that be clearly within proportionality? I think that would be a really that would be a difficult question at best. Depending on the value of each target. I'd be inclined to say no. The United States made Nasrallah worth 30 people, I think. It's also taking, like, because there's also the military advantage of infrastructure and disorientation and all that shit. So that's not even accounted for. Like, proportionality isn't just a ratio of combatants to civilians, but... Where's that lawfare article? Where did they get this from? It was from Commander of Operations, Inherent Resolve. Because they're saying for bin Laden, it was an NCV value of 30. A low-level commander was typically 0. But apparently in the war against ISIS, some operations would be 14 or 15. And again, the problem is that NCV is not legally required, I don't think. It's just something that people use. Hmm. I wonder if there are any examples. They give us here? NCV of 1 or 5. The higher it goes, the more latitude, the greater the risk. The lower the NCV, the better outcome for civilians. Really? That's crazy. It's unbelievable, chat. The fuck? Value of 6, there's 4, I'm in. Imagine doing this as a job. Holy shit. With bin Laden, you'd have a value of 30. Need an authority for an NCV of 15. The 0 standard during much of Obama. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. All sides have violated the law of armed conflict at some point in Israel's conflicts with Hamas and Hezbollah. Indeed, this is the case for most conflicts. But the IDF's attack on Hassan Nasrallah does not appear to have done so. Nasrallah was targetable because he qualified as a member of an organized armed group based on his role in approving Hezbollah attacks against Israeli military and civilian targets. Even if this were not the case, he was directly participating in hostilities at the time of the strike and was therefore subject to attack. As to how the operation was conducted, I have difficulty imagining alternative weapons or tactics for striking the bunker, which is itself a military objective in which Nasrallah was located. And although proportionality assessments are notoriously difficult given the inherent ambiguity of the rule, the immediate military advantage that the IDF would gain through the destruction of the bunker and the death of Nasrallah and other Hezbollah military wing leaders rendered the IDF's conclusion that the collateral damage expected to result would not be excessive relative to that advantage reasonable. Well, not really helpful without a final count, but okay. What is this? How Israel tracked him. A man originally from Iran managed to shake hands with Nasrallah, smearing a substance on him that enabled Israeli forces to track his location to various media sources. Following the recovery of Nasrallah's body, which was found intact, there are growing speculations that he may have suffocated in a confined space during an Israeli airstrike. Channel 12 News reported on Sunday that the conditions in which he was located lacked proper ventilation, leading to gases from the bombings infiltrating the area and causing his death by suffocation. Not a good way to go. Reports indicate that an Iranian spy provided crucial information about his whereabouts, specifically that he was attending a meeting at an underground facility in Beirut's southern suburbs. Okay. This is from an article by Economic Times? India Times? Okay. Huge if true. I have no idea if it's even possible to be true, but okay. Whatever, dude. Whatever. How long would it stay on him? Would it not wash off? Fuck. What? In before exploding hands? Apparently so. No one is safe. Hmm. Oh. Haaretz said it too. Well, if Haaretz said it. UV? I don't know. You guys can figure it out. I need to go make my food and then we're going to watch a video about it. I think it's a Ryan Macbeth video. Iran releases video to show off missiles. Okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna heat up my food though. Be back in like 3 minutes, maybe a bit longer. Okay. Chill. Okay, hello. There's a Reddit post criticizing me, and it has traction. It's got more upvotes than downvotes. That's so... Oh no! I'm sure this will get downvoted to oblivion, but I need to get this off my chest. Bro, why do people think my fucking subreddit hates me? My subreddit is full of people who probably don't even watch me. Like, what the fuck? Anyway. Look, it's got like 6 upvotes. It's fine. It's fine. Loudermilk should really stay away from military analysis until he is better educated on these subjects. He's going to keep getting tricked into just parroting American and Israeli propaganda statements, which he seems to do often. I'm very anti-Iranian regime, but let's be honest about what is happening. Yesterday, he argued that the Iranian BM attack on military targets was indiscriminate because James Martin Center claims they are only 1 kilometer in accuracy, reported in an AP article. In the same breath, he then starts claiming that Israel dropping dumb bombs in a densely populated residential neighborhood is not indiscriminate because dumb bombs have 20-meter accuracy. Actual studies show it can be very much greater than that, and also seen reports of only 5.5% accuracy compared to 50% accuracy of traditional BMs. Now, dumb bombs depend on which... a dumb bomb isn't just the accuracy of the bomb. There are lots of different kinds of dumb bombs. It also depends on the plane and the technology in the plane. So you would have to look at the accuracy of Israeli dumb bombs. But everything I've read is that they're fairly accurate. They're like a little bit off. Yeah, it's about 20, it's at 20 meters, which I already read, but yeah. First of all, acting like Iranians are incapable of building good military technology is dumb. While criticizing and making fun of Iranian propaganda, he was engaging in light propaganda of his own by minimizing Iranian achievements, be it negative achievements for war. Iranians are known to have top-notch scientists and engineers. Anyone working in technology fields knows this. The ones that are able to come to the US have been able to establish themselves as technology leaders. They're not all liberal either. Some I know are very religious and very nationalistic. You can clearly see, if you have been around higher education, that students who come from Iran demonstrate that they have one of the best STEM programs in the world. It's believable claim that their BMs have 20-meter accuracy, but let's grant you the 1 kilometer claim based on one study by one American non-proliferation institute that has a website from the 90s. I can't find any information on who funds them, I guess. Would be nice to find that out. Okay. Maybe it's possible that the Iron Dome or attempted interceptions took the BM off its course and impacted the normal accuracy. I see no evidence that their attacks are indiscriminate, as they did target exclusive military areas, military targets after all. In fact, US intercepting missiles over Jordan and the West Bank residential areas seems more dangerous and reckless to me. There's a couple of problems with this. One is the fact that this whole argument is granting them a premise that shouldn't even really be granted. It's granting the idea that Iran even has a right to attack Israeli targets at all. I don't think they do. I think Iran has devoted themselves to destroying Israel, and they're the ones who fund proxies to attack Israel, and they're the ones who host leaders of groups that are fighting with Israel and trying to destroy Israel. So that's kind of where the hostilities start. But that's a separate question. This is just taking them at their word and just assuming that there's like an equal right to go to war with one another between Israel and Iran. Iran could stand down from Israel tomorrow and Israel would not attack Iran. Like, they could recognize Israel, make peace, etc. That's it, done. If Israel does the same to Iran, Iran will keep funding Hezbollah. They'll keep funding the fucking Houthis. They'll keep funding Hamas. So slightly different. Where is the article about the accuracy of these missiles? I think this person doesn't actually know how successful these previous missiles were. Where is it? Oh, I posted it myself. So there were a few missiles that did land, that did hit their targets. So, oh, they did hit something. They landed. They didn't hit their targets. That's the different thing. Yeah. So we can look at how close they got. This supposed with the intelligence center, which is supposed to be the Mossad building. There was one explosion 700 meters south of it. There was another near miss just over half a kilometer away from the building. There were a couple of missiles that overshot and landed in the sea. And then there's the one that hit that school. I don't know how close the school was. So, no, it's indiscriminate. It's basically indiscriminate. No, it's not basically. It is indiscriminate if you can't aim properly. So I don't know, maybe this person just didn't know that people have already logged where these ballistic missiles were going. Like 7 impact locations. I think the air bases did take damage because they're obviously bigger targets. But the suspected Mossad headquarters, these were not the weapons you should be using to target that. Because you can't be fucking around with a 700-meter fucking range of failure. Some would argue the strike on Hania gave Iran cause. What's your take? Well, the fighting has already started before Hania. And then you get the whole legal question about Iran. The problem with Hania isn't so much the fact that he was targeted in Iran. It's it's whether or not he was actually considered a combatant or not, or like participating in hostilities. If he was, then Iran was hosting him. So, no, that's not the start of hostilities anyway. But yeah, this was to do with Lebanon as well. In contrast, we are watching Israel bombs live on CCTV feeds from our villages in South Lebanon. Bombs are dropping randomly where we can see no apparent human activity. Okay, so this human activity has nothing to do with your targets. You can target infrastructure. That's why even in the IDF declassified videos, they show you them hitting empty buildings and empty areas because the targets are the stockpiles and the tunnels. Sometimes they'll actually clear an area with their soldiers and then blow it up afterwards to stop it being used. 3 weeks ago, they had already burned down much of the olive and pine orchards, people's livelihoods destroyed. Every day, we see another random house destroyed by a bomb and a random open space with trees and farms getting hit with no clear view of any fighters. I'm sure there are fights and rockets in the area, but these bombs are coming nowhere near any apparent target, which makes me extremely skeptical that these bombs have much accuracy at all. Okay, this person just doesn't... Unless they're seeing something I haven't, this is guesswork. The whole point about it being a civilian-looking area, of course, if you strike an area that has military infrastructure in it or underneath it, it's going to look like you're apparently hitting a civilian area because it's supposed to be a civilian area that's being used for militant purposes. There's one strike that landed 2 miles away. One missile landed on, the one off the road. That's pretty far, bro. Okay. I'm sure there are fights and rockets in the area. Okay, skeptical that they have much accuracy. Even in the Sunni part of the Bekaa Valley, where there is no fighting, they are killing entire families of non-Hezbollah Sunni Islamic leaders. Seems like the IDF is doing a lot of opportunistic bombing that has nothing to do with the supposed mission and the goals of this war. I'd have to look that one up. I haven't heard of that one. So far, everything else, apart from this paragraph here, everything else they've said here is kind of bullshit. Like, you don't say, like, this is like a indiscriminate bombing or sign of indiscriminate bombing just because there is no human activity there. That's really stupid. This bit we'll have to have a look at. Not to mention that another 100 people killed in Gaza yesterday. It doesn't even talk about the Palestinian deaths anymore and whether or not those deaths continue to be justifiable. Again, that's because we still have no information outside of the IDF about who's dying, about whether or not they're militants. The health ministry might give us like age and gender demographics and all that, but that doesn't tell us about whether or not there was infrastructure in the area or whether or not there was militants. Like, we don't know any of that. I'm just becoming more and more skeptical of when he walks his defense of the IDF. I don't understand why he gives so much more credit. I mean, people can make this argument if they want, but the problem is I never actually hear it from people who have good counter evidence. There's no good counter evidence here. IDF army just seems to be exacting collective punishment on population centers. I'm fine if he goes hard in Iran. I just want him to try and reflect a bit on his blatant inconsistencies. I think it's maybe because some people, and this person seems to be from South Lebanon, so it's understandable. But it's like, I think some people assume that you just like that being impartial means you have to lend equal critique on both sides. But what if one side's doing something worse? Or is more dishonest or whatever the fuck else. Like, yeah. Or what if you just have more information on some areas? What are the responses? I guess your argument could just bombs. Audience capture is a bitch. People who say this are retarded and should probably just get banned. Okay. Tyler fans still molding as Loanerbox uses their own arguments to read the pager bombs? I don't know what that means. Okay. Reddit discourse. Let's go. Okay. Let's see Ryan's video on Nasrallah. Because he did a video on it. I feel like I tend to disagree with at least one part of every Ryan Macbeth video, so we'll see if we have this one. Wait, where is it? Did he take it down? Oh, it's this one.
The Nasrallah attack justified? How was the Nasrallah attack justified under international law? On Friday, September 27th, 2024, Israeli Air Force F-15Is from the 69th Squadron, or Hammers, struck Beirut's Dahia neighborhood. And their target was an underground Hezbollah command and control bunker. 6 other buildings were also struck in subsequent attacks, including depots where other weapons and equipment were hidden. The weapons were most likely GBU-31s, which is a precision-guided 2,000-pound bomb, essentially bunker busters. Reportedly, 83 tons of bombs were used, but this sounds like a bigger number than it actually is because that works out to maybe 41, 42 munitions of the 2,000-pound range, although most likely different munitions were of differing power. Casualties included Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, along with approximately 100 or so other senior leaders and perhaps up to 200 or so civilian casualties.
He said 100 leaders as well. Where does he get that from? Where does he source that? Where are the 100? I haven't seen that. I saw an article saying 20. Does he have the... I think his Substack has all the sources, right? Is what he says? Ah! LOAC. Does he mean all the strikes? Surely not. He said 200 civilian casualties because that would be Israel's number, right? 300 total. Minus 100, but where did he get... I heard Israel say 300, and I heard Israel also say 20 Hezbollah people killed in that strike, but not... I didn't hear anything about 100. Where did he get that from? Did anyone ask him about it? Why am I bothering? People who are fans of YouTubers are glazers. They would never ask. These people don't read anything. Fuck it. All right, I'm just going to keep watching. We're kind of already on a bit of a premise, but we'll see.
The command center was
I found him on
situated
Twitter.
under a residential building. Of course, the memes started a few minutes later. And if you follow me, you'll notice that I didn't participate in that. I'm the guy that finds the people to target.
Okay.
I write software. I write software that finds people. I develop a pattern of life. I know where they work. I know where they sleep. I know their driver's cell phone. I know they get chauffeured around in a white SUV.
Fuck, I need premium to DM him on Twitter. Shit. Oh no.
The dent on the right rear quarter panel. And then I give all that information to my client and they take it from there. Now, I don't do the legal part. Lawyers do that. I also don't do the weaponeering where you decide which weapon to use. That's a whole different job. But when I'm told that the strike was successful, I don't laugh about it. I don't joke about it. I don't post memes about it. I go home, I crack open a beer, I order a pizza, and I watch the Washington Wizards. And the next day I go into work and I find the next target. After the attacks, the chair in computational biology systems at the University of College London, a man named Professor Francois Ballou, said something on X, formerly known as Twitter, that just kind of rubbed me wrong. He said, whether the IDF suspected that Nasrallah was in this block of flats that got flattened or just made up a story, it is largely irrelevant. This is a war crime either way. So I took a look at Professor Ballou. He didn't seem to have any legal or military experience. He's just an academic. And at this, I pointed this out and he blocked me, which that's cute. I'm Ryan Macbeth, bub. I use the Twitter API, and I also use Cyabra for social media threat detection. So one funny thing to note, the good professor actually reposted a reply to a tweet from a person who I guess supposedly sent out some inaccurate COVID information saying, if it's not your expertise, consult experts and do not make your conclusions and provide context. Well, professor, I'm the guy that provides context. Class is now in session. But before I provide context on how Israel's strike on Nasrallah is not a war crime, let me talk about another organization that provides context, and that's Ground News.
So it's literally the day of a massive missile attack on Israel from Iran. I'm a / Ryan.
Now, there's generally 4 types of valid targets. There are combatants. These are enemy soldiers and fighters who are directly participating in hostilities. There's military infrastructure, which are facilities, installations, equipment that can be used for military purposes, such as barracks, air bases, naval ships, weapons factories, and command centers. And we have supply lines and logistics, bridges, railways, other infrastructure directly supporting military operations. And we have weapons and ammunition. That's kind of a given. Stockpiles, weapon systems, logistical support facilities. Now note that there are some things that are never valid targets, unless there are some very specific exceptions. To start, civilians and civilian infrastructure. They are generally protected unless civilians are directly involved in hostilities. The law of armed conflict does not preclude militaries from firing into civilian locations if it can be proven that the adversary is using civilians for cover. And that was certainly the case here. Remember, Nasrallah was in a bunker underneath a residential building. Another item are medical personnel facilities. So we're talking hospitals, medical personnel vehicles that are clearly marked as medical vehicles are protected unless they are being used to commit acts that are harmful to the enemy. Third item is cultural, religious, and historic sites. So we're talking about sites of significant cultural or religious importance. Those are typically protected under international law. So we're talking about the Taj Mahal, the Eiffel Tower, those sort of monuments. And finally, surrendering combatants and prisoners of war, they are protected as well. Once someone has surrendered or they're no longer able to fight or decombat, they cannot be targeted. Now, note that or decombat means out of action due to illness or injury. Just being wounded does not mean that you're hors de combat. You can still attack a wounded soldier. So now that we have the absolute baseline, let's take a look at this actual bunker and how we would approach this. So you've got a top-level Hezbollah commander and 100 of his main dudes who is deep underground and meeting with other commanders. And meanwhile, roughly 90,000 Israelis have been internally displaced because Hezbollah has fired over 8,000 rockets into northern Israel since...
Where does that 100 number come from? Does anyone know what he's talking about? Does anyone know where the 100 number comes from? I can't find it. I can't find it anywhere. Shit. Excuse me. Doesn't he mean lower officers? He probably mixed it up because I think the last article I can see from Israeli sources in the 29th or 30th of September is saying 20. And the Lebanese health authorities, I don't think, have changed the number of dead from 11. So someone's speaking a lot of shit. The information is incomplete until further notice. That's where we are.
October 7th, 2023. Could taking out this commander and 100 of his dudes become a shaping operation? Meaning, could this set the IDF up for a future attack, which would reduce the number of rockets?
Maybe he's revealing information he's not supposed to. Ho 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 ho.
That are falling onto northern Israel.
He speaks Arabic. Maybe he checked Lebanese sources. That's not true either. But, well, he might speak Arabic, but it's not true that you get from Lebanese sources because Hezbollah have not been counting their dead ever since the, I guess, shock and awe bombings, right? The fucking 500 dead day. Since those big airstrikes, Hezbollah have not been updating with regular casualties. And if they don't know, and if they're not saying, then no one knows. Dude has I was in Iraq Arabic. Aha. Assalamu alaikum. Like fucking Brad Pitt in Inglourious Bastards. Keith Halleck. Hey, BB. Gorlami.
If the answer to that is yes, now the question changes to, are we going to get another chance at this? If the target is in a populated area, are there other options? Can we take this target out in a different place? Now, ideally, after you develop a pattern of life, you want to try to hit the bad guy in a way that minimizes civilian casualties. For example, if you can take out the bad guy when he's meeting at a secluded farmhouse with other bad guys, that's ideal. That's what you want to do. But you might be able to take him out while they're driving, but preferably you wait for an area of low traffic. Like if he is leaving the farmhouse, maybe you hit him while he's on the driveway of the farmhouse before he...
So they're occasionally taking responsibility or claiming. But these are who are these people? Where is al-Bashura? General Director of Civil Defense and Islamic Health Authority announced the martyrdom of a group of its leaders and paramedics who were killed in the direct Zionist aggression on its center. It's called Balat. Civil Defense Officer, Assistant Civil Defense Officer, Equipment Officer, Mechanisms and Maintenance Officer, Rescue Officer, Volunteer Paramedic. Holy shit. Who are these people? What the fuck is this? They've also claimed 18 dead Israelis. Oh, in the whole conflict since October 7th. Ah. Send him an email. Yeah, I'll probably put him an email. Does anyone know about this strike? Maybe look at that later. Alright.
Actually gets out into traffic. And this is kind of where the weaponeering comes into play. You tailor the weapon system to the threat. If there's a single car on the road, maybe you use a Hellfire missile. If there's a meeting in that farmhouse, maybe you use a 1,000-pound bomb. If there's a meeting in an underground bunker, well, now you got to get messy because you got to penetrate all of that earth and concrete to get to the bunker. Now, again, weaponeering isn't my job. It's more complex than what I just described, but those are the basics. Now, I also want to bring in the principle of NCV, or non-combatant cutoff value. People like to claim that one civilian life negates any action at all, but that's just not true.
Okay.
NCV is the number of civilians that you are legally allowed as collateral damage in order to strike the target.
I don't think that's true either. I don't think you legally need to have an NCV. There's like an agreed standard. It's just different countries use them willingly. Okay.
Yes, this exists.
Yes.
99% of the time, the NCV is 0. You can't hit anyone who isn't a bad
Unless
guy.
it's a higher value target.
But if you have an NCV of 5, and there's 4 civilians around the bad guy, and you're not going to get another chance at this, and then you go home, crack open a beer, order a pizza, and watch the Washington Wizards. Now, if the NCV is 5, and there's actually 6 dudes there and 6 civilians, then you have to call your higher command, and they will either approve or disapprove the strike, and 99% of the time, they disapprove the strike. Lawyers are part of this process every single step of the way. And what lawyers are looking for are 2 things: military necessity and proportionality. Now, military necessity permits attacks on military objectives that are essential for achieving a legitimate military advantage. A high-value target typically qualifies as a military objective if its destruction, its capture, or neutralization offers a concrete and direct military advantage. However, the use of force must be limited to what is necessary to achieve that advantage. Unnecessary or excessive force that does not contribute to the military goal is prohibited. Now, it's hard to argue that Hassan Nasrallah, being the Secretary freaking General of Hezbollah, was not a high-value target.
Yep.
So, next we have to talk about proportionality. And this is where most civilians actually get things wrong. When people think of proportionality, they think, oh, if the bad guy is a knife, you have to use a knife. It's proportional. If you use a gun, it's no longer proportional. That is the wrong way to think about the problem. Proportionality means that the attack must not result in excessive civilian harm compared to the anticipated military advantage. For example, if the expected civilian casualties are high related to the military value of the target, the attack might be considered unlawful. And I'll give you an example. Let's say you got one Hezbollah fighter standing in a marketplace with a whole bunch of civilians, and he's just a regular dude. He's just regular Hezbollah fighter, not in the chain of command. Would I drop a 2,000-pound bomb on that guy? Probably not. I'm not going to wipe out an entire freaking marketplace just to get at some low-level dude. But would I drop a 2,000-pound bomb on a bunch of Taliban who are standing around preparing to attack a base and there's no civilians around? Yeah, probably, if that's all I had available in the air at the time. And note that, at least during the global war on terror, aircraft might have different loadouts, so you might try to tailor the ordnance to the threat. But if time is of the essence and there's no civilians around, shoot, drop what you got, right? So this gets us back to the main question. Was this attack a war crime? The answer is no. And the reason is that the nature of the target outweighed the possible civilian loss of life. And if that makes you angry, I want you to understand something. The GBU in GBU 31 means guided bomb unit. These are bombs that are guided by GPS. The JDAM, or Joint Direct Attack Munition, of which the GBU 31 is a part of the family, has a circular error probability of less than 1.7 meters. For comparison, I'm 5'9", about 1.75 meters tall.
It's not that tall.
The Israelis made every effort to minimize casualties when it came to hitting the exact target they were aiming at, but they had to use a bigger weapon to penetrate all those layers of concrete. However, the rockets that Hezbollah fires into Israel, the Katyushas, the Fahir variants, they're unguided. They are what I call Inshallah guidance. Inshallah, it hits the military target. But
Where's the report that the Israelis said they killed 300 people? Does anyone know where that is? I don't actually know. When they hit the Nasrallah building, they said that 300 people died, estimate. That quote went around quite a few places, but I don't think I ever saw. I'd be so curious as to why the IDF have that number, but the Lebanese health authorities don't. Casualties? Okay. Wasn't it that they assessed? Yeah. It was said that the complexes could house 300 people. What, in 6 buildings? Maybe. So I just need the article, because it sounds like he's drawing the 300 number from that, right? Resistance fires can only be targeted in the moment they are firing. Once they disengage, they can no longer be targeted legally. That's just false, OG 09er. Like, you're just inventing laws to not so subtly defend the resistance. That's just false. Sorry. The moment they're firing. What a fucking moron. Fire rockets. Okay, go back, buy a sandwich. Eat sandwich. Fire rockets. Wait, got my sandwich. What are you talking about? Yeah, the Substack doesn't have a source. IDF estimate 300 Nasrallah. Where? Why can't I find it anywhere now? Oh, here we go. Turn-based combat. Banger. 300. This is initial estimates on the ground. Is it just Haaretz that said it? Maybe this is why it's fucking bullshit. Let's see. Okay, I'm just making my little email to Ryan. I want to have all my sources available. Why did they say 300? No, yeah, according to estimates by Israeli defense officials, 300 people were killed. Some victims in nearby buildings. Claiming those had estimated 300 dead. Although I can't find an original source for this. Any IDF page. So it's not that they thought they anticipated this many would die, it's that they thought this many people did die. And the Lebanese authorities, Nasrallah, bunker, killing, death toll, injuries. So now apparently the most recent update is 33 fatalities. Okay. Body recovered 2 days afterwards. Is this from Haaretz? No. Where is this? CNN, 28th. This is Israeli strikes. This isn't... So Wikipedia's wrong as well. This is from Israeli strikes. But there was more than... There wasn't only one strike. In the same day, there was more than one strike. They struck the 3 buildings with depots in them. So this is bullshit as well. Fuck this fucking wiki. Unless they're talking about multiple buildings. No, the wiki's just wrong. They're talking... This is specifically about the headquarters. Bunker busters. This is... So they're wrong about this as well because this is the sum total of strikes, not... This is from the whole day, so wiki's wrong as well. Okay. Wow. We have to find out whether there's a war crime, bro. What are you doing? Where is the Lebanese health ministry? This is from the day as well, I imagine. Unless this is specifically from the strike. Fog of war, eh? I think this is the most recent I could find. Uh-huh. It's all 5 days old. Oh. 3 days. Uh, 11. Okay. Where's my email? Fuck. Where the hell? Where'd I put it? Hmm? Is it here? Oh, hi. Okay. All right, and then Lebanese health authorities official count of 11 killed and 108 wounded as of 3 days ago. So it seems we have an initial claim of 300 killed. The IDF saying they killed Nasrallah and around 20. The other militants, Hezbollah figures, and the health authorities saying only 11 died. I tried looking on your Substack for a source to the 100 claim, but couldn't find it. Would you be able to tell me where you got this number? Oh. I'd also be curious if $300 dead. Australians would change your opinion on whether or not this strike proportionate. Look forward to hear. Okay. Live stream. Okay, sent. Let's go.
Sometimes it hits a bunch of Drew's kids playing soccer. Inshallah.
True.
So, Professor, you might be hanging out with the wrong friends. You know, I fight disinformation for a living, and I'm like coffee in the Green Mile.
I'm tired, boss.
I'm tired. I'm tired of these ivory tower professors who never served in the military and don't know a darn thing about the military putting out misinformation about military operations. So if you could just kind of stop spreading misinformation,
Mr. Scientist,
that would be great. And just as a notice to everybody else out there who wants to spread misinformation, especially when it comes to those who worship at the altar of destruction, I find people. And I'll find you. Special thanks to Cyabra for allowing me to use their social media threat detection software. And thank you so much for watching.
Oh, wow, Daddy, cigarettes. If I smoke these, I'll be cool. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Think tank. You know, kid, smoking is...
Slam, bitch. I'm sorry. He should have ended it with that. He might find 100 Hezbollah leaders in your basement if you skip his news ad again. Haha, good one. What a guy. Oh no, not. I can't believe there's a Hassan clip to look at. Are you serious? No way. Never happen. Who is he dunking on? Some professor. Some random professor on Twitter. Not a 15-second Hassan clip. There's no heckin' way. My village. Okay.
Actually accelerating its own demise.
Why is
It's
it calling some
NC.
shit?
My village, which has already been bombed, is in South Lebanon, and it leaves me in awe that while my family is displaced, they're advertising our land. Yeah, it's really fucked up that Frogan is being anti-Semitic again.
I speak a lot.
Actually accelerating its own demise.
Wait. This isn't the Israeli government. The Israeli government is not selling fucking houses in South Lebanon. Wait, hang on. What is she talking about? Is this just like some random fucking settler psycho org that's like pretending that they're going to move into Lebanon anytime soon? What? What is this tweet? My village. Government doesn't sell houses. As in, like, the government's not going to allow anyone, any fucking Israeli property developer to fucking set up real estate in South Lebanon. What is this? What are we looking at here? Where's the tweet? I'm fucking blocked. I can't. The Hebrew just says house in Lebanon. There wouldn't be any Hebrew speakers kicking about in Lebanon. In 5 years, maybe? Okay. Yeah, and I imagine in 82 people said that as well. And then in 2006, people probably said that as well. So I don't think this is kosher as per 1701. I imagine it's just some nutter settler group that just made it on fucking Facebook. That's my guess. Twitter. Okay, how do we get around it? It's bullshit, but I believe it. No, this isn't it. This isn't the tweet. How do I get the actual fucking tweet? This? Oh, this. Okay. My village, which has already been bombed, is in South Lebanon, and it leaves me in awe that while my family is displaced, they're advertising our land. Yeah, so what? She's got like a Shia family in South Lebanon. That's believable? Okay. But she's assuming that this is like an official Israeli thing and not just some group of nutters. Where's the pic from? The Jerusalem Post mentioned at 25th, Lebanon being Israeli land. I feel like you guys want it to happen. It's so weird. Like, I don't know if you just want it to happen or like you'll just kind of like delude yourselves into thinking it's real because it serves the propaganda of the time to make it look like Israel's operations against Hezbollah are illegitimate. I don't know. Very fucking bizarre. Let's hope it's not real. It's not real. Stop. I guarantee you guys, like, if we had Twitter in 2006, you'd all be saying, yeah, they're ready to settle. That's what they're going to do. They're going to settle. Okay. Where's the thing? How do I check the link at the bottom? Is there a link? Hang on. I'm just reverse image searching. Oh, it's here. This came up right away. Wait. Is this even Hebrew? This is the picture. When's this from? What's this? This ain't Hebrew. Where did it go? What's going on? That ain't no Hebrew, bub. That's Chinese. Oh, Israeli. It's an article about it. Okay. Israeli settler group offers new properties in southern Lebanon. Who are these people? After eliminating the leaders of Hezbollah, do you also dream of having a big house with a view of snow-capped mountains and a warm community in the land of our ancestors? They emerged in March. Oh, I tweeted about these guys. They have protests. There's like 10 of them. Protesting. Okay. Yeah, good luck with that. So this is their website. Wow. And this is the thing. It's time for a house in Lebanon. Bro, good luck. Good luck with these guys. So wait, why is Stephen laughing that she said my village? Because she was born in Michigan. She might have family there. Would you say my? I mean, if I was, like, if it was my grandmother's fucking village, I'd probably just say my grandmother's village. I wouldn't say mine. But ugh. Do these guys not care how they make Israelis look? Yeah, they think they make Israel look fucking based and settler pilled, probably is what they think. Yeah, they love. They want to settle. Yeah, because there are like these people do exist. They just don't have any power. So how did Hassan describe that clip?
Actually accelerating its own demise. It's NSIG. My village, which has already been bombed, is in South Lebanon, and it leaves me in awe that while my family is displaced, they're advertising our land. Yeah, it's really fucked up that Frogan is being anti-Semitic again.
He just read the tweet. Okay, whatever. No power besides the settlements they live in and expand. The people who want to settle Lebanon. What settlements are in Lebanon? I'm sorry, when I say settlers talking about moving into fucking Lebanon, you think that equates to people who are in the West Bank? There are people all over the Israeli government who want to settle in the West Bank, give them a year lull. Can you give me? I need to start betting money. I need to start betting. Okay, I need to start betting like thousands of dollars with people who think South Lebanon is going to have fucking settlers moving into it within a year. How fucking retarded! Like, god damn it. Ugh. Cable, I want you to remember this moment. I want you to remember this moment in a year's time when you are looking like, when you just feel like, oh, wait, you know what? Maybe every broad impression I had about the Israel-Palestine Middle East conflict, maybe it was all bullshit. Maybe I was just kind of like, didn't really know how anything fucking worked in that region. Didn't really know any of the history. Didn't really know what the fuck's going on now. I just assumed that there was a good chance that Israel was going to fucking settle South Lebanon within a year of attacking Hezbollah there. Now I want to know. They had settlers in the Sinai, about 5,000 of them. They were evacuated when they gave it back to Egypt. How many settlers were in Lebanon between 82 and 2000? How many Israeli settlers moved into Lebanon in 18 years? I don't actually know the number. I never read, when I read about the evacuation in 2000, I don't actually read about settlers being pulled out. 5,000 in Sinai. $400. KIA. Wait, you're talking about soldiers. Who was trying to settle the Sinai? 5,000 people. The SLA, they went to Israel, but they were local. They weren't Israelis. I don't recall there being an evacuation of settlers in 2000. They didn't stay because they would die. I don't think there were. Were there any? I don't think there were, unless there's some fucking niche cult that tried to, against the IDF's wishes, set up a fucking shop in South Lebanon. The UN recognized their withdrawal in 2000. They didn't mention settlers. Hey, P. Nasty, thanks for 200 rupees. I'm a noob. What makes you so confident? Is it that there's no US support for this? Plus, it would be going from very few to none to some, which is different from the West Bank, i.e., from some to more. I just don't think there's ever been any will expressed from the overwhelming majority of the Israeli regime, even across history, to settle South Lebanon. Wait, who is it that was like, oh, give them a year? I know what I'm talking about. Who's that? Who the fuck was that? Were there really no settlers in Lebanon? I thought there might have been like a few hundred. Would it change your mind at all that Israel occupied South Lebanon for 18 years and no settlers moved in? What the fuck? There were hundreds of Jews pre-48. Yeah, I know a bunch of Jews also got murdered and chased out during the Civil War. I know that. Do you think a stronger Lebanese state could help the situation? A Lebanese state would help the situation. Yeah, if Lebanon was actually a state, like just one country, one state, that would be cool. One military, that'd be fucking banger. Wow. It's the bare minimum you expect for a country. Yeah, sorry, cable tar. Does that change your opinion on anything? Does that like humble you even like 1 fucking inch that hang on. This person about to tell is about a Lebanese settler coming in. Hello. Ambivilex.
Hi. I'm just caught up from that Reddit post that you read with the military expert extraordinaire.
Yeah.
So the James, what is it called? The James Martin Center. It's part of the Middlebury College. It's a liberal arts college. One of the lead guys there runs like one of the most premier like liberal arms control blogs called the Arms Control Walk blog, and I've been part of that community for several years. So like I've been steeped in that missile defense and stuff for a long time. So it's really funny that has no idea, accusing you of not having expertise or not knowing the expertise, but these are the experts that like almost all of the media goes to actually evaluate open source evidence. They run open source classes. They've teamed up with Bellingcat in the past. It's
okay.
These people, like, these are the experts you should be referencing. They actually teach the classes that some government people and some military people who go to college for their military career teach them how to do like image analysis, how to take photographs, how to evaluate photographs to create models of missiles to evaluate the performance.
Mm-hmm.
So like a lot of the stuff with missiles is actually just pegged to normal physics. Like if you know the diameter of a missile and the length and you know the fuel, you can like model the performance of the missile pretty accurately. Not necessarily accuracy. But yeah, there's like a bunch of sayings that probably be useful to add in so that you can sound like an expert. So like one of the big things is apparently just in the Middle East, air forces are expensive to train and maintain. So they really like to use ballistic missiles in general. They like to buy them because you can just stick them on the shelf.
Okay.
And they have some kind of weird threat, but they're, as you heard, unguided ballistic missiles are just not very accurate. The phrases are like, you can target a military base with them, but you can't target a bridge. They are not accurate enough to like try to hit a bridge with. And you are talking in units of from the most accurate to the least accurate. Football fields or soccer pitches or football pitches.
Mm-hmm.
And you really you're really just also this person hints at there's a form of argument in this space where whenever you're trying to evaluate the accuracy or the effectiveness of a country's weapons, you accuse someone of racism, of not believing that they can build stuff correctly. And that happens. but you actually have to like go through the analysis. And yeah, I mean, even the best unguided ballistic missiles, you're not getting more than circular error probability of like 5 football fields. That's just, you're not getting any more than that. There's weather and there's all that stuff.
Mhm.
Though I will say with the dumb bomb stuff, what matters a lot is like dive bombing versus lofting and also altitude.
Okay.
And that's going to depend on how much risk Israel wants to put on their aircraft. Like, no matter how good the aircraft is, if they're at 20,000 feet and they're dropping a bomb, because you don't know the weather all the way down and the different wind shift changes, you're just not going to get more accurate, I've been reading, than a couple hundred feet. Now, if you're dive bombing, you're lower altitude, that's better, but you're also more at risk of other things going wrong and being, shot at with small arms fire eventually once you get low enough and slow enough. So, there's a big set of trade-offs. So it not only depends on the technology, it depends on the height, depends on is your aircraft pitched up or down, how much risk you're putting your aircraft in, and all that stuff. But yeah, it's really just interesting. Yeah, how much like these guys, like the community that I'm in with these guys is we've had people like have their original research published in like newspapers and stuff. Like sometimes the discussions actually leave the group and end up, the person who made the argument, shows up in the news. So it's just really interesting, the expertise argument here. Anyway, that was mostly it.
It's a good story. You should write a Reddit
I
post
should
about
comment.
it.
Yeah,
No, it's cool. I appreciate I mean, I just thought it was quoting APs. That's probably fine. That's all I went with. I just thought I trust someone else to source out the experts on this than me, because I don't know dick about weapons organizations.
Well,
but
you chose the right one. But also
AP.
there's another thing to keep in mind is the Iron Dome is only good for like very short distance fire. Now, some people are using the term Iron Dome like Kleenex. Does it refer to the specific system or the whole specific layers? But please don't do that.
Because the more relevant one here would be like Arrow 3 or whatever the fuck it's called, right?
Yeah, Arrow 3 and David Sling. And the reason that has, like, with ballistic missiles, distance equals speed. Because, like, you're physically constricted by the physics. Like, when you're further away, the missile goes higher up. So it's going faster when it comes down, because however fast it goes up, it comes down because of, conservation of energy. So, yeah. So you can't really shoot down anything. You can't shoot down a short range or medium range ballistic missile with Iron Dome. You have to use Arrow 3 or David Sling or something like that. And we have our own missiles. Apparently, we also fired from the sea. We fired some SM3s. And one thing to watch out for is we're not going to be able to calculate the accuracy from what made it through and what didn't, because Israel's missile defense prioritizes targets. Even though Iron Dome does this, that, where it'll prioritize stuff that's hitting populated areas and valuable military areas. But I'm pretty sure they also do that with the Arrow 3 and stuff, because, I mean, I don't know what the cost of those interceptors are, but something that can reach and intercept outside of the atmosphere, you're talking like the tens to hundreds of $millions per missile cost. So they really don't want to waste that on something that hits in the middle of the desert. So also these missiles, like for the U.S., we can only produce about one of a missile of that class size a month at our current rates. I don't know what Israel's production capacity is, but we fired 12 SM-3 missiles, which have the exo-atmospheric interception, and that's literally a year's worth of production. So that's going to matter a lot for determining how accurate they are, because the more accurate it is, the more likely it is to get intercepted.
Okay.
So it's going to be very hard to try to calculate backwards from what hit and what didn't, because the stuff that would have hit probably got intercepted.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, that's pretty much it.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I appreciate the comments. All right.
Have a good day.
Take care. Bye bye. Okay. Wait, did we get any comments on the settler project in Lebanon happening within a year? Is someone still committing to that? Where are they? Where'd they go? It's just low-hanging fruit. You did respond. What'd you say? Say it again. Give us your odds. Give us your percentages. If Israel does occupy southern Lebanon, then why not? Well, because they didn't last time. Is that what you said? What else did you say? It's fucking mental. It's like you can't even really, you can't solve any problems because you don't know what the problems are. If you're out here like, well, they're gonna settle this out in Lebanon, like, fucking hell. Anyway. Okay. Should we read the indictment? There's a good amount of Israeli casualties from Hezbollah ambushes yesterday. Yeah, I saw that. I saw 8 people died yesterday in, what was it, Marun al-Ras and another place? If settlers say they're going to settle, I'm going to take them at their word. I just don't trust that the Israeli state is going to let them, though. Yeah, but that's not the question. Yeah, obviously, if people try and the IDF kicks them out, that's like a... Okay. What? So some Israelis might try to commit crimes that the government and the military doesn't support. It's just a wonder, though, because I mean, yesterday was actually probably the first sign that Hezbollah might still have a bit of their old fucking fight in them, because that was what they did in Marun al-Ras last time in 2006. The Israelis got bogged down. Fucked up. Oh no. Did that think before you sleep guy say autism is a fake disability? Oh no. No. Oh my god, Anna Kasparian left the left. I never even read that. I was supposed to read that. They might not even try, though. They might just try to get permission from the government and fail. They might not even go. I don't know. I don't know if I trust these people to actually... If someone's crazy enough... The settlers are all celebrating today and tomorrow in anticipation of the new land in Lebanon they're colonizing. It's called Rush to Lebanon. You fucking crazy fuck, man. They're considered crazy by the West Bank settlers. Yeah, I know. It's surprising, though. It's surprising that there were no settlers there in the 18 years of occupation, because I know it's part of your greater Israel
with the
bullshit.
idea that Palestine existed while there were more than just Palestinians in the area. What am I missing here? Like, is there an official state or just a feeling?
Thanks for the $10, Lilith Crisis. I mean, the area depends on who it was. It was a region that was called Syria Palestina, I guess. It was referred to that by various rulers at various times. And the majority of the people there were Muslim Arab, so as Hezbollah detonates a bomb against Israeli forces. What? In Beirut? For the Ottoman maps, well, it was like you had like the Sanjak of Nablus. You had the Mutesifarite, whatever the fuck it's called, of Jerusalem. What else was it? What are the other Sanjaks? Or whatever they're called. Ottoman. Beirut. Yeah, that's obviously not Palestine. There was Beirut, and although maybe some of it was. Nablus Acre in Jerusalem. Yeah. But that was in the 1840s they did that, right? Jerusalem was later on, 1872. Yeah. Fucking Ottomans. Blech. Okay. Whatever. I don't care about Ottoman history right now. No one cares. It's really pronounced acre. Well, it's like Accra, right? Accra. Wait, yeah. Is this an accurate translation?
What, baby? Say that again. Say it again.
No, maybe I kill a girl, she was 12, but I'm looking for a baby. We are looking for babies, but there is no babies left.
What, baby? Say that again.
What's he talking about here? Is this supposed to be the soldier who was killed yesterday? Like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, though.
What, baby? Say that again.
Is the meme that he was supposed to be like, he was bragging about killing babies? This is old as hell. Okay. Is that supposed to be him? The soldier who died? Okay, whatever. That's not him. It doesn't even look that much like him, but whatever. I'm not getting into that. If some IDF soldiers in the north are crazy, then that's not even surprising, but whatever. Okay, let's move on. Seems insanely clipped. Is he talking to his daughter? Yeah, I know, right? It's just ridiculous. Yeah. Did I just witness anti-Semitism? Maybe. Seems like it. Don't know. He might have actually been joking about killing babies. Could be 50-50. Accurate or bullshit. That account, though, is probably a bullshitter. Yeah. Anna Kasparian has left the left. Oh no. Why? What did she do? What happened? Hello, Moon Knight.
Oh, no, that. Okay, so I'm on Steam now.
Just a sec. Oh. So you were just talking about the Ottoman districts and such. I started listening midway through the conversation. What was the topic exactly? Like, what was the point being made?
Well, people were talking about how someone was saying that there's no such thing as Palestine or some bullshit. Yeah, it was like it was called Palestina by the Romans. So yeah, although the
Okay, I
Ottomans had it
can't
in
hear you.
Sanchez.
Maybe it's the settings here. I can't hear you at all.
How about now? How about now?
Oh, I can now.
Oh yeah, we were just talking about what the Palestine area was called under the Ottomans. I was kind of where that came from.
Yeah. So, what was the thing about the districts?
What the what's now Palestine was used to be at different
Yeah,
stages. It was
Sinjar
like
Nablus وصرفت
Accra,
القدس.
Nablus, Jerusalem, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, what was the point being made there?
Oh, there wasn't really a point. It started because someone said there's no such thing as Palestine historically, and I was like, that's not really the right way to look at it. And then people were asking about the Ottomans, so we just went to what it was called by the Ottomans.
Yeah. So, about that, like in every historical text from the time I'm speaking about, from the 16th to the 19th century, and also, as we all know, to the 20th century, the region was referred to as Palestine, yeah, by the Ottomans themselves in every map, basically in every piece of text from the time. However, the districts in themselves, they varied from time to time. So, for example, the one you spoke of, the one that had Acre, Nablus, and sort of Jerusalem.
Yeah,
that one was specific after the distribution, I believe, of, I don't remember. It could be 1862 or 1858. I'm not certain about it.
Yeah,
Anyways,
mid-1800s, yeah.
that was specifically made to make Lebanon not be a Maronite or a Christian majority state. So, like, they added basically North of Palestine to change the demographics of the Lebanese districts.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was fluid. But before that, it was referred to in under the Mamluks, under the Ayyubids, under the Umayyads, and the Abbasids, and the Fatimids as Jund Palestine, the district itself. And also there were titles as the Sheikh of Palestine, or and those, like, for example, Zahir al-Umar was officially recognized by the Ottomans as being the governor and basically the sheikh of the Palestine region of the time. He basically had an independent state of his own, but under its name, it still was part of the Ottoman Empire, similar to how Egypt was under Muhammad Ali Pasha, who actually had a war with the Ottomans and invaded them, but officially he was still part of the Ottoman Empire. So it can be a bit messy here when you talk about the history of the region.
Yeah. Where do you have those maps from? Do you have any pictures of those maps that actually has Palestine written on it from the old ones?
Yeah, I can. There's a famous one by, I forgot what was his name, a Turkish dude. No, he was Albanian.
Oh, is it this one? Is this from 1804? Printed Ottoman map, 1804. And it's because it includes a lot of fucking Jordan and Syria, right? Is that it?
Can you show it on the screen?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it says Ard Flastan. It's in Ottoman Turkish, so it used the Arabic script. Yeah, in the south it says Ard Flastan, basically land of Palestine. But in the north it says Barsham. I don't know. I don't know what it means. Sham means the Levant. So yeah. This one is the most famous map, I believe, but there are others.
Huh.
And keep in mind that for a long time, the exact borders of what would be Palestine wasn't exactly well defined. So, for example, the region in the basically east of the Jordan, it was not really controlled by the Ottomans as other regions because they couldn't impose taxation and conscription or anything. They could only really have the rite of passage through it. So when
Yeah.
it basically was one of the original founding myths of the Arab Revolt and everything in 1905. They tried to impose taxation on the region, and there was a huge revolt, and another one in 1910. And it was the origin of the Arab Revolt. Basically, many of the tribes of the region got real fucking pissed, and eventually, in 1917, invaded Aqaba, which caused basically the entire southern front to open up, and it was a major cause of the Ottoman collapse.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So what language would I detect on Google Translate to find out is this like old? It's like an old Turkish, or is this just normal Turkish Arabic, or I don't know which
It's
language.
like an old Turkish Ottoman Arabic. Like Turkish today is very different. It uses the Latin script. It also got they had a policy where they got rid of much of the words that originated from Arabic or Persian or Kurdish, make it like a pure Turkish language and everything. So it's very much different nowadays.
Yeah, because I think the only thing I'm
Like
getting here when I put it in Google
what we are reading
Translate
here
is
is
like
closer to Persian than Arabic or Turkish.
yeah, because I don't know a lot of those letters. Here it says Arab Desert on Google Translate, but I don't even know what language is claiming to get it from.
Yeah, Badiyat al-Arab, the Arabian Desert.
That's what it says here.
Yeah.
Where does it say Palestine?
To the slightly to the left.
This one.
Like the bigger word.
This one, or this one?
Yeah, that one.
The low one.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one.
This says Ab Palestine.
Ard Palestine, but I'm not sure about how the Ottomans pronounced it. So, like, if I pronounce it in Arabic as it was supposed to be pronounced in the Arabic script, it would be Palestine, but we said Palestine. So I don't know. Maybe they had a different pronunciation, or they had different grammars for the language.
Okay. Let's see. How would you?
Okay, some dude is saying Jake Bradshaw in the comments saying Badia means villages. I don't know who the fuck told him that. It doesn't have a literal meaning. It means the place of origin, but no, it's specifically desert.
I'm trying. Fuck me. Is there not even like a Ottoman Arab? Is it like an Ottoman Arab an alphabet?
I don't believe so. Like, as far as I can tell, most people have like a special. There are those special niche translators who specialize in old Ottoman documents, and nobody else can read it but them. But perhaps there has been something that can actually translate it. I don't know.
Okay. Because this thing I'm looking at here, this just looks like no, it's not. It's not. This is actually different. These are similar. These are Arabic letters, but some of them are different because instead of it's like a thing with 3 dots underneath it for pa. P. Okay.
Yeah, it's closer to Persian, really.
Huh. So this would be this is still an aleph, right? Still a. And this one here is what letter do you say for this? D, right? Da. Dal.
Yeah. There's alif, then ra, then da.
Okay. And then this is the would this be the fa or because it's got the dot above it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, fa.
That's da. Da.
Okay, and then it goes a fucking massive. This is all part of the fa. That's just a huge F.
Yeah. It's da, and it's all part of it. Yeah.
Da, and then this is fa, right? Fa.
Yeah.
This is fa. Oh yeah, fa. Okay, I see it. Fa. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, yeah, I see it with a nun at the end. Okay. So this is Art Palestine. ARD. Art Palestine. Yeah. Okay. Haha. Got it. Okay. Nice. Cool.
This, also in Hebrew, it's actually, I think, the same word, like Eretz or Ard. I found it weird.
Palestine. Okay.
XVCT. Okay, Sahara is desert and so is Badia.
Wow.
For fuck's sake, I should. You know, I studied Arabic for 12 years. I read basically every single fucking classic Abbasid poem that nobody ever knew about. And this retard here starts telling me that the most common word that people think is fucking romantic in Arabic has actually different meaning.
That's crazy, chap. Okay. Anything else?
Okay, just a second. I need you to show this for every fucking retard here saying I'm DMing you it.
Okay.
I'm so fucking frustrated.
Okay, what am I looking at?
This is the word badia, which everyone thinks I had the wrong meaning for.
Okay.
Fuck them.
Wow.
It's desert. Nowhere does it mean village. And also, yes, there are like 20 or 30 or fucking 100 different meaning for desert in Arabic. Yeah.
I wonder why Arabs have so many words for desert, eh? It's like how
Yeah.
Inuits have a million words for snow.
Okay, so also I need my pimps back, please.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, Sev is here.
Listen, I'm a language nerd, and what you just said, I actually did a paper on. That is a false claim about like Eskimos or like have a million words.
Yeah,
for
I
snow.
know. It's like they have like about as many as we do, right? Like a few more, like 30
have-
something.
Yeah, they have just as much. It's just like they count all Eskimos as the one group of people, even though there's like several languages, and they just count
Oh,
from
that's
each
what they
language.
do. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they just group them up all in one group and said because they all live in the snow, and they're like, oh, these people are all one group of people, and they have a million words for snow, even though it's like several different languages.
Well, did they not tell you to say Inuit? Because I thought the
No.
other word's racist. isn't it?
Because is Eskimo racist?
Probably only in white country. Yeah.
I've never heard that. That's
I don't know if it's
common
something
used
that they
word.
care about or if it's just like one of those like Latinx things that yeah. I don't know.
I've never heard that it's racist. I don't know if it is. What is the other word? Inuit?
Yeah,
Inuit?
Inuit. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I've never heard that it's racist.
Okay.
They used, the racist one when we were doing our research.
Cool. Okay.
Chat. Anyway, chat. Yeah, that's what I wanted to correct you on. Bye.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay. You're good.
Yeah, that's it. I'm fucking off. Thanks for listening, everyone.
That's all right. Take care. Bye bye. Okay. Why did both sound racist? I don't know. Black Hawk Tua. I still don't know anything about that person. Hawk Tua. Anyway. Anna Kasparian's left the left. Okay. That's crazy, chat. Is it because she discovered some of her preconceived beliefs were not well founded because she was Socratically persuaded? Because she did some more research? Or is it because people were mean to her on the internet? Let's find out. After Trump came into the political scene, and especially after he was elected in 2016, the us versus them mentality immediately took shape. Anyone who refused to resist Trump was seen as a threat to the country, and I was fully on board with that mindset. I mean, that's just true. It all felt righteous at first, but eventually the tactics deployed to fight Trump became repetitive, boring, and ultimately fruitless. Polling shows that he has increased his support among Black and Latino voters, despite wall-to-wall coverage of his unsavory, racist, or bigoted remarks. Several years of media raising alarm over Trump's threat to democracy has only resulted in a tight presidential race between himself and Kamala Harris. I don't know. I feel like Republicans are still allowed to set the agenda a bit too much. I don't think people actually go hard enough on Trump as a threat to democracy. Case in point was Tim Walz in the presidential debate, in the VP debate. He was like kind of slightly tepid, like almost as if he was disarmed by the fact that JD Vance wouldn't answer his question as to whether or not Trump lost the election. That should be a huge thing. That should be like your kill shot of the entire conversation, but there just wasn't enough attack proportionate to the insanity of what was being said. I can't help but acknowledge that the only thing that was accomplished by resisting Trump was less understanding and more division among Americans. I personally became reluctant to challenge my side or engage with voters who disagreed with me. In turn, I became less knowledgeable about the people and the world around me. I saw Republican voters as an evil monolith, and that was a big mistake. That's true. It's only about 70% of them that are an evil monolith. The rest of them are... should be voting Democrat, really, if they care about the Constitution as much as they claim to. My evolution started in 2022 when I was sexually assaulted by a homeless man in my neighborhood as I was walking my dog. That horrible experience alone didn't change me politically, but the treatment I received from the far left and some progressives after sharing the story did. I was told that by publicly sharing what had happened to me, I was stigmatizing my unhoused neighbors. Others accused me of feeding into racist tropes because they assumed that my attacker was black, but I had never even disclosed the man's race. He was white. Oh no. Oh no. Not only did I suddenly see the flawed thinking of some on the left, I also witnessed their cruelty and hypocrisy in real time. These terrible traits that I had associated solely with my political opponents were obviously not exclusive to their tribe. I was stupid for ever thinking this was the case. That doesn't mean everyone on the left thinks or behaves in this way, in the way this small group of lunatics do. Far from it. But it does mean that there are factions and flaws on both sides of the aisle, and no one has a monopoly on truth. She realized there's money in centrism or conservatism. That's not necessarily true. There might be money in conservatism, but there isn't necessarily money in building a left-wing audience and then moving over, because you're probably going to be very distrusted by the other side, and you're also going to take such a dent in your immediate viewership that it might just never recover. Dave Rubin. KO, there's a reason that ever since Dave Rubin left the left, every far left dipshit has been coming to people like, whether it's like me or Destiny or at this point Anna, and saying, you're going to be voting Republican in 1 year. You're going to be a Trump supporter. You're going to be on Kick. You're going to be exclusively streaming to Kick. You're going to be a white nationalist. You're going to say Hitler had good ideas. It never fucking happens. Dave Rubin is a fairly exceptional case of someone who was in the Young Turks, saw the money, and then just immediately pivoted. Other people tend to just get accused of that falsely all the time. People like Shoeonhead and shit like that. Yeah. Not only did I suddenly see the flawed thinking of someone on the left, I also witnessed their cruelty and hypocrisy. Okay. Then there was the insane reaction to one of my tweets in March 2023. I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus. Birthing person or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. All hell broke loose after I posted those words. Most friends in left-wing media didn't bother reaching out privately to discuss their disagreement with my personal preference. Instead, many self-described socialists took it upon themselves to profit from conflict by publicly attacking me with monetized videos. Shoeonhead was falsely accused. Yeah, Shoeonhead's not a conservative. She never has been. She's married to a very right-wing conservative, but she's not a conservative. Okay. Who's her husband? He's some very wacky, like, Christian conservative. I don't know that much about him, but from what I've seen, he seems like very far right. Yeah. Okay. A smaller leftist YouTube show put out 5 separate videos skewering me about that tweet, while conveniently erasing the advocacy I had done on behalf of the transgender community throughout my career. They even went as far as drawing a link between my tweet and trans suicides, which sadly wasn't the most unhinged outcome of the debacle. Who's she talking about? Was it Xanderhall or was it Demon Mama? Smaller lefted YouTube show. Streamer. Okay. TYT's volunteer YouTube chat moderators quit over the tweet, and someone reported me to Human Resources. An on-air transgender contributor even resigned from the company after being urged by online mobs and leftist shows to do so. Curious that none of those shows hired her after she took their advice. Oh no. Who is that person? Benny. The tanky laugh. The tanky cackle. Reporting her to HR. Come on, bro. What's that person called? I can't even remember their fucking name. Benny? Benny Carollo. Yeah, not doing too well post Anna. Last video upload was 4 months ago. Unless they moved on to something else. Is it she, her pronouns, or they, them? I forgot. $691. Damn, inflation. Yeah, well, the person who debated Charlie Kirk. Okay. TYT's, okay, yeah. I never apologized for the tweet, and I never will. That whole experience forced me to come to terms with the intolerance on the left, and it allowed me to publicly reject the ideological shackles that kept my world small and less informed. Today, I'm less certain and more curious than I was 4 years ago. I've made humiliating mistakes while covering political news because I was previously unwilling to consider or understand the perspective of Americans who vote differently from me. The problem with this is like, it just completely opens you up to probably the valid contention that, like, you really shouldn't be having your fucking politics altered by bad behavior against you from other people. She's making it sound like it more gave her a push in that direction, but it's still like a little bit. Because it does make it very hard to trust you long term, that if any political movement has people who are mean enough to you, that will change your positions morally and pragmatically and like on different fucking on different issues. What to expect from Unaligned? Oh, was she doing a thing? I'm hungry for dialogue, a space for in-depth analysis in a judgment-free zone. This is what I plan to do here. Every week, I will provide subscribers with 2 or 3 written pieces that dig deeper into the big stories of the week with the intention of finding truth rather than promoting a political side. Video posts sharing details on breaking news and political events. A weekly podcast beginning in November that will feature long-form discussions and debates with guests from all walks of life. Engagement with me in the comment section for paid subscribers. Join me and be part of the dialogue. The point of this new project is the pursuit of intellectual freedom and open-mindedness. I want to nurture curiosity without fear of offending the sensibilities of loyal partisans. I reject arguments about the evils of platforming people who are considered too naughty to converse with. I want to facilitate dialogue. I don't know what my political identity or label is, and I'm not even sure I want to be pigeonholed. This is my effort in pursuing extreme honesty and humility in the quest for common ground and truth without the constraints of a tribal identity. It's just like things like this are just, it's just really uninteresting because the only real substance of what's being said here, like there was nothing really about any arguments or any positions that are changing here. It's just like, oh, I used to believe this, but then I read this and found out this and heard this argument and like thought about it this way, like all this kind of shit. But it's never that. It's like this is just a story about how people were mean to her online. Now, the one thing I will say is that most of you guys, basically all of you in chat, don't know what it's like to be attacked by an online hate mob. And it's a feeling that you'll never really understand unless you actually go through it yourself, unfortunately. It's very alien, it's very strange. And I can imagine most people would fold. They'd either kill themselves or they would reconsider their shit. But not true, my grandmother emails me all the time. Well, it's still not real life. I mean, if you're a public figure and this is your job and it's real people and they're attacking you with real human words, yeah, it's real life. It's a part of real, yeah, it's a very strange part of real life. It's a part of real life that's very unexplored by the philosophers, but it's real life. Sorry. It's a part of real life. Anyway. It's especially when you find out that some of the people who are harassing you to the ends of the earth and giving you death threats and all this shit are like, not only are they real human beings, but some of them are functioning human beings. Like they have families and kids and shit like that. And I'm like, that's bizarre. I'm like, who does their fucking job, comes home, takes care of the kids, gets on the computer, and just sends death threats and talks about how fucking genocidal or whatever someone like some fucking YouTuber with 20,000 subs. It's just so bizarre to me. Yeah. But in any case, if you're a creator, you probably should be prepared to handle that without it compromising your values. If I've ever changed my opinion from one thing to another, I'll generally tell you the process. Like, I didn't change my opinions on the Israel-Palestine peace process, and especially like Arafat. I didn't change my opinion on that because tankies were mean to me on the internet. That's not really how that happened. I just read more about it. And it actually, and if you look hard enough, want to go through all my streams from maybe about a year ago until now, you can literally see me saying things like, oh, the more I read about this, the more like difficult it gets to form a conclusion. Or like the more I read about this, I feel like the less I know because there's so many contradictory statements and like there's so many bits missing here and there and so many quotes that are used. So yeah, like there was that whole journey was broadcast in front of everyone. But yeah, you can't really. You're not really supposed to let people shape your opinions in that way. There's just nothing. There's nothing, unfortunately, here that's got anything to do with the thought process that actually got her to change her perspective. It's just like, well, she prefers discourse to purity testing or whatever. The only thing that the behavior of the online left in the last 5 years has changed my opinion on is the behavior of the online left. That's it. I used to think left wingers were a lot more compassionate and a lot more humanistic and just a lot smarter than they actually are. And then I just found out that they're actually mental and stupid and toxic and they dehumanize people a lot and they're boring and they're annoying. But like, that doesn't really change my particular opinion on fucking puberty blockers or trans issues. Those are the same thing. Or fucking like the Israeli-Palestinian peace process or IHL or fucking Islamophobia or police brutality, systemic racism. Like these opinions shouldn't change because of fucking the way you're treated on the internet. They should change because you heard better arguments. You're right. I've changed. Yeah. Interesting. What are other people saying about this? I know there's going to be a lot of the self-fulfilling prophecy because, unfortunately, what's your opinion on puberty blockers? I think they're probably acceptable. It's like it seems to be that for people who are under 18, there are situations where it would make sense for someone to go on puberty blockers and then hormones before they turn 18. I don't know how common those cases are. I feel like there should be care taken and all that, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it seems like for some people, it's like obviously the right decision. Acceptable, not even based. I mean, I don't think they should be handed around like fucking candy, but okay. What are other people saying about this? Have other people made videos about this? I feel like the streamer, the React world, the drama world's gonna get on it to fuck. Anna left. Destiny video. 49 minutes ago. TYT, Vanguard. Oh! Ooh! These guys, the communists. Vosh will talk about it. Xanderl, yeah, maybe. Demon Mama? Oh, yeah. It's funny because for some people, I feel like it's almost like they should know it's self-fulfilling because for a while, I would have people come to me and be like, oh, you, like, the biggest challenge I would get was on my opinions, whatever they were on, was like, that's not really a leftist opinion. How can you call yourself a leftist and say this? How can you call yourself left-leaning and say this? I'm like, because left-leaning is a very broad thing. Like, whatever the online world considers leftist, like, I am not that. Like, these fucking guys are, like, the way these fucking animals behave and conduct themselves and present their ignorance and fucking lack of morality and lack of fucking intellectual thought is like, that. Yeah, I don't be part of any of that. The cultish behavior. But to say that I've got left-wing opinions, that I'm generally on the left of like mainstream politics, where was I going with that? It's just funny that some people use that as the argument of like, oh, you like, how can you be a left-winger and say this? Where you're like, okay, I'll stop calling myself a left-winger. Just engage with the opinion. It's like some people who do this thing about like, oh, why I don't like left-wingers anymore, why I left the left. It's almost like they want it to happen. Like they want to force you into that position that they're like, yes, we do not allow this diversity of opinion in our movement. Yes, we do not allow that. Yes, you have to take a deal with fucking Ruben Blaze Media or Tim Pool. You have to leave YouTube and Twitch and go to Kick. It's like, sometimes it sounds like that's what people are telling you when they say like, oh, can't wait for your why I left the left video and shit. Yeah. Where is, speaking of, very few people, how many people leave the right and go left? That's not too unusual. How many people leave the center left to go far left? Or how many people leave like liberalism to go left? How many social democrats become communists? That's what I want to know. Yeah. I feel like you don't see about much of that in the creator sphere. I feel like the only time people do that is when they go from being kind of like 16 to 18 years old. Hassan kind of took that path? No, Hassan hit his power level. That's what Hassan did. I guess he went from what, apolitical, transphobic, professional. Oh, I have to care about Syria because it's in the news. Does that count? He wasn't really political at that point. Why I left the center. It's a good catchy headline, isn't it? Mike from PA used to hide his power level. Yeah. Did Tulsi Gabbard do that? What? Go from... Tulsi is not left. Tulsi's like populist lunatic. Let me see. Because I wonder... Wait. Do we have hope for this guy? PSA Sitch? Apparently he finally snapped at... Adam Friended. Oh no.
Lying. They're going to say, look, he's not going to say JD Vance was lying. They're going to say, look, he's telling the truth here. That shouldn't be the law. I mean, technically they are, It is technically they are of legal status, but they shouldn't be. That's the calculation that they're going to make.
Okay, then Vance should be smart, which he's been in other parts in this debate, but this is fucking stupid. Instead of saying they're illegal, which is factually untrue, and it gets you down this stupid Sitch's Law fucking conversation about the definition of illegal, he should just say like the Biden or the Kamala Harris, immigrants. Right?
Why?
Just
hold on.
Like
Why
the way
must he bend to your sensibilities? Why can't he just?
It's not fucking bending to my sensibilities. It's telling the fucking truth. What the fuck are you talking about? This is like insane. Wait, this would be like saying,
God.
wait, no. This would be like saying, oh, I'm pro-life. Okay, so I'm gonna look at a state that is pro-choice, and they allow abortions, and say the illegal abortion laws that are taking place under Tim Walz, and you're like, what do you mean illegal? It's legal in that state. Nope.
Wait, did JD Vance say that there were illegal abortions? And what is Adam trying to defend? Oh no.
What do you mean illegal? It's legal in that state. No, but I think it should be illegal. Well, just because you think it should be illegal doesn't mean it fucking is illegal.
Okay, seems fair.
We got to dial it down a bit. You understand the argument that I'm making?
It's
like
the argument you're making is fucking retarded. I don't know what the fuck is going
on. Yes. Oh God. I do. You know what? I sometimes wonder because I watched the guy. I watched it a little bit, not much. Watch bits of it. I do wonder how often PSA Sitch is sitting there being like, "Oh God, oh no, oh no, Adam, oh no, he's doing it. Oh fuck, oh God, he's doing it. Oh no, he's doing. Oh God, Adam, oh no." I just wonder how often that happens in his head. He's doing the thing again. Because the problem with Adam is that he is just a Trump fan, but he's also in the arts. He works in the arts. I don't know if he still does, but he did these illustrations himself, right? He's an artsy guy, and if you're an artsy guy, you're not supposed to identify as a Trump person. It's too embarrassing. He's a Trump supporter who's too embarrassed to call himself a Trump supporter. Sitch, I don't know. Sitch is a bit. I think he just gives me like right liberal vibes. But how much does he put up with? He seems to put up with so much. I'm just like, I guess it's because maybe these guys thought they would like, I don't know if the goal of this show, it seems like the goal of this show was to have like a sort of centristy South Park ironic detachment fucking unaffiliated political analysis / comedy show or podcast. But it's so clear that particularly Adam is just a fucking Trump supporter whose only first principle is fuck the left, fuck these SJWs. Yeah, I remember seeing that when Sitch and No Bullshit were debating about fucking white nationalism because Sitch is Jewish. And No Bullshit was like, fucking, what are you first, Jew or white? And fucking... And Sitch was trying to, I remember this so well. I remember Sitch was trying to get No Bullshit to own a couple of his positions or explain his positions on white nationalism. And Adam was like, no, come on, we're taking part in the same cancel culture that we disagree with. I'm like, bro, to ask him questions, to get him to fucking own his positions. I knew from, or hang on, we gotta find it. Hang on, Adam Sitch, No Bullshit. Like, why was he called No Bullshit? It's 4 years ago. How do I remember this so well? Look at them. I knew, okay? Canary in the coal mine.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another
Transcript.
Sunday live stream. That's right, we just had one.
Fuck.
And now we're gonna have number 2.
Do 4-hour videos not have transcripts? Oh my God. Wait. It doesn't, does it? There's no transcript. Can I see it? Fuck. JXE was mogging him in a debate. There's a Hutch stream reacting to it. Are there any other highlights? Oh, they debated the serfs on Rittenhouse crossing state lines. Oh no. Uh-oh. JX, he has a video on No BS, but didn't... Oh, fuck, I want to find it in this debate. Why is there no transcript, bro? Hang on. Who else did JX talk about it in his video? Did he talk about that? Might have.
I make loads of claims about.
Where is it? Is it here? Oh, I see something. Maybe I see. Here it is. Okay. Let's just see what we come across. You never know.
No bullshit.
It might not capture the issue we're discussing.
And whinged about it on a live stream he went on.
Are you familiar with JXC? So he also streamed with Mueller, and he had an interesting video about me that he privated because of embarrassment, where he said, I don't deserve the right to speak, and some of my views are so controversial, I shouldn't have a platform.
So
He
got a lot of bad feedback about that.
Every claim that No Bullshit makes it is objectively and provably false, all the way from what he claims I actually said in my video, right down to the little things like the claim that I got loads
Don't care, that doesn't help, sorry. Fuck. What if I just scan around? What if I just try to get the feel of this video?
I was trying to
Because you don't even know who he is. You just said you didn't know who he is.
Don't care.
Brooks, if together and the chat can decide on their own.
This sounds like it. It's about white nationalism.
Other people that you talked about in that stream.
Okay.
I just
Let
go
me
on
answer the
streams.
question that was directly
I go on all
asked to me.
kinds of streams.
Let me answer
all
the
kinds of
question that was
people. I
directly
went on a
asked to me.
stream with this person. I went on a stream with some high school kids one
Brooks,
time.
stop
Like if people
filibustering.
invite
Adam
me.
asked me a question. I want to answer it. Okay.
I'm not filibustering. I'm trying to talk. You had me on the show. Trying to talk.
Well, when Adam asked me a question, I want to answer it. Okay.
Come on.
And so to answer your question, you said, why are we talking about this? It's from 2018. It's 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm saying if Brooks explains his position then, explains how it's different now, then that's fine. And I'll say, okay, fine. Or if he stops talking about it, and I'm bringing up these things about him defending the alt-right.
I'm not allowed to talk
that the
about
alt-right
politics anymore.
doesn't exist, that white nationalism doesn't exist, because to me, that shows that he hasn't changed. Because if he had changed, he would say, I understand that those things exist, and maybe I was too close to them in the past, and I don't want to be associated with them anymore. So, Adam, do you understand how if you keep denying that they exist now, that's like a big red flag?
It's a perception thing, though. So, and I can't read.
Well, that's fine. So that's why I agree with you.
I mean,
that's
I
why
can't
I said
read
we
Brooks's
should let
mind, okay?
we
But
should,
it
we
feels
should,
like a
we
witch
should
hunt
watch,
to me. It really
that's
feels
why
like
we
a
should
witch
watch
hunt
the
to me.
stream.
Asking them to explain their position is a witch hunt. What the fuck, man?
Together and the chat can decide on their own.
Then we are directly participating in cancel culture. 'cause
Okay,
we're
so I'm going to be
bringing up something that's
100%
old.
Chris. I'm going to be 100% clear with you. On this channel, I'm going to watch this stream at some point. Brooks
Okay.
can be here and defend himself and provide context, or it can just be me, and he cannot defend himself. So the choice is really what he wants to do.
Sitch is sticking to his guns. Brooks,
I'm sticking to my guns because
this
Brooks
is like
Brooks has not
this
been,
is the first
Brooks has not
point
been
you've been
honest
trying.
in this conversation at all. Okay.
You think I'm lying?
I think you're being very deceptive. If you could
You're
answer
calling me a liar, right up, straight up.
I am. How can define what the alt-right and what nationalism is? Define how your beliefs about them have changed from 2 years ago to now. That's all I'm at. That was the first question I asked you, and you haven't answered me.
Yeah, and you're stuck on it because you're an autistic
So
retard.
what is the
No,
answer?
come on, guys. Let's not devolve.
So
into
what is
name
the answer to
calling.
that question?
Here's the
Very simple
answer.
question.
If you want to know what I believe now, you can ask. And I told you I'm not racist and I'm conservative and I have no problems with other
So
people.
why did your views change?
Who's to say they changed? You just met.
Like that is
Who's
a
to say
complete. When did you stop beating your wife? Question. Seriously,
Adam,
Sitch.
he is on a white nationalist stream talking about how his channel acts as a stepping stone to further white nationalist content.
He's
of
on a
course
white
I have to ask
nationalist.
this question.
He's on a white
You
nationalist
understand?
stream.
See, but now this is how you know that Brooks has no argument, because he's mocking me saying white nationalist. He's calling me
You
names.
say
He's
it
not
weird.
actually
You say
defending
it like
himself.
you're.
He's
You
not
say it
defending
weird,
himself
dude.
with
You say it like
actual
you're scared
facts.
of him.
He's not
Why are
defending
you
himself
so
with
scared
Why
of
is
facts.
like
these people?
you can see like no bullshit is doing a fucking Jew voice when he does the white nationalist thing. Oh god, yeah, like Adam's a fucking tool. He's always been a tool. He was born a tool. Okay, I don't. Anyway, I just wonder why Sitch puts up with that. Okay, that's all I'm trying to say. Okay, took us a while to get there. Okay. Sorry, Anna Kasparian. Right. What was that? Since Destiny's the only streamer who's got a VOD about this so far, what is he saying about it?
Anna Kasparian.
Bah! Too loud. Because I know it's difficult for us to form opinions on our own, so we need to find out what other people are saying. Okay, I gave my opinion. Good for her. It seems like the thing that she's changed her opinion on is that she realized that left wingers are more toxic than she thought they were. I don't really know if that's like a good reason to explain like an entire fucking change of whatever the fuck. Seems like she's gone down the whole like let's just talk about ideas route, which is maybe a bit risky, but anyway.
Has left the left.
The left.
My God, that literally no one could have seen coming. Holy f-. You're right. I've changed. After Trump came onto the political scene, and especially after he was elected in 2016.
Don't care.
Morning consult survey.
Why did this?
From coverage of his unsavory, racist, or bigoted remarks. Donald Trump has doubled his support among black voters. What is doubling? From what to what? From 12 points to 21 points.
Oh.
From one poll to the next poll. A morning consult survey of 11,501 registered voters. Wait, why are we comparing what Trump's polling was in 2020 to 2024? What about like from 2016 to 2020? In 2020, after Trump was president for 4 years, he had, among black moderates, his support was 8 points. In 2024, it's 19 points. But
what was it, 2016?
Are we only talking about moderates? Specifically, the poll found that Trump's support among black moderates and black conservatives has increased significantly, doubling among moderates. Well, hold on. Who would identify as a moderate? Wait, this methodology is so questionable.
Because it's not like black liberals.
Wait, do you understand the issue here? Like, imagine you have like imagine you have 100 voters who are undecided, and let's say that they call themselves moderate, and then let's say that you have
in 2016. Is this true? Is it true? Did Trump only get 6% of the black vote in 2016? Among validated voters. What do you mean validated voters? Excuse me. The fuck is a validated voter? So he did grow his black support, didn't he? Oh, well.
Let's say an election happens, a cycle goes on, and then that 100 group, let's say that shrinks by...
Video of Shoe on Head being insanely racist. Is this old or is this new? This
Milo Yiannopoulos
fucking ancient. Okay, why?
actually got permanently banned from Twitter.
She said a black woman looked like a gorilla. That she's owned this though. I'm pretty sure she said this was like racist as fuck. Yeah. Why would you give me a 5-year-old clip, which might not even be in 2019? I think the video itself is maybe even older, but okay. Armored skeptic in the back with his fucking armor and his sword. Oh no. Okay. Cool. What the fuck?
90%. Let's say 90 of those people are like, I'm not moderate anymore. This is insane. I'm going to go be part of this party now. So you have 10 moderates left. Let's say of those 10 moderates, let's say like 8 of them are like, this Trump guy seems kind of cool. If before you had 20 people that were cool with Trump out of 100, your support might be 20%. But if the moderates that you have left, you've only got 10 left, let's say a bunch left. Now let's say of those moderates, 8 support Trump. You went from 20 to 8, an absolute decrease in number, but as a percentage, you increased your percentages by 60-point increase. Right now you have 80% support among moderates for Trump. I'm not saying that this kind of polling is bad, okay? Just to be clear, I'm not saying this is bad or the data is worthless. I'm just saying be aware of what you're polling on. I'm curious, what is the actual percentage support? Well, to be fair, actually, this one sounds like... I wonder what this means when it says supporting Trump. Hold on. Voting... What would we even look for? Polling Trump by race?
I didn't even know this was like a contention. I thought Trump was just growing the black vote for the Republicans. I didn't actually check if it was properly true. It's one of those things that everyone says.
Are you able to get chat on screen? Yeah, I could. Do I want chat on screen? Do I care that much?
Fuck chat. Fuck those guys.
Does it link the poll in the article? Morning console poll crosstabs are paywalled. It's this. Oh, well, that's kind of annoying. This pollster is ranked 107th by 538. Yeah, they might not be a high quality poll, but that is a significant increase in pointage.
Pointage.
Fuck, whatever. Maybe we'll dig into polling data on this as we get closer to the election. Several years of media raising alarm over Trump's threat to democracy has only resulted in a tight presidential race between himself and Kamala Harris. I can't help but acknowledge that the only thing that was accomplished by resisting Trump was less understanding and more division among Americans. I personally became reluctant to challenge my side or engage with voters who disagreed with me. In turn, I became less knowledgeable about the people and world around me. I saw Republican voters as an evil monolith, and that was a big mistake. My revolution started in 2022 when I was sexually assaulted by a homeless man in my neighborhood as I was walking my dog. That horrible experience alone didn't change me politically, but the treatment I received from the far left and some progressives after sharing the story did. I was told that by publicly sharing what had happened to me, I was stigmatizing my unhoused neighbors. Others accused me of feeding into racist tropes because they assumed that my attacker was black, but I had never even disclosed the man's race. He was white. Not only did I suddenly see the flawed thinking of some of the left, I also witnessed their cruelty and hypocrisy in real time. These terrible traits that I had associated solely with my political opponents were obviously not exclusive to their tribe. I was stupid for ever thinking that was the case. That doesn't mean everyone on the left thinks or behaves in the way this small group of lunatics do. Far from it, but it does mean that there are factions and flaws on both sides of the aisle, and no one has a monopoly on truth. Then there was the insane reaction to one of my tweets in March of 2023. I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is?
Yeah.
You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. This is true. Man, that's just another unfortunate, it's just another thing. I don't know what to say. People do this. People get like mind rotted. Basically, you have a bad experience with a group of people and then you decide to become the exact opposite politically. I understand why people do it. It's just kind of sad, I guess. I don't know.
Like the Articles of Confederation basically was just the United States founders trying to be as little like the UK as possible, to the point that they had like fuck all for a federal government and they couldn't raise taxes and they couldn't raise a military. And then Shay's Rebellion fucked them up. I've been learning civics, you guys. And then they had to be like, okay, wait, sorry. We went too far the other way. We need an executive. We need Congress. We need to have federal powers. Whoa.
I don't know how you prevent a person like this from flipping because, yeah, it's dumb. Stupid. You kind of predicted this before. I mean, it's not a hard prediction to make. It happens. If you harass the fuck out of somebody, eventually they're going to look elsewhere. All hell broke loose after I posted those words. Most friends in left-wing media didn't bother reaching out privately to discuss their disagreement with my personal preference. Instead, many self-described socialists took it upon themselves to profit from conflict by publicly attacking me with monetized videos. Okay, I mean, we do news and punditry. Everything we do is monetized. Come on. A smaller leftist YouTube show put out 5 separate videos skewering me about the tweet, while conveniently erasing the advocacy I had done on behalf of the transgender community throughout my career. They even went as far as drawing a link between my tweet and trans suicides, which sadly wasn't the most unhinged outcome of the debacle. TYT's volunteer YouTube chat moderators...
Didn't Vosh repeatedly call Anna a bitch over this? He called her a bitch once that I recall. Is that repeatedly, or are we editorializing? He did definitely throw one bitch out there. Yeah. Oh no. Not good.
Quit over the tweet, and someone reported me to Human Resources. An on-air transgender contributor even resigned from the company after being urged by...
Do you think they could settle Lebanon as a bargaining chip for peace with Lebanon? No. If you want to use land as a bargaining chip, you just occupy it. You don't need to fucking settle it. Why would you need to Anyway.
Online mobs and leftist shows to do so. Curious that not one of those shows hired her after she took their advice. Ha! I never apologized for the tweet, and I never will.
Wow.
That whole
Queen.
experience forced me to come to terms with the intolerance on the left, and it allowed me to publicly reject the ideological shackles that kept my world small and less informed. Today, I'm less certain and more naive, curious, than I was 4 years ago. I've made humiliating mistakes while covering political news because I was previously unwilling to consider or understand the perspective of Americans who vote differently from me. What to expect from the now unaligned? I'm hungry for dialogue, a space for in-depth analysis, and a judgment-free zone. That is what I plan to do here. Every week, I will provide subscribers with 2 to 3 written pieces that dig deeper into the big stories of the week, with the intention of finding truth rather than promoting a political side. Video posts sharing details on breaking news.
Okay, we've read this already. Come on.
With me.
I want to hear the takes.
The pursuit of responsibility is naughty.
What's
to
the
or label it
creator sphere saying about this?
So does this mean that her next batch of guests are going to be all basically
white nationalists,
IDW rejects? What's wrong with this? I just think that when people define themselves politically as the opposite of whoever bullied them last, I just think it's pathetic. I don't know why or how I was gifted with this, but I was able to figure out, like in 2016. No, not 2016. I'm sorry. When I was 16, that defining yourself as the antithesis of whatever you don't like is just as stupid as being captured or enslaved by whatever the thing is. I wish more people could understand that. I think the far left is unhinged. Not only is the far left unhinged, I think I actually agreed with Anna on every single one of these major points. You could probably find videos or tweets doing it. I thought that the her homeless encounter thing was insane. Vosh had crazy shit. Was this when he called her a bitch, or was that over the transgender thing? I thought the attacks she got over the transgender thing were insane. I agreed with her, but I mean, like, that doesn't mean I'm all of a sudden going to pretend that both sides are the exact same now. Does this mean she left TYT? No, I'm sure she'll stay there.
Where is
Destiny,
it?
so theoretically...
Where does he call her a bitch? Is it on the Thermia video?
Unlike Vosh, Shapiro never once called me retarded or a bitch over disagreements. That's how big boys who don't snort addies during unhinged streams act. I don't know anyone in conversation or debate, but I especially have no interest in antisocial creeps like Vosh. Simple. And it's so good on so many because she's like cycling through every insult she can think of, right? And okay, because I tweeted this, but I think Anna Kasparian is so afraid of me that I'm in her mind, I'm morphing into the thing she despises and fears the most, a homeless person. So she has to insinuate I'm a drug addict.
Ooh.
So like my 10 milligram Adderall prescription, which is like the lowest dose you give adults. And she's like, this druggie, this, if I was in Santa Monica, he would be curled up in an alleyway. I have to, like, it's like it's just so much projection, you know?
Damn.
It's really, 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 really good.
He was so jolly. Drama Vosh.
Nothing is wrong with the letter, but the way it always goes is her turning into a right-wing apologist and potential supporter. I mean, it's the sanity washing. The biggest issue with people is when people do this thing where they're like, oh yeah, both sides have extreme problems, and you do this thing where you pretend that both of them are kind of the equivalent, or they both have problems, so they're both more or less the same. It destroys the discourse because they're not the same right now. They are incredibly different. Anna is now insinuating I'm a drug addict, presumably because she's so terrified of me that in her mind I'm beginning to take the form of the thing she fears most, a homeless person. Is Vosh implying that all homeless people are drug addicts? Wow. Destiny, this is how I felt about you prior to January of this year and you learning more about Trump. Yeah, but I think that was just a lack of information. It's not like I was just defining myself as the opposite of people that attacked him. I just didn't have the information. I'm sure there are some things I'll change my mind on too as I gather more info about it, but I'm not just like switching sides because somebody is triggering me. Where's the meme? Hold on. Dumb, medium, smart guy, meme. God,
I hope you guys understand this. I hope you guys understand that no matter how much the pro-Palestine left-wingers shit on me, I'm not going to become like... I'm not becoming your Elon Levy anytime soon, okay? It was so funny being in Israel and... just being like, oh, there was just raid in Ramallah. Oh, when we were in Ramallah, they said they were given no warning for the raid and it started this fire, and everyone's like, I can't believe you would give this biased side of the story. I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up.
So good at finding memes with Google. There's a feeling whenever somebody says objective facts, I just want to report objectively. There's a thing that you have to be very careful of. At the 55 IQ spectrum, you get these people that say things like,
actually... Oh, we have something for the Noah Samson persuasion document, apparently. Is this a real tweet? Probably. Oh, it would be like today. Hang on. Let's see if we need to... Hang on. Why would you... Is this him? I think this is probably a fake account because he's really insecure and I don't think he would ever use a picture of himself looking like a fucking Neanderthal that was beaten with an ugly stick. But hang on. Is it him? Well, no, actually, because he'll mention my full name. Oh, there I am. No, this is him. This is him. It's definitely him. He's calling me he's calling me Phalange. It's him. Okay. Oh, he's okay. Claiming to know the combatant civilian rate in Ukraine. Really? What? You mean if you fight like a proper army in the fucking front lines and evacuate your civilians, then the death rate will be different? That's so crazy, chat. Wow, this guy's a fucking... He's actually... The thing is, well, he's actually dumb as shit. He's really stupid, but... you know, he puts citations in his videos, so it works on 99% of fucking dumb shit leftists. Okay, let's see. Oh, he's done the Tel Aviv bombing votes polls before. Was it LGBT? Let's go bomb Tel Aviv. Yeah, okay. All right, let's do some archiving. Why not? Just in case you have a fucking rainy day, eh?
Actually, truth is a perspective, and a subjective interpretation of things is the only way to know what's real And then you have these people in the middle who are like, actually, we can use the scientific method to epistemically verify every single thing we say and arrive at the objectively true things. And actually, all truth can be objectively determined. And there's absolutely no reason why two reasonable minds should ever disagree on what's happened with a particular topic. But the problem is that, like, as you get further into understanding how we put together ideas, how we analyze the news, how we do politics, there is a great deal of normativity, meaning you're applying different ethical weights to different things. There's a great degree of normativity that is involved before you ever get to the idea of being objectively true, right? Like, I wish that more people would just understand this. You can report things that are objectively true, and you can still lie, right? George Floyd died when Derek Chauvin was kneeling on him. George Floyd had enough opiates in his body to cause an overdose for a normal person. Derek Chauvin wasn't applying pressure on like a kill spot on his neck to kill an ordinary healthy person in ordinary circumstances, right? All three of those things are true, but the conclusion they lead to is not. Right? Which is, oh, I guess Derek didn't kill him, right? Because another set of facts are people that are addicted to drugs can do many times what would be ordinarily a lethal dose for a drug, number one. Number two, people that die from downers overdosing don't scream. That's fucking retarded. You've never done drugs in your life if you say something like that. They sink into the couch, their whole CNS is so depressed that they just stop breathing, and then they die. Okay?
What are we talking about?
Three, you don't have to apply lethal pressure to somebody's neck or engage somebody in an actual like chokehold to cause somebody to suffocate. Children sometimes have bookcases fall on them and they suffocate underneath the bookcase. This is something you learn when you get a kid, because whenever you buy furniture, you read those warning labels because you don't want some shit to fall on your kid and kill him. You don't have to compress a child's neck in order to make him die, right? I'm just saying that you can report facts that are true, but that doesn't mean that the conclusion that they're leading you to is true. There is this like very, very, very cringe obsession with like, I'm going to report the objective facts. The objective facts are, I don't want to say they're irrelevant, but that's like you're not even close to getting towards what is true at that point, right? Like the truth is combining facts in such a way that you are delivering holistically a story or a narrative that once communicated to the viewer will allow them in their mind to have the greatest understanding of a situation that has taken place. And you can give somebody true facts to lead them to believe all sorts of different things. And it's very frustrating that people have a really, really hard time understanding that. It's very annoying.
I have a hard time.
I have trouble with the Chauvin case. Surely Chauvin couldn't know that Floyd would end up dying if an ordinary case, though. I mean, an ordinary person might have died from that pressure. Who knows? The problem is that what was happening to Chauvin wasn't extraordinary. It seemed like he probably just had kind of a shitty heart, and I think because he had like hardening of the walls. Was it arterial sclerosis? I don't know what the fuck it was called. The issue, though, is here's the problem. The approach to your thinking there is flawed when you're saying like, well, would a perfectly healthy person have been killed in that situation? That doesn't matter. When you train, and anybody here that's worked as a police officer or has worked as security inside of a whatever, I don't know if it's all cops or whatever, right? But anybody that's trained, right, in any of these things will know that when you get trained to restrain somebody, you're not being trained to restrain people as though every single person is 100% healthy and can endure, any possible thing that can happen. There are certain things that you do and don't do because anybody could have any condition, right? Somebody might have asthma and might be prone to an asthma attack. Somebody might get a panic attack and might hyperventilate. Somebody might have a heart problem. They might have obesity. They might have prior injuries. There's a million things that could happen to a person. So this idea that like, well, how was he supposed to know that if he was on his neck for 9.5 minutes, he would have killed him? Like if Floyd was in perfect health, he might have survived. Maybe, but you wouldn't measure any other type of event that way ever, right? If I walk up to a dude or somebody walks up to somebody, they punch him in the face, and then that guy has like a glass jaw, and then he falls back and he shatters his skull, or he hits him in the right way and he dies, or say he has a soft spot on the back of his head and he falls and he dies, you can't be like, well, bro, I didn't know a punch would kill the dude. Like, I just assumed that he was like, it's a stupid argument, right? It's a stupid argument. Sounds like Anna is just saying that she's not completely supporting a specific political side, now that she's a Republican, or completely denying left-wing values. Anytime you start doing a false equivalency, saying that like both sides have problems, I look at you super sus. It's possible that all the work she'll do will be fine and she won't become super sus, but who knows? We'll see. Are you aware of police procedure? I don't know what... Are you... Never mind, it's a conservative. If he had enough fent to kill a normal person, is it not normal to think he died from an overdose? No!
Oh my god, not a Hassan clip. There's no heckin' way. You're gonna make me watch a Hassan clip.
That effectively is now hurting all the Lebanese people economically, physically, militarily, and in their own safety.
Yeah, one must always ask the question like, so Vladimir Putin was right because he wanted to liberate Ukraine from the throes of like the Azov battalion and the Nazis? Like, how does that work? How was his special military operation immediately and directly falsifiable, the easiest thing to fucking joke about and cast aside as bullshit? But Israel happens to do that all the time, everywhere, and it's always somehow just. It's interesting. I don't know. I just a shocking situation.
The Azov battalion did not seize control over like a third of fucking Ukraine and establish their own governance system and have a separate military from the Ukrainian military that was bigger than the Ukrainian military, and then use Ukrainian territory on behalf of a foreign proxy to fire missiles and over at fucking Russia whilst screaming death to Russia. Okay. Yeah, I suppose if you just ignore all the parameters, then it's a really good analogy.
He was not overdosing. You can look at him in the video. He is screaming. He is struggling. He is not overdosing from a downer. That is not how people OD on downers. He is not overdosing. No. Destiny, is this different from you not calling yourself a progressive anymore?
Uh-oh. Josh Dask, hello.
Oh, crap. I was talking with Sundowner and he kicked me out. I was having a nice conversation with him.
Oh, sorry, go back then. If I disturb your fucking little pleasant conversation in the waiting room, in the channel where you expect to get dragged up here.
Oh, I've been waiting for like, what, 20 minutes and we just started chatting.
Wow. Do you wanna... He's left though. Look at him.
Nah,
That's what he thinks of your
exactly.
conversation with him.
Wow. No, he's a sweet guy, you know? But no, you know what? I'll say this about the Anna Kasparian stuff. Like, honestly, like, who gives a shit, you know? Because all these people, they're making like millions of dollars off of just like being divisive and shit, and I kind of hate that.
Who are these people you're talking about?
Like everybody who are like millions of dollars conglomerately, but like all these people who say, well, oh, I can't believe she did this, or like she's not leftist anymore. It's like, you know, like all these pundits, you know, I kind of get frustrated with the pundits. Like when you go and watch Piers Morgan and stuff, and you get all these people just yelling at each other, like, and you know these guys like Cenk and
yeah.
They're all making like hundreds of thousands of dollars off of this war, and I think it's a bit ridiculous.
Whereas if you only make tens of thousands off the war, it's based,
It's
right?
fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Perfectly
Okay,
fine.
good.
Yeah, you're good. You're all right. No, but I wanted to tell you something. I don't know if you heard this or not, but recently there was a guy arrested in Quebec near me because he wanted to smuggle himself across the US border and go and kill a bunch of people in New York on October 7th of like 2024.
Okay.
I'll link the anyways, never mind. So what's really interesting about that is that like Montreal has like a very big Jewish population, and I don't think there was okay, no, the reason why they're all no, I lost my voice the other night. I went to a hockey game. Sorry, you're
Yeah, don't
you're-
listen to
you-
chat. Don't worry, they're fucking
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah, I was like banging on the. You can actually see me in some of the videos of the hockey game. I was like banging on the glass and shit.
Oh.
But yeah, this guy he tried to smuggle himself across the border because he was on a student visa, and people on student visas have to get a travel visa to go into the States, and he wasn't from a country that has, I guess, like a specific like auto visa. I think he was from Pakistan, so he wasn't able to go to the States, so he had to smuggle himself across. Anyways, CSIS, which is like the CIA or like Mossad of Canada, they caught on to this, and they 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 arrested him, but apparently he's like linked to ISIS and stuff. And this is like the fourth time this year that like CSIS finds people in Canada that came here on like visas that aren't like citizens or anything that have been like linked to ISIS. Also, the Global News, which is like a news organization here in Canada, they I just linked it, but they're saying that there's gonna be like there's like reports that there's gonna be like a lot of attacks here on October 7th, which is very worrying. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's what they wanted last time, right? They wanted like a global jihad or some shit. So,
Yeah, well, here it's been like really bad. There's been a few shootings at schools, like they've shot at schools, and then like a synagogue near my house was firebombed. So
okay.
it's quite bad.
Yeah. I don't know. I would probably want to stay safe if I was a Jew on October 7th. Yeah. And
Well, I
probably
have
the
to go
case anyway.
downtown. I have to go downtown in order to work, so that's problematic. But also, McGill University, they're shut down on October 7th as well.
Well, just because
They,
of
like-
fear of attacks.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, because there's a big encampment, like there for a while, and then like there was like at one point they were like trying to do like a PLO training camp, for kids. It was really strange. Trying
Hmm.
training camp. I'll try and get a Revolutionary Youth Summer Program that they tried setting up there, and then they kind of it was kind of messed up. So they ended up taking the place down, and they found out that like half of the people there weren't even like quote unquote like protesters anymore. It was like they had invited a bunch of homeless people into the encampment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was this
So
not like
it
when a
was
lot
like
of the student protests got taken over by those SJP people who weren't even actually part of the student movement? Like they weren't students; they were just people from outside, right?
Well, like the McGill SJP, or I don't remember what it was called, but like on October 7th, they like had like of 2023, they had like they went out to celebrate. So McGill cut ties with them, and threatened like the student union to like that if they don't cut ties with them as well, that they'll like de-officialize, excuse me, the student union as well. Yeah, it's a bunch of crazy stuff. Otherwise, like I honestly like I still think Montreal's a pretty safe city. Just yeah.
What's going on with Canada, bro? Shit.
I don't know. Like I think all our leaders, like all the different party leaders, are kind of like they're kind of all ass. So like there's nobody to really be like normal. Like I'm not a big fan of literally like I think Polyev is way too right for what his party needs. And I think Trudeau has just been in power for 10 years, so it's like time to change him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's 10 years, it's a long time. It's like, like in the States you can only be president for 8. So it's like it's a long time. It's a long time. But also in Quebec it's like a shit show as well. So specifically because we have Legault, who is strange at best to say, and he likes to spend way too much money on things that shouldn't be spent on, like $2 million for hockey teams to come play in Quebec City, while the Montreal Canadiens said they'll play for free. Yeah, it's unfortunate here, but it'll eventually get better, hopefully. But it's still a safe city. You should come visit. Very nice city still. But
Okay.
it's nice. No, it's safe. It's like Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. Yeah.
Well, I've been told I can stay with J-Reg if I go there, but who knows? We'll see.
Wait,
Okay.
J-Rig lives in Montreal?
I don't know if he lives in he's somewhere in Canada.
I don't think he's from Montreal. You know who lives in Montreal? You know, what's his name? The Nile Red, the chemistry guy.
Okay.
Yeah, he lives here. My friend had his dad as a teacher at in Sejap.
Yeah, fucking weird picture. They're reading the Mao book, right? The little red book.
Yeah. Isn't this like a PLO photo? I think this is like
Probably
a PLO
is, or
photo.
PFLP, yeah.
Probably. Yeah, there's a Samadoun here, which is like a quote unquote charity that has very cose ties with the PLFP.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all I got.
Cool, man. All right, well, take
This
care.
is all that's all over, so yeah. All right, take care. Bye bye.
Be safe. Bye bye.
Thank you, you too.
Anytime I have ever talked about how I don't think I'm a progressive, and you can literally go and follow my tweets on this, because I think Constantine tweeted out, he's like, oh, Destiny's finally realizing it. I will always remind people aggressively of exactly where I'm at on the political spectrum every time. You will never read anything from me and have a guess, oh, is Destiny becoming more conservative? That will never happen, because almost immediately after I'll say, but no confusion, I think progressives are insane, but I think that 90% of the Republican Party has lost their fucking minds and have like wandered off a fucking cliff. I'm still a very strong center-left to far-left Democrat. I just don't identify with progressives anymore. Isn't it a thing with opiates that you basically start to overdose right after taking the dose? You do OD on opiates fairly quickly, from what I've heard, like within minutes, but aren't you doing the same thing as Anna when just because progressives attacked you, you stopped wanting to associate with them? Because what I've seen is a change in the beliefs of what progressives actually believe. But none of my core beliefs have changed, and I sure aren't more sympathetic to conservative beliefs. How is Anna's birthing person thing not fucking stupid? It's just a term used in a medical context related to giving birth. I don't believe you. And I don't know if I'll ever believe you. Even if you were a doctor, I don't think I would believe you. That in hospitals they write birthing person on somebody's chart, I don't believe it. Is Anna going conservative now? I mean, hopefully not. Birthing persons is dumb, but bringing up this or pronouns in this kind of document seems out of touch and not focusing on what matters. Sure, but I mean, it's because she lives in the online world, right? Where these are the things that like define our current fucking political disagreements, which is frustrating and stupid, but you seem to imply she would be conservative by everything you were saying earlier, Destiny. No, I think you're just fucking retarded, but it's okay, it happens. What I said earlier, and I'll say it again, is what people are doing is they sane wash. When you say things like both sides have problems, that's sane washing. You're making the other side seem like they have arguments that are about as legitimate or about as insane as the other side. You're making both seem equal, which I think is bad in this political climate. Why are people still having the discussion about Floyd's fentanyl? It feels unlucky to send someone back and kill them, but still unlucky, bro. I mean, I don't know what you're saying when you say unlucky. The issue is people with no experience with recreational drugs have very strong opinions about
drugs,
things relating to recreational drugs. Fentanyl is not a recreational drug at Destiny. People.
This is a good tweet. I don't know if it's a good tweet. What is it with TYT that's always producing this kind of behavior? Really curious what the interviews with Cenk are actually like. I feel like this tweet needs a better title. That's what I gotta think about. Exit. That's an X. It's a little boomery. While I am a boomer, I embrace the cringe. Truth Social.
People absolutely have used fentanyl recreationally. And other opiates that have produced similar responses, but okay. And you have a well-defined idea of what's wrong with the right, but what's wrong with the left? I actually think the center-left is in a really good spot right now.
Hey.
It's a big tent coalition. There doesn't seem to be a lot of infighting. Everybody seems to be pretty chill, at least on the outside. My big criticisms for progressives are generally just way too much attacking from way too much attacking against majority groups, like shitting on cishet white males. It's just so stupid. It fucks your movement up so much.
Let's go.
Floyd was not recreational. Addiction to a drug is not the same as taking
I like
it.
shitting on white people though. It's okay. It's okay to shit on white progressives because you're using their tactics against them, ironically, in a way that makes them incredibly mad.
Recreationally? What do you think he was taking it as then? Occupationally? Professionally? Was he a professional Fent user? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Would you ever try Fent recreationally? I don't like downers. I don't like anything about them. Don't like what I've heard about them. I haven't even done benzos before. Do you think the left's insanity with Hamas, Hezbollah, BLM riots are as bad as the right's insanity with MAGA/election? I mean, it's bad, but the problem is that with the right, this is like
it's much more consequential. I think is probably the thing.
90% of Republicans, but with the left, it's just like the fringe, like the crazy college kids and everything. Does your logic about Chauvin also apply to police doing self-defense when they shoot weaker/elderly people? I've seen you say
it would be quite mad if the majority of the Democratic Party was like supportive of an American intifada, and I feel like that would be quite mad. Like if the president got up and said, "Listen, history didn't begin on October 7th, man. These settlers that you call civilians, they're living on stolen land, man." That would be fucking mental. That would be absolutely insane.
Many times the physical power of the person doesn't matter in those, and they should treat every citizen the same. So why is Chauvin's capacity to handle drugs a factor? This question is like so fucking retarded. I don't even like. You're trying to draw an equivalency, but the moral justification for self-defense here is so unbelievably fucking different. It's so retarded. Like the analogy that you're asking is so fucking stupid. It would be like saying like, I think that you can have sex with your girlfriend when she's sleeping, assuming you guys have like chatted about like fucking in your sleep before. I think that's fine. And then you're like, but Destiny, you said before that if you were with a girl who was like kind of sleepy, you know, that you'd kind of gone home from the bar with and you're both drunk. If she's a little sleepy there, you said that fucking her probably wouldn't be the right thing to do if she was kind of out of it. How can you say you can fuck your sleeping girlfriend, but you can't have sex with a girl who's even awake? Right? It's such an unbelievably stupid fucking question. Self-defense, nothing about the Floyd situation was self-defense. There was no part of that was self-defense. So the comparison is so dumb. Okay.
George
you know what standard
Floyd.
people are basing the enough Fent to kill someone argument on? As far as I know, that would depend massively on tolerance. Doses for a regular user will differ greatly from an average. Yeah, I know. That's people are just basing it on the average for like a whatever. Stupid. Destiny, do you think with how widespread the support for BLM? Okay.
What conversations were he and his friends having before the stream?
Hold on. I don't know why you are putting BLM next to Hamas and Hezbollah. It's such a disingenuous framing. I know that you're like a conservative that asks a lot of like try to ask provocative questions in chat. This is such a fucking retarded equivalency that you're trying to sneak this one in here so that you can blow this up to like 99%. I think that there are probably I think there are a ton of reasonable people that like broadly supported BLM. I broadly support BLM, broadly speaking. I don't think there are reasonable people that support Hamas or Hezbollah. But the support for BLM here is huge among the Democratic Party, and Hamas and Hezbollah, or Hezbollah, I don't know where this accent goes, is very, like, this is fringe, like, college community shit. You keep sneaking BLM in here to try to make it sound like it's just as big as everything going on the conservative side, okay? Fucking retarded, all right? Stop. Jesus. Is it possible for a conservative to talk without talking about BLM? True. That and lockdowns, which both happened under Trump, by the way. Heads up. I genuinely do not understand why benzos are allowed or seen as something to be taken with literally any regular basis. I'm sure you've heard of utter nightmare stories.
So are we talking about the Anna article, or is that done? Are we just talking about benzos fucking a girl who's sleepy? Okay. This is naming the people. We've already got that. Oh, he's reading the thing. How far did he get in 15 minutes? He read 44 pages in 15 minutes. Damn, this guy is good. Actually, no, he read the whole thing and now he's starting again in 15 minutes. Okay. August is terrible with titles of videos. It seems like he's good because he's like, he knows how to get people to click. And throw in extra content that's not in the title. Good memes. Okay. I guess we'll get on it. I did say I would. I think I need to turn my heating off. I thought I needed it on, but it's actually too warm now. It's disgusting, actually. Fuck. Fuck! Where are we? Where's the thing? Where's the fucking thing? That's shoe on head. I don't need that. Oh, Smith immunity brief. Okay. Jacques Smith. I'm not going to note take this one. I'm just going to read it because I already know January 6th well enough, which means I don't need to. When are you going to America? Ooh. When Central Command gives me the okay, they're going to send a guy over. I need to have everything packed and ready to go in the next 12 days when I get cleared. I'm the October surprise. Yeah. Is Chagos a type of mosquito disease? It's also an island in the Indian Ocean that used to be controlled by the British, or maybe still is, that some people got fucking kicked out of so they could build a military base. The Chagos Islands, the Chagosians. Quite a weird story. 14 dead in an airstrike on the West Bank. They airstruck the West Bank. That's a big deal. Is that because of the shootings? I know those people were from Hebron. The Chalokian Islands. I can see. Is there a West Bank strike today? I can't see it. Tulkarm. Interesting. Where's that? I'm not sure. That's not showing up on my feed. Israel Tulkarm strike. It's like a thing that is only showing up in your stupid Hebrew media, and I'm not going to see it until the next hour. I don't see anything. Oh, wait. I believe you, but oh, wait. Times of Israel. I just looked up Times of Israel. It's not there. I can see September, August. This is all I see for Tulkarm. September 13th. They found a tunnel. Oh, because Tulkarm is near the border wall. It's near the wall. It's like northwest West Bank, right? Were they trying to tunnel into? Is this how they did it? What the fuck? Yeah, Tulkarm is quite close to the wall. I don't know if it's close enough, but Hebrew nonsense. True. There was a pew pew and someone was on a pole. Fuck. Oh, now I'm getting the articles. Okay, wow. Well, I'm gonna look at it later because I can't keep getting distracted. Airstrike in the West Bank. You know it's a big deal when they're airstriking the West Bank. They don't do that very often. Not good. Not good. Oh. Okay. Details to follow. Yep. What the fuck? Video game characters. Okay. Be right back. And then we'll read this shit. Okay. How much did I say was paid for? 25 pages. Well, I didn't just say today, though, right? Redacted people in the indictment. Yeah, we've got this. This is up as well. Where will I put it? I'll stick it over here if it fits. You go here. And we'll reference that when necessary. Government's motion for immunity determinations. The defendant asserts that he is immune from prosecution for his criminal scheme to overturn the 2020 presidential election because, he claims, it entailed official conduct. Not so. Although the defendant was the incumbent president during the charged conspiracies, his scheme was fundamentally a private one. Working with a team of private co-conspirators, the defendant acted as a candidate when he pursued multiple criminal means to disrupt, through fraud and deceit, the government function by which votes are collected and counted, a function in which the defendant, as president, had no official role. In Trump v. the United States, the Supreme Court held that the presidents are immune from prosecution for certain official conduct, including the defendant's use of the Justice Department in furtherance of his scheme, as was alleged in the original indictment, and remanded to this court to determine whether the remaining allegations against the defendant are immunized. The answer to that question is no. This motion provides a comprehensive account of the defendant's private criminal conduct. sets forth the legal framework created by Trump for resolving immunity claims, applies that framework to establish that none of the defendants' charged conduct is immunized because it either was unofficial or any presumptive immunity is rebutted, and requests the relief the government seeks, which is, at bottom, this: that the court determine that the defendant must stand trial for his private crimes as would any other citizen. Can you do the video essay voice? I don't know what my fucking video essay voice is. I just... I can't remember. This motion provides the framework for conducting the necessarily fact-bound immunity analysis required by the Supreme Court's remand order. It proceeds in 4 parts. Section 1 provides a detailed statement of the case that the government intends to prove at trial. This includes the conduct alleged in the superseding indictment, as well as other categories of evidence that the government intends to present in its case in chief. This detailed statement reflects the Supreme Court's ruling that presidential immunity contains an evidentiary component, ID, which should be addressed at the outset of a proceeding. Section 2 sets forth the legal principles governing claims of presidential immunity. It explains that for each category of conduct the Supreme Court has not yet addressed, this court should first determine whether it was official or unofficial by analyzing the relevant content, form, and context to determine whether the defendant was acting in his official capacity or instead in his capacity as a candidate for re-election. Blassingame v. Trump, okay, where the defendant was acting as office seeker, not office holder, to immunity attaches, okay. For any conduct deemed official, the court should next determine whether the presumption of immunity is rebutted, which requires the government to show that applying a criminal prohibition to act would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. Section 3 then applies those legal principles to the defendant's conduct and establishes that nothing the government intends to present to the jury is prohibited by presidential immunity. So everything in here is apparently stuff that he's not protected for. Damn. They really found their way out of that trap card, didn't they? Okay. And all of the defendants' remaining conduct was unofficial. As content, form, and context show, the defendant was acting in his capacity as a candidate for re-election, not in his capacity as president. In the alternative, if any of this conduct were deemed official, the government could rebut the presumption of immunity. Okay. The immunity isn't as broad as everyone is saying. Well, didn't Maruzzi say that for ages? She was frustrated with Dustin for simplifying the immunity thing, apparently. I remember Maruzzi used to soy out every time someone spoke about the immunity thing. Finally, Section 4 explains the relief sought by the government and specifies the findings the court should make in a single order, namely that the defendant's conduct set forth in Section 1 is not immunized, and as a result, the defendant must stand trial on the superseding indictment, and the government is not prohibited at trial from using evidence of the conduct described in Section 1. Factual proffer. When the defendant lost the 2020 presidential election, he resorted to crimes to try to stay in office. With private co-conspirators, the defendant launched a series of increasingly desperate plans to overturn the legitimate election results in 7 states that he had lost: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. The targeted states. His efforts included lying to state officials in order to induce them to ignore true vote counts, manufacturing fraudulent electoral votes in the target areas, attempting to enlist Vice President Michael R. Pence in his role as President of the Senate to obstruct Congress's certification of the election by using the defendant's fraudulent electoral votes, and, when all else had failed, on January 6, 2021, directing an angry crowd of protesters to the United States Capitol to obstruct the congressional certification. The through line of these efforts was deceit. The defendants and co-conspirators knowingly false claims of election fraud. They used these lies in furtherance of 3 conspiracies. 1. A conspiracy to interfere with the federal government function by which the nation collects and counts election results, which is set forth in the Constitution and the Electoral Count Act, ECA. 2. A conspiracy to obstruct the official proceeding in which Congress certifies the legitimate results of the presidential election. And 3, a conspiracy against the rights of millions of Americans to vote and have their votes counted. At its core, the defendant's scheme was a private criminal effort. In his capacity as a candidate, the defendant used deceit to target every stage of the electoral process, which through the Constitution, ECA, and state laws includes the state's notification to the federal government of the selection of their representative electors based on the popular vote in the state, the meeting of those electors to cast their votes consistent with the popular vote, and Congress's counting of the electors' votes at a certification proceeding. As set forth in detail below, the defendant worked with private co-conspirators, including private attorneys 1, 2, 3, 5, which would be Giuliani, Eastman, Powell, and Kenneth Chesebro, and political operatives Boris Epstein and Steve Bannon. Okay. The defendant also relied heavily on private agents, such as his campaign employees and volunteers like Campaign Manager 2, which is Bill Steplin, and Deputy Campaign Manager would be Stephen Bonnell. No, Justin Clark. Senior Campaign Advisor, Jason Miller, and Campaign Operative, Michael Roman? No, yeah, because Rosen is... Can you make the list bigger? There you go. All right. You got it? Tell me when. Sick with it. The entire stream is halted for your benefit. All right. I'll just put it in the fucking chat. What the hell's wrong with me? There you go. Look at that beautiful purple name. Oh my God. In this section, the government sets forth detailed facts supporting the charges against the defendant, before addressing in the next section why none of this conduct is subject to immunity under the Supreme Court's decision in Trump. The conduct set forth below includes the defendant's formation of the conspiracies leading up to and immediately following the 2020 presidential election. Certain information regarding his knowledge that there had not been outcome determinative fraud in the election, as he persistently claimed, and his increasingly desperate efforts to use knowingly false claims of election fraud to disrupt the electoral process. The government does not consider any of the following conduct to be subject to immunity for the reasons set forth in Section 3. A. Formation of the conspiracies. Although his multiple conspiracies began after Election Day in 2020, the defendant laid the groundwork for his crimes well before then. Leading into the election, the defendant's private and campaign advisors, including Roger Stone, then a private citizen, and Bill Stepien, the defendant's campaign manager, informed him that it would be a close contest and that it was unlikely to be finalized on election day, in part because of the time needed to process large numbers of mail-in ballots prompted by the COVID-19 pandemic. They also told the defendant that the initial returns on election night might be misleading. That is, that he might take an early lead in the vote count that would diminish as mail-in ballots were counted because his own supporters favored in-person voting, while supporters of his opponent, Joseph R. Biden, favored mail-in ballots. Okay. Ugh. I wanted to copy this. Fuck. All right. Oh, shit. Here. I'll make this bigger and have it on this side. Okay. And commenting on my income. Wow, thanks. On the immunity case. Oh, there's legal video. Wow. Well, it's actually a fairly easy read. Double spaced. Soy. Privately, the defendant told advisors, including Roger Stone, campaign personnel, Mark Meadows. Mark Meadows, campaign personnel? Thought he was chief of staff. White House staffer and campaign volunteer. Okay, maybe both. PA. No, wait, sorry. Oh, yeah. And Mark Short, who is Pence's chief of staff. Okay. That in such a scenario, he would simply declare victory before all the ballots were counted and any winner was projected. Wow. Publicly, the defendant began to plant the seeds for that false declaration. In the months leading up to the election, he refused to say whether he would accept the election results, insisted that he could lose the election only because of fraud, falsely claimed that mail-in ballots were inherently fraudulent, and asserted that only votes counted by election day were valid. For instance, in an interview on July 19th, 2020, when he asked repeatedly if he would accept the results of the election, the defendant said he would have to see and it depends. There's a lot of this we've already seen already. Hey, they actually have links with the footnotes. Okay. July 30th, despite having voted by mail himself earlier that year, the defendant suggested that widespread mail-in voting provided cause for delaying the election. Tweeting, "With universal mail-in voting, not absentee voting, which is good, 2020 will be the most inaccurate and fraudulent election in history. It will be a great embarrassment to the USA. Delay the election until people can properly, securely, and safely vote?" ? In an interview on August 2nd, the defendant claimed without any basis that there is no way you can go through a mail-in vote without massive cheating. Bro, I didn't know that Trump voted by mail. He's not an absentee voter. Did Trump actually mail-in vote? Was that common knowledge? Did people know that before? I feel like I've heard that before. Have I? It rings a bell, but I don't know. I feel like that's not said enough. Huh. He's a mail-in voter from Florida. Well. It's a little bit dubious, isn't it? It's a little bit fucking quaint. Quaint behavior. In an interview on August 2nd, the defendant claimed without any basis that there is no way you can go through a mail-in vote without massive cheating. At a campaign event in Wisconsin on August 17th, the defendant told his supporters, "The only way we're going to lose this election is if the election is rigged. Remember that. It's the only way we're going to lose this election, so we have to be very careful." In his acceptance speech at the Republican National Convention on August 24th, the defendant said that the only way they can take this election away from us is if this is a rigged election. On October 27th, during remarks regarding his campaign, the defendant said, "It would be very, very proper and very nice if a winner were declared on November 3rd, instead of counting ballots for 2 weeks, which is totally inappropriate. And I don't believe that that's by our laws. I don't believe that. So we'll see what happens." The defendant said this despite, or perhaps because, his private advisors had informed him that it was unlikely that the winner of the election would be declared on November 3rd. By October 2020, Steve Bannon, a private political advisor who had worked for the defendant's 2016 presidential campaign, began to assist with the defendant's re-election effort. 3 days before Election Day, Steve Bannon described the defendant's plan to a private gathering of supporters. And what Trump's going to do is just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. That doesn't mean he's the winner. He's just going to say he's the winner. After explaining that Biden supporters favored voting by mail, Bannon stated further, and so they're going to have a natural disadvantage and Trump's going to take advantage of it. That's our strategy. He's going to declare himself a winner. Apparently there's a Microsoft article about Russian disinformation campaigns on X. Interesting. Immediately following Election Day on November 3rd, the defendant did exactly that. As his private and campaign advisors had predicted to him, in certain states, the defendant took an early lead on Election Day that began to erode. At approximately 11:20 p.m., Fox News projected that Biden would prevail in the state of Arizona, and according to campaign advisor Jason Miller, he and the defendant were shocked and angry at this development. As Election Day turned to November 4th, the contest was too close to project a winner, and in discussions about what the defendant should say publicly regarding the election, senior advisors suggested that the defendant should show restraint while counting continued. Two private advisors, however, advocated a different course. Where's CC1? Rudy Giuliani and Boris Epstein suggested that the defendant just declare victory. And at about 2:20 a.m., the defendant gave televised remarks to a crowd of his campaign supporters in which he falsely claimed without evidence or specificity that there had been fraud in the election and that he had won. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. In the immediate post-election period, while the defendant claimed fraud without proof, his private operatives sought to create chaos rather than seek clarity at polling places where states were continuing to tabulate votes. For example, on November 4th, Michael Roman, a campaign employee agent and co-conspirator of the defendant, tried to sow confusion when the ongoing vote count at the TCF Center in Detroit, Michigan, looked unfavorable for the defendant. There, when a colleague at TCF Center told P5, Michael Roman, "We think a batch of votes heavily in Biden's favor is right," P5 responded, "Find a reason it isn't. Give me options to file litigation, and even if it bis." Okay. When the colleague suggested that there was about to be unrest reminiscent of the Brooks Brothers riot, a violent effort to stop the vote count in Florida after the 2000 presidential election, Michael Roman responded, "Make them riot. Do it." The defendant's campaign operatives and supporters used similar tactics at other tabulation centers, including Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And the defendant sometimes used the resulting confrontations to falsely claim that his election observers were being denied proper access, thus serving as a predicate to the defendant's claim that fraud must have occurred in the observers' absence. Okay. What is it? Hang on. Mhm. Okay. Contrary to the defendant's public claims of victory immediately following Election Day, his advisors informed him that he would likely lose. We already got this, didn't we? No. On November 7th, in a private campaign meeting that included Bill Stepien, Justin Clark, and Jason Miller, and White House staffer Greg Jacob White. Greg Jacob is a White House lawyer, okay, who came to serve as a conduit for information from the campaign to the defendant. Campaign staff told the defendant that he had only a slim chance of prevailing in the election and that any potential success was contingent on the defendant winning all ongoing vote counts or litigation in Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin. Within a week of that assessment, on November 13th, the defendant's campaign conceded its litigation in Arizona, meaning that based on his campaign advisor's previous assessment, the defendant had lost the election. Oh. The same day, in an implicit acknowledgement that he had no lawful way to prevail, the defendant sidelined the existing campaign staff responsible for mounting his legal election challenges. From Bill Stepien and Justin Clark and others who were telling the defendant the truth that he did not want to hear, that he had lost, the defendant turned to CC1, which is... Who the fuck is CC? Oh yeah, Rudy Giuliani, a private attorney who was willing to falsely claim victory and spread knowingly false claims of election fraud. As the defendant placed alternating phone calls to, fuck me, I need the other thing, Justin Clark and Giuliani throughout November 13th, Giuliani and Boris Epstein, another campaign private advisor of the change, writing, close hold, don't tell anyone Trump just fired Justin Clark and put Giuliani in charge. Your report to Giuliani. When Boris Epstein asked if Bill Stepien was gone too, Steve Bannon replied that they all report to Giuliani and that Bannon had made a recommendation directly that if Giuliani was not in charge, this thing is over. Trump is in to the end. The next day, consistent with Bannon's description, the defendant announced his staff change by tweet, writing, I look forward to Giuliani spearheading the legal effort to defend our right to free and fair elections. Giuliani and Joseph DeGenova, Victoria Tonsing, Sidney Powell, and Jenna Ellis. I don't know 10 and 11. I don't know who they are. Just lawyers. Huh. A truly great team added to our other wonderful lawyers and representatives. See, I thought there was at one point where they distanced themselves from Powell because she was too crazy, right? They actually said that she was just conducting her own investigations privately as not part of the campaign, not part of the team. Tonsing and DeGenova are married. Ah, interesting. The defendant knew that his claims of outcome determinative fraud were false. Following Election Day and throughout the charged conspiracies, the defendant, his co-conspirators, and their agents spread lies that there had been outcome determinative fraud in the election and that he had actually won. These lies included dozens of specific claims that there had been substantial fraud in certain states. such as that large numbers of dead, non-resident, non-citizen, or otherwise ineligible voters had cast ballots, or that voting machines had changed votes for the defendant to votes for Biden. And the defendant and co-conspirators continued to make these unsupported, objectively unreasonable, and ever-changing claims, even after they had been publicly disproven or after advisors had directly informed the defendant that they were untrue. Okay. Following Election Day and throughout the charged conspiracies, the defendant, his co-conspirators, and their agents spread lies that there had been outcome-determinative fraud in the election and that he had actually won. These lies included dozens of specific claims that there had been substantial fraud in certain states, such as that large numbers of dead, non-resident, non-citizen, or otherwise ineligible voters had cast ballots, or that voting machines had changed votes for the defendants to votes for Biden. And the defendant and co-conspirators continued to make these unsupported, objectively unreasonable, and ever-changing claims even after they had been publicly disproven or after advisors had directly informed the defendant that they were untrue. The evidence demonstrates that the defendant knew his fraud claims were false because he continued to make those claims even after his close advisors, acting not in an official capacity but in a private or campaign-related capacity, told him they were not true. These advisors included Greg Jacob, the White House lawyer, the White House staffer and campaign conduit, and Pence, the defendant's running mate. Right, hang on. I need that tweet back up. Where is it? Where did I put it? Hey. Is it missing? Did I just get rid of it? Oh no. I did. Oh. Yeah. Greg Jacob. Okay. Cardinals, thanks for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. At first I thought it was 100 gifties because of your name. Imagine that. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Greg Jacobs' relationship with the defendant began before Greg Jacobs worked for him in the White House. Greg Jacob had known Jared Kushner, the defendant's son-in-law, since Kushner was a child, and through Kushner met Ivanka Trump and then the defendant. Greg Jacob was one of several attorneys who represented the defendant in his first impeachment trial in the Senate in 2019 and 2020, including presenting argument on the Senate floor on January 27, 2020. Greg Jacob began working in the White House as an assistant to the president in 2020. In October 2020, Jacob became interested in learning more about the defendant's campaign, and in early November 2020, after he began interfacing with campaign staff, Jacob consulted with the White House counsel's office to ensure he complied with any applicable laws regarding campaign activity. 3DS Max 23, thanks for the gifted sub. Hey, nice one. Thereafter, and throughout the post-election period, Jacob became a conduit of information from the campaign to the defendant and over the course of the conspiracies. Jacob told the defendant the unvarnished truth about his campaign legal team and the claims of fraud that they and the defendant were making. Examples of these instances include Jacob repeatedly gave the defendant his honest assessment that Giuliani could not mount successful legal challenges to the election. For example, when the defendant told Jacob that he was going to put Giuliani in charge of the campaign's legal efforts, but pay him only if he succeeded, Jacob told the defendant that he would never have to pay Giuliani anything. In response, the defendant laughed and said, "We'll see." Thereafter, in Oval Office meetings with the defendant, Giuliani, and others in which Giuliani made speculative claims, Jacob told Giuliani in front of the defendant that Giuliani would be unable to prove his allegations in a courtroom. In a separate private conversation, when Jacob reiterated to the defendant that Giuliani would be unable to prove his false fraud allegations in court, the defendant responded, "These details don't matter. The details don't matter. You can't even gift 100 subs. Twitch is dead. Twitch is ahead, sorry. You can gift like 50, right? I think that's the max. Fucking YouTube, eh? It's like they want me to fail. They want me to starve. Soul Joe, thanks for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. You know, I can tell. I know this because I used to get screenshots from his private Discord sent to me. I know that. Wait, where the fuck? Why is it not? I know that this miserable cunt has people dedicated to hate watch my streams. And I know that every time I talk about him, if I mention him, because he came up in that Noah Samson video, he tweets about me. I wonder like how he processes the fact that the one person killed by Iran was an Arab. I wonder, like a Palestinian. I wonder how he processes the fact that like the axis of retardation is so much they're only good at killing Arabs. They can't kill Israelis. They're shit at it. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. In the post-election period, Jacob also took on the role of updating the defendant on a near daily basis on the campaign's unsuccessful efforts to support any fraud claims. Jacob told the defendant that the campaign was looking into his fraud claims and had even hired external experts to do so, but could find no support for them. He told the defendant that if the campaign took these claims to court, they would get slaughtered because all the claims are bullshit. Jacob was privy in real time to the findings of the two expert consulting firms the campaign retained to investigate fraud claims, Giuliani and John Eastman, and discussed with the defendant their debunkings on all major claims. For example, Jacob told the defendant that Georgia's audit disproved claims that Sidney Powell had altered votes. Wait, C3, sorry, Dominion. C3 Dominion. They don't have C3 on the list. C3 would probably be Dominion, right? Dominion machines. Sidney Powell is CC3. C3 is Dominion, right? Chat. Dominion. Even though this stupid tweet doesn't show you that. It only goes from CC1 to CC6, and then person 1 to 76. Okay. The audit disproved that. Wow, crazy chat. Okay. In the post-election time period, Pence, the defendant's own running mate, who he had directed to assess fraud allegations, told the defendant that he had seen no evidence of outcome-determinative fraud in the election. This was in one of the many conversations the defendant and Pence had as running mates in which they discussed their shared electoral interests. Pence gradually and gently tried to convince the defendant to accept the lawful results of the election, even if it meant they lost. A conversation on November 4th in which the defendant asked Pence to study up claims of voter fraud in states that they had won together in 2016 to determine whether they could bring legal challenges as candidates in those states. Pence described the conversation as follows. Well, I think it was broadly, it was just look at all of it. Let me know what you think. But he told me that the campaign was going to fight, was going to court and make challenges. And then he just said, we're going to fight this and take a look at it. Let me know what you think. A call between the defendant and Pence on November 7th, the day that media organizations began to project Biden as the winner of the election. Pence tried to encourage the defendant as a friend, reminding him, you took a dying political party and gave it a new lease on life. A November 11th meeting among the defendant, Pence campaign staff, and some White House staff during which Pence asked when most of the lawsuits would be resolved, when does this come to a head? And the campaign staff responded, the week after Thanksgiving. Charles, thanks for the $1.99. Thanks for streams. I appreciate that. A November 12th meeting among the defendant, Pence campaign staff, and some White House staff during which Pence recalls, the campaign lawyers gave a sober and somewhat pessimistic report on the state of election challenges. A private lunch on November 12th in which Pence reiterated a face-saving option for the defendant, don't concede, but recognize process is over. A private lunch on November 16th in which Pence tried to encourage the defendant to accept the results of the election and run again in 2024, to which the defendant responded, I don't know, 2024 is so far off. A November 23rd phone call in which the defendant told Pence that the defendant's private attorney, 76, was not optimistic about the election challenges. That's Sidney Powell. Really? Powell was not optimistic about the challenges. Crazy. Where the fuck is the fucking image? All right. A December 21st private lunch in which Pence encouraged the defendant not to look at the election as a loss, just an intermission. This was followed later in the day by a private discussion in the Oval Office in which the defendant asked Pence, what do you think we should do? Pence said, after we have exhausted every legal process in the courts and Congress, if we still came up short, the defendant should take a bow. Ooh, he wouldn't let that. And then Trump's purple puffer exploded. Sorry, I'm just getting distracted. Don't worry. Vyvanse is fading. Okay. Discussions in which Pence apprised the defendant of conversations he had had with governors in Arizona and Georgia in the context of election challenges, in which Pence had called the governors simply to gather information and share it with the president, and in which governors did not report evidence of fraud in the elections in their states and explained that they could not take actions to convene their states' legislatures. But the defendant disregarded Jacob and Pence in the same way he disregarded dozens of court decisions that unanimously rejected his and his allies' legal claims, and that he disregarded officials in the targeted states, including those in his own party, who stated publicly that he had lost and that his specific fraud allegations were false. Election officials, for instance, issued press releases and other public statements to combat the disinformation that the defendant and allies were spreading. At one point, long after the defendant had begun spreading false fraud claims, P15, eh? This is Nicholas F. Luna, assistant to the president and director of Oval Office operations. A White House staffer traveling with the defendant overheard him tell family members that it doesn't matter if you won or lost the election, you still have to fight like hell. Where'd you get the list of redacted names? I think it comes from PBS, but yeah, I think it comes from PBS. But I got it shared as a tweet. Pretty sure it's from PBS though. The defendant and his co-conspirators also demonstrated their deliberate disregard for the truth and thus their knowledge of falsity when they repeatedly changed the numbers in their baseless fraud allegations from day to day. At trial, the government will introduce several instances of this pattern in which the defendant and conspirators' lies were proved by the fact that they made up figures from whole cloth. One example concerns the defendant and co-conspirators' claims about non-citizen voters in Arizona. The conspirators started with the allegation that 36,000 non-citizens voted in Arizona. 5 days later, it was beyond credulity that a few 100,000 didn't vote. 3 weeks later, the bare minimum was 40 or 50,000. The reality is about 250,000. Days after that, the assertion was 32,000. And ultimately, the conspirators landed back where they started, at 36,000, a false figure that they never verified or corroborated. Ultimately, the defendant's steady stream of disinformation in the post-election period culminated in the speech he gave at a privately funded, privately organized rally at the Ellipse on the morning of January 6, 2021, in advance of the official proceeding in which Congress was to certify the election in favor of Biden. In his speech, the defendant repeated the same lies about election fraud in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin that had been publicly or directly debunked. The defendant used these lies to inflame and motivate the large and angry crowd of his supporters to march to the Capitol and disrupt the certification proceeding. Yeah, 205 and 250,000 for Pennsylvania was a thing, yeah. The defendant aimed deceit at the targeted states to alter their ascertainment and appointment of electors. Shortly after the election day, the defendants began to target the electoral process at the state level by attempting to deceive state officials and to prevent or overturn the legitimate ascertainment and appointment of Biden's electors. As president, the defendant had no official responsibilities related to the state's administration of the election or the appointment of their electors, and instead contacted state officials in his capacity as a candidate. Tellingly, the defendant contacted only state officials who were in his political party and were his political supporters, and only in states he had lost. The defendant's attempts to use deceit to target the state's electoral process played out in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, as well as across these and other states that used certain voting machines. In addition to the following evidence of the defendant's conduct during the charged conspiracies, at trial the government will elicit testimony from election officials from the targeted states to establish the objective falsity and often impossibility of the defendant's fraud claims. Notably, although these election officials would have been the best sources of information to determine whether there was any merit to specific allegations of election fraud in their states, the defendant never contacted any of them to ask. Wow. Kind of just like a shorter version of the Jan 6 committee. But it's good having all this stuff in one place again. Hang on. Where's the thing? Where's goddamn thing? Did I fucking move it? Oh, here. No, hang on. Ooh. The defendant was on notice that there was no evidence of widespread election fraud in Arizona within a week of the election. On November 9th, for instance, 2 days after news networks projected that Biden had won, the defendant called Arizona Governor Doug Ducey to ask him what was happening at the state level with the presidential vote count in Arizona. At that point, though Fox News had projected that Biden had won the state, several other news outlets, including ABC, NBC, CNN, and the New York Times, had not yet made a projection. Ducey walked the defendant through the margins. I did say Dookie, yeah. And the votes remaining to be counted, which were primarily from Pima County, which favored Biden, and Maricopa County, which was split. Dookie described the situation to the defendant as the 9th inning, 2 outs, and the defendant was several runs down. The defendant also raised claims of election fraud, and Dookie asked the defendant to send him supporting evidence. Although the defendant said he would, stating, We're packaging it up, he never did. Shortly thereafter, on November 13th, campaign manager Bill Stepien told the defendant directly that a false fraud claim that had been circulating, that a substantial number of non-citizens had voted in Arizona, was false. The same day, as noted previously, campaign attorneys conceded in court that the remaining election lawsuit in Arizona was moot. The defendant and Rudy Giuliani continued to try to influence Dookie. For example, Giuliani tried to contact D on November 22nd, the same day the defendant and Giuliani reached out to the Arizona Speaker of the House as described below. And on November 30th, the day D signed the Arizona Certificate of Ascertainment, formally declaring Biden's electors as the legitimate electors for Arizona, D received a call from the defendant and Pence. D advised them that Arizona had certified the election. When the defendant brought up fraud claims, D, eager to see the evidence, again asked the defendant to provide it, but the defendant never did. Instead, later that evening and into the following morning, the defendant repeatedly publicly attacked D as well as Georgia Governor Brian Kemp. What's Raffensperger? He's Secretary of State. On Twitter, retweeting posts by others, such as, Who needs Democrats when you have Republicans like Kemp and Ducey? Watching the Arizona hearings and then watching Governor D sign those papers, why bother voting for Republicans if what you get is D and Raffensperger? Raffensperger, my state ran the most corrupt election in American history. D, hold my beer. And why is D still pretending he's a member of the Republican Party after he just certified fraudulent elections in Arizona that disenfranchised millions of Republicans? Why indeed? The defendant and co-conspirators also attempted to use false fraud claims to convince political allies in the Arizona state legislature to ignore the popular vote and appoint illegitimate electors. On November 22nd, the defendant and Giuliani called Rusty Bowers, the baldy guy, the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives. Giuliani did most of the talking. During the call, the defendant and Giuliani levied multiple false fraud claims, including of non-citizen, non-resident, and dead voters that affected the defendant's race, and asked Rusty Bowers to use them as a basis to call the legislature into session to replace Arizona's legitimate electors with illegitimate ones for the defendant. I think Bowers asked for proof, and they just kept on saying, oh, it's in the car. No, it's in the hotel. Oh, can we do it later? Yeah. I think that's Rusty's recollection of what happened. And then a bunch of Trump voters turned out to his house when Trump tweeted about him. When Bowers voiced his deep skepticism, Giuliani said, well, you know, we're all kind of Republicans and we all need to be working together. Bowers refused and asked Giuliani to provide evidence supporting his claims. Giuliani never did. Indeed, Giuliani met with Bowers in person approximately a week later and still had nothing to back up his claims. On November 30th, Giuliani and Jenna Ellis and others arrived in Arizona for a hotel hearing, an unofficial meeting with Republican legislators during which they promoted false fraud allegations. In a meeting the day after the hearing, when state legislators pressed Giuliani and Ellis for evidence to support their claims, Giuliani conceded that even on that late date, we don't have the evidence, but we have lots of theories. When the legislators were frustrated that Giuliani had no support for his claims and asked him tough questions, Giuliani expressed surprise at the way he was being treated, stating, man, I thought we were all Republicans. This is a little more hostile a reception. I'm amazed at the reception I'm getting here. I can't. How do you do this to yourself? as a human being. How do you go? How could you handle the fucking embarrassment of trying to do this? On December 4th, Bowers released a public statement in which he explained that he did not have the authority to use the legislature to reverse the to reverse the results of the election, and that doing so would constitute an attempt to nullify the people's vote based on unsupported theories of fraud. Bowers made clear that he was disappointed with legitimate election results because he voted for President Trump and worked hard to re-elect him, but would not violate current law to change the outcome of a certified election. On Twitter, Christina Cobb, a campaign staffer who worked with Boris Epstein, attacked Bowers for his statement, writing that Bowers is intentionally misleading the people of Arizona to avoid the inevitable. The defendant retweeted Christina Cobb false post and praised her. A month later, just 2 days before January 6th, John Eastman, another of the defendant's private attorneys and a co-conspirator, called Bowers and Bowers' counsel and Bowers' lawyer, Corey Langhofer, and urged Bowers one last time to use the legislature to decertify Arizona's legitimate electors and overturn the valid election results. When Bowers told Eastman that there was no evidence of substantial fraud in Arizona and that he could not legally call the legislature into session, Eastman was undeterred. He concluded that he didn't know enough about the facts on the ground regarding fraud in Arizona and said that Bowers should nonetheless falsely claim that he had the authority to convene the legislature and let the courts sort it out. Bowers again refused. We're about to get to the Raffensperger call if we go to Georgia. In the post-election period, Bowers was harassed. On several occasions, individuals gathered outside his home with bullhorns and screamed and honked their vehicle horns to create noise. Once, an individual in visible possession of a pistol and wearing a t-shirt in support of a militia group came into Bowers' property and screamed at him. At the time of these events, Bowers' daughter was at home and was very ill, and the noise caused her disruption and angst. Well, that's just fucking gross, bro. Okay. We'll do Georgia, and I think that's everything you dickheads paid for, I guess. Okay. Apparently, the polls are narrowing in Florida. Last poll shows only a 2-point difference between Trump and Harris. Florida! The defendant, so Georgia. The defendant had early noticed that his claims of election fraud in Georgia were false. Around mid-November, campaign advisor Jason Miller told the defendant that his claim that a large number of dead people had voted in Georgia was false. The defendant continued to press the claim anyway, including in a press conference on November 29th, when he suggested that a large enough number of dead voters had cast ballots to change the outcome of the election in Georgia. 4 days later, on December 3rd, Giuliani orchestrated a presentation to a judiciary subcommittee of the Georgia State Senate. In the morning, in advance of it, Giuliani had spoken to the defendant on the phone for almost 20 minutes. And at the hearing, Giuliani arranged for co-conspirators and agents to repeat the false dead voter claim. The claim was so patently false that everyone around the defendant knew it. During the hearing, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and Greg Jacob exchanged text messages on their personal phones confirming that a campaign attorney, Brad Raffensperger, had verified that Giuliani's claim of more than 10,000 dead voters was false and that the actual number was around 12 and could not be outcome determinative. During the subcommittee hearing, the conspirators also set in motion a sensational and dangerous lie about election workers at State Farm Arena that would result in the defendant's supporters harassing and threatening those workers. First, Cleta Mitchell, one of the defendant's private attorneys, claimed that more than 10,000 people had voted in Georgia. Next, Jackie Pick, an agent of the defendant, played misleading excerpts of closed-circuit camera footage from State Farm Arena and insinuated that it had shown election workers committing misconduct, counting suitcases of illegal ballots. Lastly, based on the false fraud allegations, John Eastman, who had already been engaged as a private lawyer for the defendant but did not disclose that at the hearing, encouraged the Georgia legislators to decertify the state's legitimate electors. While the hearing was ongoing, the defendant simultaneously amplified the misinformation about the State Farm Arena election workers, falsely tweeting, "Wow, blockbuster testimony taking place right now in Georgia. Ballot stuffing by Dems when Republicans were forced to leave the large counting room. Plenty more coming, but this alone leads to an easy win of the state." It's so bad. When you see the details of this video, it's like they said it was a briefcase. It wasn't. You can literally see them, when observers are still in the room, putting the seal on the container, like the state-approved ballot container. The observers are all in the fucking room when they put it under the table. Oh, God. He did this just after retweeting two of his campaign account's tweets that promoted the false claim about election workers at State Farm Arena. Over the next week, the claim of misconduct at State Farm Arena was disproven publicly as well as directly to the defendant. The day after the hearing, Gabriel Sterling, the chief operating officer of the Georgia Secretary of State's office, posted a tweet explaining that Secretary of State officers had watched the video in its entirety and confirmed that it showed normal ballot processing. Sterling again forcefully debunked the conspirators' claim about the State Farm video in a press conference on December 7th, explaining at length the election workers' innocent conduct depicted in the closed-circuit camera footage and stating, "And what's really frustrating is the president attorneys had the same videotape. They saw the exact same things the rest of us could see, and they chose to mislead state senators and the public about what was on that video. I'm quite sure that they will not characterize the video if they try to enter it into evidence, because that's the kind of thing that could lead to sanctions because it's obviously untrue." They knew it was untrue, and they continued to do things like this. On December 8th, the defendant called Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr. Chris Carr had advanced notice of the topic of the call was Texas versus Pennsylvania, an election lawsuit in which Texas was suing other states, including Georgia, and to attempt to prevent the certification of the election. U.S. Senator David Perdue told Chris Carr that the defendant had heard that Carr was whipping or lobbying other state attorneys general against filing amicus briefs in support of Texas. Carr was not lobbying against the suit and told Perdue so. Perdue asked Carr if he would speak with the defendant about it, and Carr agreed. Shortly thereafter, the defendant called Carr and immediately raised Texas versus Pennsylvania, saying, "I hope you are not talking to your AGs and encouraging them not to get on the lawsuit." Carr told the defendant that he was not affirmatively calling other state attorneys general, but that if they called him, he was telling them what he was seeing in his state, which was something that the defendant probably did not want to hear. Carr was just not seeing evidence of fraud in Georgia. The defendant nonetheless raised various fraud claims. Carr told him that the state authorities investigated the State Farm Arena allegations and found no wrongdoing, and that he thought another claim the defendant raised about Coffee County, Georgia, had been similarly resolved but would check. The defendant asked Carr to look at them again because we're running out of time. Carr tried to steer the call to an end by thanking the defendant and telling him that he had voted for him twice and appreciated the defendant, to which the defendant responded, "Yeah, I did a hell of a job, didn't I?" At one point, the defendant raised with Carr the impending runoff election for Georgia's U.S. Senate seats and how important it was to re-elect David Perdue and who else? Kelly Loeffler. Oh, yeah, I remember her. Whoops. The day after the call, the defendant, in its private capacity as a candidate for president, intervened in support of Texas v. Pennsylvania. His attorney for that matter was Eastman. On the same day as the defendant's call with Carr, the defendant's campaign staff acknowledged that the State Farm Arena claim was unsupported, emailing one another about the fact that television networks may decline to run campaign advertisements promoting it. In frustration regarding the claim and others like it, Jason Miller, who spoke with the defendant on a daily basis and had informed him of multiple occasions of various fraud claims were false, wrote, "When our research and campaign legal team can't back up any of the claims made by our elite strike force legal team, you can see why we are 032 on our cases. I'll obviously hustle to help on all fronts, but it's tough to own any of this when it's all just conspiracy shit beamed down from the mothership." On December 10th, however, Rudy Giuliani further perpetuated the false State Farm Arena claim when he appeared at another hearing. This one before the Georgia House of Representatives Government Affairs Committee. During it, he displayed some of the same footage as had been used in the December 3rd hearing that had been debunked in the interim by Georgia officials, and nonetheless claimed that it showed voter fraud right in front of people's eyes. He then named two election workers, Ruby Freeman and her mother, Shay Moss, and basically accused them of quite obviously surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they are vials of heroin or cocaine, and suggested that they were criminals whose places of work, their homes, should have been searched for evidence of ballots, for evidence of USB ports, for evidence of voter fraud. As these false claims about Moss and Freeman spread, the women were barraged by racist death threats. In the years since, they have spoken about the effect of the defendant and co-conspirators' lies about them. As Moss explained in an interview with congressional investigators, when someone as powerful as the President of the United States eggs on a mob, that mob will come. They came for us with their cruelty, their threats, their racism, and their hats. They haven't stopped even today. Indeed, to this day, the defendant has never stopped falsely attacking Moss and Freeman. Although none of the false claims against them were ever corroborated, the defendant has continued to levy them on social media, including when the defendant attacked Moss in January 2023, just after her testimony to congressional investigators were made public. Jesus, he went after her in 2023. I didn't know that. Aaron Moore, thanks for the $9.99. Thanks for explaining the Pape stuff earlier. Oh, that's okay. That's all right. You can go to the Reddit post if you want, because it's got like, I think Jesse Irwin has just made a massive list of Pape's false citations. Javad style citations. No, they're worse actually. Pape just makes stuff up. He fabricates quotes and makes claims that are not backed up by his citations and are contrary to what other mainstream historians say about the topic. He's just weird. Throughout the post-election period, the defendant used Twitter to publicly attack Georgia Governor Brian Kemp with particular aggression. In the 35 days between November 30th, 2020 and January 3rd, 2021, the defendant tweeted critically about Brian Kemp by title or name more than 40 times. These tweets included ones also attacking Dookie, described above, as well as others particular to Kemp, like, why won't Governor Kemp, the hapless governor of Georgia, use his emergency powers, which can easily be done, to overrule his obstinate Secretary of State and do a match of signatures on envelopes? It will be a gold mine of fraud, and we will easily win the state. I will easily and quickly win Georgia if Governor Kemp or the Secretary of State permit a simple signature verification. has not been done and will show large discrepancies. Why are these two Republicans, quotation marks, saying no? If we win Georgia, everything else falls in place. The Republican governor of Georgia refuses to do signature verification, which would give us an easy win. What's wrong with this guy? What is he hiding? And how does Governor Kemp allow verification of votes without verifying signatures? And despite the recently released tape of ballots being stuffed, his poll numbers have dropped like a rock. He is finished as governor. What a fucking bully, man. In the post-election period, the defendant also made false claims in court about fraud in Georgia unsuccessfully. For example, Trump versus Kemp, a federal lawsuit in which the defendant sued Georgia's governor and secretary of state, the defendant signed a verification of fraud allegations that he and his attorney on the case, John Eastman, knew was inaccurate. Greg Jacobs spoke with the defendant and Eastman in late December regarding the proposed verification. First, he told Eastman and another private attorney, Kurt Hilbert, that they could not have the defendant sign it because they could not verify any of the facts. Greg Jacob told the defendant that any lawyer that signed the complaint that the verification supported would get disbarred. Well, that's what happened to Giuliani, didn't it? He got fucked up. Eastman acknowledged this problem in an email on December 31st to Ray Smith, Trump's lawyer in Trump v. Kemp, lead counsel for the defendant as candidate in Trump v. Kemp, and another private attorney, writing that in the time since the defendant signed a previous verification in the case, he had been made aware that some of the allegations and evidence preferred by the experts has been inaccurate, and that signing a new affirmation with that knowledge and incorporation by reference would not be accurate. Now, nonetheless, on December 31st, the defendant signed the verification, and CC2, that's Eastman, caused it to be filed. Oh, we're going overboard now, eh? Page 28. When does Georgia end? Page 31. Okay. On January 2nd, Georgia Secretary of State, Secretary is Brad Raffensperger. Brad. Appeared on Fox News and said that various rumors of election fraud were false and the defendant had lost in Georgia. Our office has been very busy with what I call the rumor whack-a-mole. Every day a rumor will pop up and then we whack it down. What we do is we basically whack it down with the truth, and people can't handle the truth sometimes because they're very disappointed in the results. And I get that. I voted for President Trump also, but at the end of the day, we did everything we could. We did an audit of the race. President Trump still lost. Then we did a full recount. President Trump still lost. We had a safe, secure process. Raffensperger, like Kemp, had been on the receiving end of the defendant's tweets. These included, why isn't the GA Secretary of State, Raffensperger, a so-called Republican, allowing us to look at signatures on envelopes for verification? We will find tens of thousands of fraudulent and illegal votes. Rhinos, Kemp, and Ryan Germany and Secretary of State Raffensperger will be solely responsible for the potential loss of our two great senators from Georgia, David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler. Won't call a special session or check for signature verification. People are angry. And Georgia, where is signature verification approval? What do you have to lose? Must move quickly. Kemp and Raffensperger, GA Secretary of State. Shortly after seeing the interview, the defendant set up a call with Raffensperger to discuss his pending private lawsuit, Trump v. Kemp, in which Raffensperger was a named defendant. For this reason, Raffensperger had first hoped to avoid speaking with the defendant, but ultimately acquiesced because the defendant was persistent in seeking to set it up. Also, because of the pending lawsuit, Raffensperger arranged for his general counsel, Alex Kaufman, to participate. Joining the defendant on the call were Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and three private attorneys, Ray Smith and Robert Cheeley, counsel of record in Trump v. Kemp, and the attorneys whom Eastman had emailed about the defendant's false verification, and Kurt Hilbert, and whom Mark Meadows introduced on the call as someone who is not the attorney of record but has been involved. The defendant began the call with an animated monologue in which he argued that he had won the election in Georgia, saying, "Okay, thank you very much. Hello, Raffensperger, Alex Kaufman, and everybody. We appreciate the time on the call, so we spent a lot of time on this, and if we could just go over some of the numbers, I think it's pretty clear that we won. We won very substantially, Georgia." Throughout the call, the defendant continued to state that he had won and referenced Biden's margin of victory that he needed to overcome to prevail in the state, including by asserting that I just want to find 11,780 votes. He did not reference other elections in the same ballot. And after the defendant's opening salvo, Raffensperger stated, "Well, I listened to what the president has just said. President Trump, we have had several lawsuits and we've had to respond in court to the lawsuits and the contentions. We don't agree that you have won." The defendant raised multiple false claims of election fraud, each of which Raffensperger refuted in return. When the defendant attacked Shane Moss, and called her a professional vote scammer and hustler and mentioned her dozens of times throughout the call, Raffensperger said, "You are talking about the State Farm video. I think it's extremely unfortunate that Giuliani or his people, they sliced and diced that video and took it out of context." He then offered the defendant a link to a video disproving the claim, to which the defendant responded, "I don't care about a link. I don't need it. I have a much better link." I love it. I'm never getting bored of that. When the defendant claimed that 5,000 dead people had voted in Georgia, Raffensperger said, "Well, Mr. President, the challenge you have is the data you have is wrong. The actual number were two people that were dead that voted. And so that's wrong. That was 2. When the defendant claimed that thousands of out-of-state voters had cast ballots, Raffensperger counsel Alex Kaufman responded, "We've been going through each of those as well, and those numbers that we got that Ms. that Kurt Hilbert, what? 31 is Kurt, okay. Oh, Trump's lawyer in Georgia, okay. Was just saying they're not accurate. At one point, the defendant became frustrated after both Raffensperger and Kaufman explained repeatedly that his claims had been investigated and were not true, and stated, "And you're going to find that they are, which is totally illegal. It's more illegal for you than it is for them because, you know, what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal, that's a criminal offense. And, you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Kaufman, your lawyer. That's a big risk." The call ended with Kaufman stating that he would coordinate with the lawyer representing Raffensperger's office in the private lawsuit and get together with Ray Smith, as agreed earlier in the call. Bean Pod, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. That's so generous of you. Oh my God. Yeah, he's threat. Yeah, it's a threat. Obviously, it's a fucking threat. Yeah. The day after the call, on January 3rd, the defendant falsely tweeted, "I spoke to Secretary of State Raffensperger yesterday about Fulton County and voter fraud in Georgia. He was unwilling or unable to answer questions such as the ballots under the table scam, ballot destruction, out-of-state voters, dead voters, and more. He has no clue." It's just like the way that I cataloged it. Yeah. It's the funny thing that he said about dead voters, because actually Trump admitted that he didn't have information on dead voters in Georgia. He was just saying that because he said that he saw it in other states. So this is like, I think, the best example of Trump like very obviously knowingly lying. Like there's no other explanation. It's not narcissism, it's not delusion, it's just like he knows he's lying. Raffensperger promptly responded in a tweet of his own. "Respectfully, President Trump, what you're saying is not true. The truth will come out, damn. Thank you for your service, Mr. Raffensperger." Okay. Listen, that's more than I was paid for, okay? 31 pages. Not bad. It's also saying that, like, he's saying that he won by a shitload of votes, but we only need one more than Biden. It's like, what? Don't you care about what the actual result was? Them's was fighting words, for sure. Wow. Okay. What am I doing? What the fuck? The Lebanese army fired at Israel for the first time. Oh no. They fired back. So Israel was firing at the Lebanese army. Oh no. I wonder if Israel gets into a fight with the Lebanese army, would that trigger defense pacts from other Arab states? Because they do have them. They have mutual defense pacts. Oh no. Yes, it also does actually reveal something that we didn't know before. That the Lebanese army can shoot. That they have weapons. That's actually quite wild. Many such new revelations. They don't want that smoke. Yeah, but I thought the Lebanese army didn't want that smoke. But it looks like they've gone in and they've grabbed a light. I'm just saying. There's smoke. Smoke in the room. It's their country though. Yeah, but Hezbollah is not really their guy anyway. Israel just hit Dahia very hard. What, right now or a couple of hours ago? I know there were reports on strikes in
The Lebanese capital has been hit by new Israeli airstrikes. Southern Beirut has come under increasing bombardment in the last 24 hours as Israel steps up its campaign against Hezbollah militants. Lebanon's health minister said...
Last few minutes, oh. Where are you getting that from? Oh, it's this fucking guy. Oh no. This agenda-free guy that everyone watches. Oh no. I don't want to know what this guy's reaction is going to be, but this guy who just seems
TV Lebanon news reports that several buildings have been completely destroyed in these airstrikes. You can still see the orange glow on the lower left there. Southern suburbs of Beirut. Some sources saying bigger than the strike that killed Nasrallah.
What?
Again, I can't confirm that.
Why?
Just
all the smoke. Okay, what the fuck? When was this? When was it? They're on here?
I went by it. Hold on, get ready. Right now. Right now. Coming up right now. Right over here. Right over here. Right there. Do you see that? Right there, guys. See that one? I'll show it one more time. Right here. Get ready. Right in there. So we missed that one. That was the one about 3 minutes ago. I missed that one. That's 11:29:02. Okay, and the next one is at 11:31:37. Thanks for the time codes.
Is this guy
Here's the
called
next
Steve?
one. Coming up right now. Next one is coming up right now.
These guys.
Right there.
Yeah,
right
but
in
where
here.
does he get the footage from? Does he grab the footage from other things and just leaves it on all fucking day with his comments?
Okay.
He doesn't do analysis or anything.
I'm
He
going to
just
go
looks
back
for
to the live in
fucking
a
bombs
second.
to go off.
All right. So, anyways, there were two more. So there have been a bunch of them, a bunch of airstrikes. I think you might be seeing smoke here on this shot right now.
Wait, I'm sorry. This is fake, right? This is this is fake. This is fake. No. This is fake. It's not. Okay, wait, hang on. Where the fuck is all that orange? Oh, does it have the time on it? 12 a.m. Wait, that means it's recent. 12:09. Oh, okay.
Tulkarm is a
Jesus.
militant stronghold. I think a plane is landing. Do I see a plane coming in? Is that a plane coming in to land on the right there?
Oh, you can see a plane. Oh,
Hold
no.
on.
Oh, this is so grim.
Or am I wrong?
How do
Looks like
people watch this
a
shit?
plane is coming in. I don't see it on flight radar, though. I don't see it on flight radar. So
Oh, so we know it's a Israeli
I didn't
plane.
see it on Flight Radar 24, but it certainly did look like a plane was
So
coming
there's
in
a
to
sortie.
land.
Okay.
I mean, they do land shortly after airstrikes. I've seen it happen before. Again, I pulled up Flight Radar 24 and I didn't spot it there, but did look like it. Anyways, AP says Tulkarm in the West Bank is a militant stronghold in the northern West Bank. It remained unclear how many people were wounded in the blast. Violence has flared in the West Bank since the Israeli-Hamas war erupted last October. Tulkarm and other northern Palestinian cities have seen some of the worst violence. Palestinian militant groups are active across the northern West Bank, areas where the Palestinian Authority has limited foothold. So again, that's a whole different story, is that Israel has conducted reportedly a jet fighter strike on Tulkarm in the West Bank, a militant stronghold in the northern West Bank, and at least 16 people are reported killed.
Did he see the plane go over the border? You gonna play the clip of Steve foaming at the mouth?
That was from the northern border. That was from the northern border. Probably artillery or a tank. The Times of Israel reports that the Palestinian Health Ministry now says 18 people are dead in that strike in Tulkarm.
18? They said they had a cafe. So his main camera is on Dahia right now, right? Oh,
big flash! Shit. Big explosion! Big explosion! Oh my gosh! Whoa! Huge explosion! Huge explosions! Huge explosions right now! Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Look at that! Incredible! Wow! Huge explosions! Right now! Huge explosions going on! Whoa! Enormous! 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 You can see it on both cameras! Look at the top camera too! Huge explosions! Huge explosions! Wow! Unbelievable! Whoa! We saw it and heard it on both cameras. Both cameras. That's what. So the audio was double audio because you could see it on the top camera and the bottom camera. I don't know if that was a new strike or if that was a secondary explosion, but that was gigantic.
Maybe.
So again, that might have been a secondary, or it may have.
What other personnel? What other personnel are in fucking? Are in Dahia that are worth this much civilian infrastructure destruction? I don't think there are. This must be arms, right? This must be. I hate Eli David. Fuck this guy. I don't even care if it's like just random videos. Fuck. I'd rather watch Al Quds Telegram. Okay. Because it might also be second strikes, because they might drop a payload and another one and another one. Okay, that's probably secondary explosions. I don't know. Okay, why not? What's this? That's not secondary. I don't know how you would know. Like, it's not usually the case that they just come by and drop, like, one bomb, you know? Like, but they will drop multiple bombs. But... people just filming it from their windows, right? You should collab with Steve. If you're the Lebanese government, I'm surprised you're not viewing this as an attack against you. Because I don't know how much jurisdiction the Lebanese government even has over these Hezbollah areas. Didn't Hezbollah literally like fucking occupy Beirut for 3 days? Or in 3 days? In 2008. So. Whoa. Could be artillery cooking off. Yeah, could be. Could also not be. How badly were the rockets from Lebanon hurting Israel? Well, they displaced 60,000 people. That's how bad they were.
إذا غارات كبيرة جدا رياض في هذه الأثناء يشنها العدو الإسرائيلي على الضاحية الجنوبية ووسط شرق الجنوبية.
I think around 90k. The common number I see is 60, but it's usually between 60 and 90, yeah. Sounds like a sounds like a weapons cache, does it? Called on weapons cache. What am I saying here? I will say, TikTok actually makes people retarded. Like, that's not like a controversial thing to say, is it? That's not an offensive statement. It literally turns you into a fucking droopy, brain-damaged mess, isn't it? Like, you ever seen what happens when you watch someone you love on TikTok? It's fucking heartbreaking. It's like watching one of your mates get into heroin. It's like, I will say, TikTok actually makes actual facts. Look at, yes, 40p loaner, 44p loaner boxes. Go. Where is the lie? Why is it so low res? I don't fucking know. Did I film that in 2004 on my webcam? Damn. World War III trending. Let's go. Owen Jones, World War III. Hey. Goody. Oh well, I guess we'll comment on the massive Dahlia strikes tomorrow. Just after I check on my family again. Okay. Oh fuck, it's the 3rd. Were they wait, I don't know if they were supposed to be leaving at some point this week. You have to drive through. You have to drive through Dahia to get to the airport, don't you? Do they account for that when they're bombing these places? Because the airport's here. If you're driving into the middle, you go through here. Haretrik is here. Okay. Okay, I'll have a look. All right. Fuck. Okay. I don't think. No, they're not going to hit the airport, but if you're passing through an area and there's that many fucking explosions going off. Like, I don't know how it affects the fucking people on the road, all right? Like, shit. It looks like they were targeting the successor, Nasrallah's potential successor. Anyway, whatever. I'm just gonna see what's what, you know? Fuck. That's like the average day in Ukraine. Might be a day in like Mariupol at one point, yeah, but I don't think the average day in Ukraine is that kind of damage, is it? Depends on which parts the Russians are trying to take. Also, it's a bit easier for Ukrainians to flee than it is for Lebanese people. Some Lebanese people are fleeing to fucking... I don't want to downplay Ukraine, sorry. I know some Lebanese people are fleeing to Syria. Like, that's kind of wacky. Is the airport going to stay open while Beirut gets bombed? I don't know how it works. I know some flights got canceled, but some are still still going. Right, I need to go to the shop before it closes. So, if you're fleeing to fucking Syria, you know shit's bad. So don't be racist against Syria like that. Raid. No, I'm not gonna do raids. I'm just gonna fuck off. You guys go where you want, okay? Take care. Bye.